As we are once again alive upon the internet. That's my checks that I am actually alive with bit rates and titles and categories. And also, let's make sure this goes here. Yeah. So that's for later, of course. And yeah, everything looks fine. Let's actually jump in with this character and have a look at that setup that we had a little bit. Where
priority objective available.
Grabbed a bunch of those things that I was those UB Connect challenges.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer.
They all
Kelso
went
had to go. Said it was
into
safer for
grants
us if she's
here.
not here.
Also, I still have some of these resources that were granted through something. What did those even? Yeah. Oh, that was from the. That's from something. Something, you know, does something. Because yesterday we were kind of looking at this, going like, what do we do with this measured assembly stuff and things? Kind of as the basics landed on this. Although likely, yeah, we should have an improvised piece here instead. We're going for... if we're going for there. Wait, what? What are these? Am I insane? Was this changed before? Why are these 12? Yeah, there are 12. Huh. My brain did not realize that these hastes also at some point went to 12. At least with improvise, yeah, we can either go repair skill or haste. I guess I just completely... This isn't right. Oh, wait, what am I thinking? No, I'm thinking of the brand bonus first. I'm awake, except not. Yes, basically I had to get up early and go start up shop, and then I came back and took a nap. So it's a brand bonus that we're checking. Like, yeah, this is always 12. So yeah, that's why we take an improvised. I'm like, wait, were these always 12? Yeah, this was always 12. Mods are always 12. This is 10. There we go. I figured it out. I'm awake. And hey, there's 7 sealed. Incursion, that was so good. Yeah, I could see it, especially incursion and stuff, because if we, as long as people also go into cover with the smart cover, it can be pretty good. Thing is though that compared to FI, like the FI is 25 total weapon damage. Because the FI can also run smart cover, right? They don't, like, this isn't tied to this gear set. They could be running the same hive plus that, and then also have, the same overcharge at the same time. It's just with the BTSU, and then also have the 25 total damage, total weapon damage. That's, I think, the biggest issue with this gear set. Is just like you're kind of forced into these two skills. and neither of them really gains way too much, to a degree that I'm like, we could even go offensive with one of them. There's only one we can go offensive with. Although yeah, it deletes the, does it delete the, it deletes the turrets and stuff there, right? So that kind of helps with that. Does it delete the drones? Because that could also be interesting. Just sticky up somewhere and delete the drones. And Nathanson, so just heals. Yeah, but that's just gonna be like the, like, it doesn't really help with right, for instance. Although yeah, if I can delete the drones, it can help in tanker. Because yeah, it doesn't eat the mortars, right? It will only eat the sniper turrets and stuff, but they were already avoidable. Because also, yeah, I was kind of looking at like, because I feel the BTSU and the Hive is kind of just, yeah, that's a given. Like, can always want those two here. Also, yeah, for the supercharge to others, because even if we overcharge, would be nice to overcharge others. I was kind of yesterday as well looking at, do I want the chest? Or could we have a much better talent here on the chest overall? As empathic wouldn't really work out, not with a Hive. Overwatch would. Seeing as we want to kind of incentivize being in cover and such anyway. We're going to go into cover ourselves. Actually, yeah, let's take for a second. I just want to see if this thing counts as a deployed, although it won't. Now we could actually take perfect. I think I tossed it in the end, or did I? Didn't I keep a perfect tamper proof? Yeah. Because that's the... It shouldn't, because for instance, the sticky in position doesn't. It would be interesting if we could get the sticky to also do that. Instantly then we can kill it. Oh, it deletes a drone? Oh, that seems like an oversight. Just wanted to make sure of this one. But it doesn't. Actually can't as a deployed skill. That would have been funny. Oh yeah, if it deletes a drone. But then again as well, it would just be lovebirds. Because for the other, for right, it's still not gonna do much. It's funny that that drone then, even when it's immune, yeah, because it can just likely go through the immunity, right? So. And here orbiter. Yeah, that's the thing with this gear set. We have to like find stuff like that for it. Like, hey, in this spot, it does this thing and that saves us time. But just by itself, like, yeah, the start of, for instance, DUA or something, But then still competing with like an FI or with a foam eclipse, for instance, there. But it could delete all of the. It could delete all of the 3 mini tanks almost, in 3 seconds, which are definitely a hurdle at that point. Some kind of feeling set up here as well. Because 10 seconds or 1 second, like we're not like this might be situationally really nice. But so would perfect opportunistic be very nice. And then we basically have holster the final measure. Because then you can have basically the trio or well, not the trio because you wouldn't want creeping death, but you would have the duo there of either overclock or the other one. As well, there's some synergy here with overclock just by itself. Because, you're trying to get... Oh, actually, yeah, does overclock... That'll be interesting. Does overclock actually trigger off of this? It doesn't, right? Like, this is not a deployed skill. This is an in-world skill. Overclock does have an icon, right? When I'm overclocked, yeah. Yeah. So it would still need to be the hive. It would have been nice if it also that thing. They should add that to perfect overclock, like smart cover, deployed skills and smart cover. Because then you can add even more to the overclock. Also, this overclock gets to go back in the stash. Some point, yeah. This is a skill damage repair skill. This one's also skill damage repair skill. No, right. Yeah. Let's see about getting us set up too. And hey, the peony. That's a weird sentence. We'll go with hey there human. It's built on Legend Summit with a group. Honestly. Oh yeah, let's see. It doesn't get full. Yeah, here the thing is also, yeah, most of the gameplay we do, like you would rather have a CC than a healer. Also, this would need coordination because honestly, the big buff that we give out is this, but also this could just be on FI. And then you have also the FI buffs. This has to be somewhere where we actually are deleting stuff and such. It's also why I think like maybe we just go the backpack route. Because what I'm feeling actually is that we just do basically save it as a 5 piece, so we can always go backpack, and then we have pieces to like either set up Hermano or just a piece of or even just the improvised piece, so we can go either haste or repair skill. Like on the knee pad or something. It's kind of what I'm feeling with this. Named wise, what else could we have here? Or talent wise, what could we have here? Yeah, not per se much. Let's actually see if I can get a. Although I'll do this later, likely. And also, the core can stay blue even with this. I wouldn't per se hurt too much to have this be a blue core. Because yeah, we're getting skill tiers from the thing anyway. We also don't have enough like damage to per se care that we are getting damage. So not sure. Primary is always damage from primary. Oh yeah, it's Scorpion. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just gonna have the healer combo of kind of, yeah, Scorpio plus lefty for me. It's just that seems like the obvious thing to do with it. Ones for set that are in the area target loot have higher chance of dropping troubles. Of like targeted loot affects the drop, like which blueprints you get? No, it's just full random. That whole system is just full random. Is there mods for smart cover? Yeah, I haven't gotten any yet, but I've definitely seen people have. What was it? I saw somebody have something. Well, especially the DTOC. Somebody else in the Discord I saw had something else. What was it? Weapon handling, which seems to also be in the other slot for the damage one, basically. So we're working through. We're kind of just looking at what I want to do with this gear set, and also start running it a bunch and kind of see what we land on. Because the brands or the brand ones, I kind of know already. That one's expensive. If we were to optimize that to a degree that I'm gonna just act like I don't see that one and go to the next one. we'll hang on to it though, but that's way too expensive. Because I've got a full armor bar that I'm gonna record anyways. We'll just act like we didn't see that one. But now, of course, it's not gonna give me another one. Let's just keep that one just as a just in case, or at least as like filler if we don't get this here. Because also the thing I realize now is the Hermano wouldn't be that good of a choice. It would be for the haste, but we're already giving a ton of weapon handling through the skill. Even though that one, yeah, requires people to be in cover. This one, like the Hermano, not. Just to be in range of the hive. But people should just be in cover. That's exactly considered as mortar. So that mortar text of it just seems to be player mortars. So that's like the PvP part of this. Just, you know, if you're getting mortar spammed in conflict, this might also be a good pull. But also, if it's now that it's 1 second, it can catch with the backpack. It can catch every mortar coming in. Because that thing also kind of cycles once per second. At least more. The thing is that like the shot has to land, but if it's firing into spawn point, it's likely going to be like a second or so in flight at least, so you can catch him up. But most of the PvE things we would consider mortar, it doesn't work against. Like the mortars in like manning and stuff don't. The smart cover in action. It's pretty simple. It's just, you know, it attaches to cover. It has a radius. Well, I mean, I'm gonna run it here in a second, so you'll see it. You'll see it be used. The thing is though that, for instance, here I'm gonna go into a Kantan with it just to like matchmake for something quickly. Nobody's ever gonna go into cover, right? Like, who goes into cover? Maybe if I sticky it at the end or something, some people will go like, "Hey, I'll go into cover and get the bonuses," but most people will not know what is happening there. So this thing as well, it's kind of, you need the coordination. You need at least kind of to communicate the thing of like, "Hey guys, if you go into cover, you get some shit, you get some cookies, you get some toys." Also, actually, yeah, why am I doing it? Let's go just do this. I'm not gonna just spam craft because I do wanna see the stats. Because when we get it, but also, yeah, I shouldn't be pressing X. Or I should be pressing X, but not after long pressing it. Just right click X, at least on PC, instant craft. Fetch up as well. No. On the summit, legendary with this build was so much easier in previous healer builds, just for the fact that their skills being started before they could reach us in this build. Actually, yeah, that's a place it would work as well, pretty well. Hunter fights. That's the thing with this gear set. We kind of have to find the places where we can make it sing, right? But it's still gonna be very situational. And there as well, you would want this with, although it could itself be Technician. I feel as well, I'm just going to run it with Technician for Faraday. For most of its usage. So that at least, you know, when there is disrupts, I have a chance of at least mitigating them. Because yeah, if we're disrupted, of course, that doesn't work, but... God damn it. Give me a skill haste repair skill, but also not one that is as bad as the one we had earlier. I missed a few, apparently. Because we have this one, but this is like as expensive as it could be. Might as well look at, yeah, the armor rolled full, so... The crafting system for a large part is just if one stat kind of goes full, some of the other stats are going to be closer to empty and such. So, which is a remnant from the old allocation system of Gear 1.0, effectively. And hey, Minister. Skill haste indeed. But I feel Hermano is not going to be a fit here. We have the smart cover, which is handling anyway. Although we could always also go with the other one, but I feel we're just always going to go with the damage one. Like that much D-Talk is just too juicy not to. What haste damage menu? Nah. There's also any build we're putting haste damage on, we're gonna run capacitor if we care about the damage. So thing is though as well, I could just keep the core blue. But then yeah, this one is also kind of expensive. Because also the reds that I have, they're not that helpful. Like if I go red cores with it. We're getting all of the other ones that I already also have and such, so I don't care about them. Like haste status effect and stuff. We already have this. Anyway, maybe I do that. Maybe we just keep it blue core for now, and also with the other one I go blue core. And see how we land. Skills affects smart cover. Smart cover doesn't really have a repair component to it, so. But the healing hive gets affected by it. Because at the end of the day as well, I want it to be like in this setup at least also an competent healer. It needs to do the healing part also pretty decently. I lost what it was. Resistance as well. Yeah, that explosion resistance from the and also the bonus armor and stuff from the smart cover. That might also be in places very useful. Although the smart cover isn't tied per se to this gear set. Yeah. And a Fi can also just run it instead of their chem. So just for XR going here, it feels like straight to technician instead. Yeah, I'm thinking going technician and using that as especially for the Faraday. Like the places I think this would be like really useful is kind of stuff like that. Like hunter fights, especially the hunter fights where they do deploy skills. Then you know, how many times have we been killed on that master mission by just turrets and such going out, or a sniper turret, or even rogue fights actually. But then with the hunters, of course, there's jamming going on, so I would want to be Faradayed. At least as well then as the hive, once it is deployed, is Faradayed at the very least. Damn. It gave me a really empty one early on. But we have the resources to burn here, so it's fine. So use it right. So there's a defensive one which adds bonus armor, gives explosive resistance, and a bunch of actually what was one other thing that it gave. Pulse resistance. Yeah. So there's this one which gives bonus armor, explosive resistance, pulse resistance, and there's this other one which is actually the cool one: weapon handling and damage to targets out of cover. And this isn't even, this is at skill tier 5 at the current time. 31% total. This, it's 37% total. Overcharged, it's 45% total. And then there's a +7 mod that you can have as well. So it's 52%. So basically, with the 10, actually, how much is that with the 10 detox on the weapon? So 167 divided by 157. The other way around, actually. So 167 divided by 110. That's still 51% instead of 57%. So half your damage on top if you're in cover with this, with weapon handling, so you can also reload faster. This thing is, that skill is insane to me, that went in with those stats. I honestly feel if we're running red builds and stuff, there's no reason currently to, for large parts, not mostly run that, hive and that. And even when you're getting even at like 1 skill tier, and now you can take technician, you know, you just get it from there effectively, making that like the go-to spec. And you can have, you know, you'll have 17 plus 7. Although actually, it depends on if that's 7% of the total over the additive 7%. I'm guessing it's the additive 7%, which is the way you would want it, because there you wouldn't want it to be multiplied by 1.07. That would be less. My blind, yes. And then yeah, for when it kind of goes, when it's basically an extra alt. Although that's of course at 6 skill tier. If you're running it on a red, you're just getting 17. But even 17, like you're getting 2 foxes worth just for being in cover and shooting from in cover, with just running that skill and just here and there using it. Which is also the thing of like, if you're running Streamline, might as well run that actually instead and just use that skill, and then you'll be ahead most of the time because you can have that plus killer on top. There's an easier way to compare Memento. I've been running and daily for a week. Only got 1 useless squad around the Costa banks. Overall, not per se. Just yeah, Countdown just gives the most loot. Just because of that, it's the like yeah. There's not much to yeah. Causes that for me. Overall, yeah, you should just on the watch spend it on the field recon and the shield or SHD calibrations, and it is just expensive from now on. Like in the past, we had like everybody had the idea of like we do watch alts and we just optimize everything up. Kind of have to let go of that idea. Optimize stuff up that matters actually, and yeah, just use your resources sparingly to do so. And then tactical assessments. Once you have the blueprints, craft those mostly, which is, you know, as you get resources, craft those up. And also missions and bounties, you could kind of farm those, but that's kind of slower. Game is just trolling me at this point. Although yeah, sometimes yeah, I'm trying to get, you know, we're trying to get effectively what is a named god roll or a named unicorn. Talent is at least fixed, but this is still the amount of, you know, it's the same amount of stats as in like the group of pieces or such. It's not a super unicorn, but it's a normal unicorn. At some point I just should pull the band-aid and go, we just use the one we have, which but it has very bad rolls. For the 3 buses. I mean, yeah. Although I would say you're still better off in Countdown. Like boss farming summit, floor 90 farming summit is kind of nice if you're also looking for like good stats on, you know, targets and stuff. But the amount of loot you get out of Countdown is just a different level. Because especially if you're just looking for memento and such, just finding the right one is going to be, or just finding one instead of like a really good rolled one is already going to be the easier way to go. Plus with Countdown, you get the currency to buy caches with, especially if you're looking for some of the exotics. Time to work with the smart cover and the hive. Well, the hive works with overclock, but yeah, the smart cover doesn't. It would be interesting actually to have both perfect tamper proof and perfect overclock maybe work with the smart cover, because tamper proof could also be interesting just for places. Then you know you can put it down kind of forward. People can be in the cover, like still in the circle, but then in front of them is basically a shock trap. So that could be interesting. Pierce land on the SMG ranks or the SMG on build, the DPS table has been updated. So you can kind of have a look on it there. Actually, later on, yeah, the spreadsheeting part of the title. Streamline is tomorrow's video, so in a little bit we'll go and I haven't actually done the SMG part yet, because yeah, I'm kind of curious as well. Is it better than, you know, SMG 9, not A2, but then just with normal streamline, at least on full red? And then maybe when does it ever, and if so, like when is there a flipping point, or is there even? But at least for the full red, you can kind of go to the SMG on build on the DPS stables. Let me actually, I'll just link to the main folder, but yeah, the SMG file in there. I'll put in by chats. I'll pop up in a second on the YouTube because it takes forever. With Buttricks. Floor 10 is bad. So if you're just farming for gear and stuff, floor 90 does have 3 like names that will, like floor 10 is especially like, yeah, if for bighorn and such, you wouldn't want to be there on floor 90, because floor 10 is just one boss. Floor 90 is 2 names and a boss. Also, I would say, like, if you're going for just getting the pieces, quantity is just gonna win at so often. Making for just getting the numbers. I was back for as per this season, so especially with that modifier that we have to gain consistently a ton of hazard protection, you could just run that and mitigate a lot of the issues you would normally have with backfire. And then at 100 stacks, it just doesn't bleed anyway. So for some fights, it could work out pretty well. But yeah, having hazard protection from a modifier and in like decent amounts, you could bump up builds with backfire. How's Battle for Brooklyn so far? I've been quite enjoying it, and we'll go back to it as well. Actually, you know what I should do? Actually, let's have call for backup open. I wouldn't mind getting another. I will just do it, or try to at least do it non-cheesingly today. Because actually, last night after the stream, I actually messed around a little bit with main account and second account and kind of trying to get using some of the tips that people gave about how to get it to be more consistent. And actually, yeah, going off site is, yeah. It's dumb that we didn't think, or well, I didn't think of that at the time. But yeah, going off site and doing it in like one of the safe houses in Pentagon or Coney, those seem to be secluded as well, so that helps quite a bit. Against trolling.
Agent in need of backup.
See if there's someone is on my friends list. I don't feel Daddy Duck is someone on my friends list.
We apologize for the inconvenience.
Did it go away? Oh no, they're there. Wait, double click doesn't work anymore?
Accepting backup request.
I thought you could always double click. Yeah, no, definitely you could double click those, right?
Hi.
Oh, group is full. And yeah, sometimes it errors out like that. But also, yeah, I should have been quicker. Right? I forgot how the system actually works when you're not just matchmaking for it. And I'm not gonna hit the matchmaker just because I want to see the name before I accept, because I don't want to, like, if people are doing, I'm on way too many people's friends list. And way too many people are on mine, so. And so much use this. It's killing right now. That was a view from me, and it was pretty high on the table as well. Yeah. Yeah, basically the SMG9 and the attack vector. You could make a case for either of them being the top. Actually, you know what? Just for my own curiosity as well for a second. So I don't think we really looked at it then, because the purist is here.
Incoming backup request.
Oh, it's a lower level player. This one. Oh, that's Dub. Okay, I think they're on my list. So. Yeah, that was on. Oh no! Ah, shit!
Request
What am I?
accepted.
Damn it! I wanted to open on-call status. Fucking idiot. Well, let's go help him anyway then. But yeah, that's how awake I am today. Where's the other streamline? SMG9 is under it, so yeah, that's purist ahead of it, but by a tiny margin. So both of those names are not, especially the LUD is kind of.
Priority objective
We are
available,
on. I
agent.
don't know. Can I see that here?
Backup arrived. Backup arrival.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it
It
was
would be
safer
nice
for us
if
she's
UB
not
Connect
here.
overlay also worked, but that also doesn't work. Let's go to UB Connected. So I think we have each other on. Yeah. Then maybe I'll just, yeah, they seem to be okay with what they have here. I'll just leave. They can help again. Yeah, sorry, that was accidentally. I was trying to actually cancel the call there, but they've reorganized how those buttons are set up there. Because normally you have the open on call status as the most left button, but then actually when you do have a call, it replaces it with
Agent requesting backup. Backup request sent.
No, what?
You are now group leader.
God damn it!
Another
Sorry,
agent has
Salt.
joined your group.
It canceled it and then.
Backup has arrived.
Yeah.
Backup arrived. You have left the group.
Is it just when I clicked, the call ended there. Yeah. Let me catch up here and just ignore the calls for a second. But yeah, the purist, even on this full, because this is kind of the worst case scenario for the. Although, well, you could. Yeah, because this is. So the purist is kind of better than the SMG9, one could say, but it's also not by much. It's like 66%, 2/3% difference there. So. But in general, yeah, streamline, like just my for me in my play style, it's not gonna work at all. Like skills are way too valuable to not use at all.
Fly could lead to the expulsion.
But there's plenty of people that, aren't of the same mind. Where effectively skills are like, oh yeah, I have those. So. Well, no, I mean, like if you're soloing it, you can just do it with a church drone build. If you're going, especially for like floor 90 and stuff, like, yeah, something like a full red is not, like, unless you're really on point, is not going to be the best pick. Going even something with a turret and drone that is kind of grabbing some of the aggro away from you and such will make it much easier to kind of just, even that, you can kind of go slow through floor 90s and stuff. But that's the thing, like, unless you're really kind of going fast, then yeah, countdown's just going to be fast. And to go really fast, you just kind of have to, yeah, do it a bunch. Hunter's Fury as well can be really good for their PFE. Can be really good for their protection from elite builds. But Hunter's Fury especially can be really good for there, just because usually the whole wave spawns from a door. Once you kind of know the doors, you can just kill one quickly. That staggers the whole wave. I've just sometimes put just normal Hunter's Fury done. Yeah, the boss floors and stuff on Legendary. Golf Omega. It's gonna depend on region and stuff. I think as well now I'm on the US East region, which yeah is gonna not help me out. I'll log in and log out in a sec. Just to go back to Europe, because Europe is going to be much more busy. At least I would think around this time. But still no catalyst. Although well, 7 is kind of, yeah, you're on halfway to being on the average. At least if it is 7%. My shield, the face of drone kind of sucks. Big sacrifice for me. Yeah, I mean, yes. That's also why I don't think, at least in general, that Streamline is like the top pick or something. The thing was before with now it's skills on cooldown or in use. In PTS, it was a different story. The in use part wasn't there yet. So you could have, yeah, shield out or healing drone or recon drone and stuff like that. And yeah, if you could, yeah, when you have that, like, yeah, it doesn't matter anymore. Right? You still can use your skill kind of. Now it's in use, and also it's now a lot less, right? Now it's 47% instead of 87%. So I feel killer and measured is still going to be, at least for me, my go-tos, just because I do use my skills quite a bit. Like, I'm just not going to give those up. If I'm running a build that where I'm trying to do a ton of damage and such anyway, like, I'd rather have killer plus smart cover, for instance. This is I might actually just use that blue cord one we got there a second ago with the skill haste for now, and just go blue cores instead of. Yeah, let's do that for now, and then I'll come back to this later. I'm kind of sick of sitting on. Oh, I didn't favorite that one, did I? God damn it. Yeah. Actually, no, let's put a red on there. Sure. Maybe I don't optimize it yet. Maybe we play around with it first and then I optimize it later. Also, I'm just going to save this loadout as this with the 5-piece. Let's get rid of this part. It's just a random Hanayu. I'll forget that it exists. Let's actually see about, because I'll definitely want to have that. Which is, so improvised piece here instead. Thank you so much, Carlos, for that. For the donation there. Much appreciated. Caretaker motivation, so with other thoughts. I mean, yesterday a whole video went up with my analysis of Caretaker, so. It's basically on par with Lexington with Killer, but Lexington has better handling overall, so I would go Lexington if you have Lexington. If you don't have Lexington, then it is a really good pick for everybody that doesn't have a Lexington, or if you're for perfect. That was the conclusion of it, but yeah, if you want the full story, just I would say watch that video. To the Hasbro Hunters for Hasbro Hunters for the backfire. Oh, to go Hunter's Fury with. The thing is, you would give up too much. That's why usually, like, Strikers, at least, because Strikers would likely just be better. I mean, Strikers is better. But also in a... Like, you don't gain enough there to kind of go with that. Because also the stacking mechanic kind of, you know, you have the stacking mechanics of both alongside of each other. Okay. For build with nullifies the bleed on back for... Keep in mind that also for this season, we have that modifier that you get some hazard protection from. So actually with the striker builds or such, where actually now maybe with Hunter's Fury, yeah, you can make it a little bit more viable just because you can have
Incoming backup request.
You need help with something?
that's kind of let's see if why does this button like shift the whole time? Because if we can do this to cancel,
Declining backup request.
it definitely goes to someone else. Just go for backfire. Have to fire fast though. Thing is, they just all fall off together at 10 seconds. That's still an issue for the backfire. Now that it's 100 stacks, it's a little easier to get, but they should maybe, like, yeah, the thing it really needed was a decay mechanic. That would have been the much better way to kind of do it. Let's give this one for now. Although actually I would want to have the core recorable, right? But for now, at least so we have that piece at the ready. Yeah, this Armada can go back. Then maybe also steal that 12 haste from it. And I feel we should just make these blue. Might be just make more sense. So we're more tanky. No. This can go back actually. It's gonna be Technician.
Sorry.
Or Faraday. Yeah. As yeah, for keeping this armor, that would be easier anyway. So we're 5. And then we just need one person in our hive. And that will be enough. Because I could actually add another blue, I feel, here. But I would need a different piece. Let's actually just take this into account, and I just want to see how this kind of works out for us. The answer is this isn't really great for Kantan, but Also, we'll
Invite
proficiency it
another
a little.
agents group. Receive. You have joined a group.
You guys measure yourself for encouragement, marshmallows, and then dancing and has been range of your high marshmallows. That's correct. No, so those mortars, those aren't real mortars. Those aren't mortars in the way that this thing is talking about mortars. Because it's the same as well for instance, grenade launcher, or you know when they grenade launcher stuff. But yeah, those it's you know those things aren't actually a projectile being fired. It's just an explosion happening on the ground and then a visual of a mortar. That's why they don't work that against it. And it's kind of dumb because of that. But the mortar they're talking about is the player mortar.
Communication relay offline.
Hyenas have taken over the power plant and triggered the lockdown procedures. Be careful.
What's the reason for no drops?
Last
You
thing
need to
we
be
need is an
Ubisoft
RC
partner
bomb
for
and a
that.
nuclear
I'd
reactor.
rather not be.
Agent, I need to debrief
If
with
I
Schaefer.
lose out
Kelso
on
had to go.
the
Said it was
drops
safer for us if she's not here.
and such, that's kind
We
of
need
fine
to
on my
restrict
end, and I
access
hope
and
people
secure the
will
nuclear
understand
waste.
that. I don't wanna, so I'm not
Reactor
gonna.
unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes to lockdown.
It's not like there is
High levels of radiation detected. Commence operational lockdown procedures.
somebody spotted me. Apparently, we'll put a smiley face there. Opportunistic in. These hunters with blue are actually at least they can't these guys won't have a skill out, so if they have yellow they don't get to this guy is advertising for me. It's funny. I know that same like the striker with 4 backfire. Now you could effectively pull out, like if you put a blue core or 2 on it, because you need blue, right? You need stamina for that. Or just like run a different weapon for a little bit until you get to 5 stamina. Wait, where's the other thing?
System malfunctioning.
Right? What? Oh, we linked up, of course. But I'm just not seeing anybody from the other team. Oh no, there's one. There's 2.
System back online.
So lab Kulin. So Kulin lab. For that reason.
Shade tech detected.
Nice, very useful. Yeah, although I think you need 1, so I don't even need it to be full. Also, you don't per se even need it to be 100% bleed resistance. One of the things is as well, if you've seen any of like the incursion speedruns and such, you can just run a full red striker, and once it is at full stacks, if you can have it in fights where it's on a full stack. Hey, I deleted the skill.
Hostile
I'm
assault
actually
turret
useful.
detected.
Yeah, for these things, it's kind of useful.
Hostile incinerator turret detected.
Not really, because I could just I have EMP grenades. I could just disrupt this with the EMP grenade. I'm not just for my skill to eat a few. I'm helping.
High risk hostile.
What am I hoping to accomplish with the build? Happiness. Finally, maybe this will be the one build that'll make me feel whole. You know, after all these years, is this the one?
Area secure.
I just want to have one. Not per se as in the, like, trying to make... Because I don't think this thing will ever really compete in raids and such against... although maybe, situationally, when it can delete the skills. Situationally, it might work better than FI, but FI always has that buff. So... it will always be kind of the de facto healer for a lot of stuff. But actually, yeah, so as somebody pointed out, it deletes the drone in the Lovebird fight. Skipping a step there, that's a lot. Right? So maybe for just casual stuff, this could be there. And I want to just have one, if nothing else to play around with. So. But then here, the objective is kind of, let's make the best, or like something that I'm comfortable putting on the build collection
10
eventually.
minutes to lock down. Evacuate.
Which I feel is this. Like, it's just the FI setup. We're keeping the chest to get the cooldown a little lower, also because we want PTSU in there. Also, not many of the chest talents really, like, I don't think I can make a lot of them make sense. What? Oh shit, yeah. I can't be in cover. Oh yeah. I've been using the... I've been using just the instant use just to pull it out. Oh yeah, yes, that one. That one's one I'm looking for. But yeah, I can't be in cover because that's instant use onto the cover, of course. That was laggy. And he did Peter. It's in there. Let's go for build to marry. Indeed. Will this be the one? Will this be true love? I mean, I'm already married to a build.
An agent needs assistance.
Friendship with all other builds ended. Eclipse is my one true love. Eclipse is my one true love. And electric glove on that is my one true glove. Also, I'm gonna just supercharge here. Alongside of me just overcharging myself, I can also overcharge the team, of course. Because of that, like, yeah, and as with a lot of places, a full healer. That's why I also like have combat medics that are just, I feel, generally more competent than this.
Agent, you should be able to access the waste area.
Even for in here and such. Also, this will let me like run this and proficiency it and kind of get, you know, a little bit of understanding about it. And yeah, hey there, Vincent. Happy to have you. Happy to have you in the group. Fix your mental health. Yep. The mental mortars of our existence. Could actually just run through. I missed the run speed already. Could have just ran through cooling tower actually there. But I didn't realize till I was past it. Would have likely been a tiny bit faster actually. Also, I don't think I got the small box there. This one. Yeah.
Agent, you've reached the waste area. I need you to secure the radioactive material to override the lockdown protocols.
Indeed. Agent searching for build. Screw calling for backup, call for builds. Yeah.
That should be the source of the leak. Now we just need to seal those tanks.
Yeah, no worries. That actually, I was trying to like. I was also just. I'm barely awake, so I had to get up early and like go set up shop for a bit, and then I came back and slept a little. So kind of still groggy, but yeah, I was just like fumbling around with. I was trying to like take away my on-call status, basically, but I accidentally hit the other button of answering. So, but yeah, no worries there. That's also why I'm just gonna keep my on-call as nice of this lady to just ignore me. On-call on just open and just not matchmake, and then just try to make it you know, I can check the names before I go out. And the thing in for instance, countdown like this, people are just like no one's gonna be in cover ever. So an uncover build.
Evacuate the facility. 5 minutes to
In cover
lockdown.
build. My brain just doesn't want to process.
Great
There's
work.
also
Now
performance
just seal
for
that
some
bunker
imminent
and stop exposing
armaments.
your team to not so low doses of radiation.
Incoming. High risk hostile. Hostile striker drone detected. Radiation detected at acceptable level.
And it's still that call out, radiation detected at acceptable levels. So before it was unacceptable. It just became acceptable.
Nice. The plant's secure. Now let's get you out of there. Move to the extraction point.
Man, this is
Helo is
laggy.
ready when you are. Shoot a flare
Asia.
to signal
Okay,
Taurus.
that makes sense. Everything's taking like 2 seconds extra. Oh, it's also close range extraction. I'm just gonna go try to keep up with my team. And here I'm gonna use Faraday to keep myself from getting jammed, hopefully. Hope this guy just doesn't rush it. They are.
System curtailed.
I should have realized that earlier, because I'm
Agents,
kind
stay
of out of
frosty.
it for now.
Hunters incoming.
Just kind of annoying. I can still put opportunistics out. Let's do that. Also, yeah, it's just
When you're
challenging.
ready,
So.
send up a flare so Torres can pick you up.
System restored.
I'll just get that out. Maybe people will be in cover. But yeah. Opportunistic as many things. The downside is, like for instance here,
Contact here.
I see your target.
Watch that grenade!
flame grenade would be nice from survivalist, for instance, and also a much better way to sledge. Let's move up my hive.
Fire. Tango, back up.
That was on me. Let's go get our loots. We did the shoots. Let's get our loots. I'll wait for the out of combat here. Yeah, also, by donating everything we're not keeping, we're getting imminent armaments proficient. I want better ones than those. But this thing is kind of the same issues as a 5-4 countdown. At least it's just if we're going with what builds do we go with? We're gonna go with everything but this, effectively. But yeah, for instance here as well, like nobody's in cover. Smart cover needs smart players.
Torres is on her way.
It's kind of the issue for it. But in coordinated teams and legendary and stuff, yeah, we could make it work. Jeff here. They don't use a stupid setup. I don't think they're dead. I think they're just, you know, it's leaning way too much in one way. Unless there was actually something like happening there. But I've seen a lot of people complain about the system, but the system seems to be just
Torres is
working
in position.
as is. But it's just too many people are on one end. What they should have done is, like make a project for the other end of things. They should have made a project for endorsing players, and that maybe also gets you a bunch of, you know, you put 5 on one side, you put 5 exotic components on the other side. That's what they should have done. But yeah, that's hindsight
Thanks
now.
to you, the locals will have heat and lights this winter. Thank you, Agent.
Mission 2 or kind of no, so generally it's just, especially what I found to be consistent now is
Group leader.
if you take it off site, group up together first and then remove each other from friends list and then call for backup. You kind of want to time the call for backup and the answering for backup kind of close to each other, really close to each other.
Safe area detected.
There's been damage mods for smart cover, so he has to drop, and that was before 13 so not sure where.
Agent, I need to
That's the thing.
debrief with Schaefer.
I don't think they're gonna
Kelso
exclude
had to
like
go.
that. Those
Send
are just gonna
Schaefer
be in
for
the
us if she's
pool.
not here.
They're just gonna be in the skill mod pool. Region something for right? Yeah. Well, I mean, they're getting helped. Is the idea, right? Fishing for bait. Yeah, that's kind of the downside of it. I feel likely next week, although yeah, next week of course the triple is over. It'll be a little bit more consistent, so you might actually have a better time next week. Without the triple XP. But of course that's not a great solution.
Thanks for your business.
Because the system is just it's just, you know, it's kind of swamped with people trying to answer and not enough people calling for backup. It's also good to see that people are just, because the thing that if you're just running around and stuff, and instead of matchmaking for now, just to call for backups to fill up your group. Because also, yeah, you can have multiple people. You do, it's not just you do one call for backup and you have to like do that one before, you know, you can endorse them and then go. You can fill the whole group up with people that have answered call for backups. You can just do one call for backup, another, and you'll likely fill up. And if you're like doing priority objectives or something, and you're just doing the missions and stuff, you're benefiting that way. You're getting, you know, the teammates are going to help you out. And so, yeah, we should all just be calling for backup more so. Actually, later today, I might run second account through. Although the thing is, when I do it, it's a lot of people on my friends list. Preferably, it's you know, you don't have that too many people. Although actually, on second accounts, I could maybe just well, we'll see. I might just delete the entire friends list there. and then just do call for backups, and then maybe even help out people that normally would be on my friends list. And then we'll fill them back up, like whenever we're doing some countdowns and stuff, I'll just fill them back up. Does my son look away? Yeah. Wait, let me catch up on this. Heartbreaker technique. Oh yeah, Eclipse is still like, if I'm picking just one. Although yeah, Eclipse especially in groups and such, but I love Eclipse's play style. Heartbreaker Tech Tank is just my lover. Yeah, we're a weird family. Getting mods for smart cover. Yeah, others have. I haven't yet. But yeah, there's definitely mods for smart cover. We've seen proof. Or maybe, you know, just like the Keener thing, it's photo, like, you know, it's deep faked. It's the deepest of fakes. We should totally make that. Just make a mod and then just plus 7% deep fake. And call the mod "Fuck you, Kina." That's a good favorite PFE build. Levels and he plays the next person kinda face it. And so especially for like countdown, I like having the high-end ones. The shotgun one likely is the overall most proficient of those, which is like 516 likely, I would think. For the investments for battle for backup, yeah. Because the striker one, well, kind of nice if you're just running casual. It can't do like the PFE thing at the end. It just doesn't have the staying power. Now as well, actually with PFE builds, you can bump them up a little bit by going for that modifier and getting the PFE from that, and you can have like, you know, one or two, well, 2 mods extra worth of crit damage and such, or crit chance. The she is actually yeah. Good last season's modifier. Yeah, although well, just general Eclipse, because yeah, last season of course with that, but that's a different Eclipse actually. Because the last season I basically ended up not running Eclipse at all, just because we could pull an Eclipse out of our ass whenever we wanted with microwave calls. So I'm kind of also happy this season to have a reason to run Eclipses again. Oh, Eminence Armaments is actually already proficient, just by farming as much as we have. Yeah, let's matchmake. Actually, am I still on Asia server? No, I'm back. Let's matchmake for another countdown here. Let's get a little bit more of a feel for this.
Invite to another agent's group. You are now
So
in a group.
we should prioritize amp damage versus crit damage, if you can. Yes, like, but generally you don't have the choice too much. Like there isn't much, you know, in the form of chest talents and backpack talents that go into crit. So. I was going to do for Keener one stream, yeah. Yeah, we should just do basically the VTuber thing, but then with just Keener. Is that shotgun with opportunistic? The backpacks with the opportunistic, but yeah, I'm running shotgun and opportunistic. So setup wise, I'm just going FI actually at the moment, but then like 2 blue cores. We just need one person in the hive to overcharge us. I could actually go with more blue cores, but I don't have the pieces at the moment, so. I feel this is likely the way to go for it. So we still have a delete every 10 seconds. But I might actually save this. I might actually save this in a 5-piece setup.
Agent,
And then
I
have
need to
a
debrief
knee
with
pad
Schaefer.
or holster or
Kelso had to
something
go.
as well.
Said it was
For it
safer
to
for
swap
us if
in.
she's not here.
And then for the places where we want to delete a lot of skills, we go that route. But here we're still deleting one skill every 10 seconds. This actually is kind of handy. Does it delete?
We need to remove the virus from the control
We
servers
could try
and
that
restore
actually.
comms.
Maybe with Keener and stuff, just even. It could actually be interesting for countdown for that as well, if it deletes friendly skills that have been hacked.
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes.
You know, for those
lockdown.
idiots that put out a mortar or a third or something in front of
Protocols
a
activated.
hunter. If it deletes that, honestly, you know, it might save a countdown here or there situationally. I'm gonna put my hive there. Just barely out of line of sight. Trying to get my optimistic on him. This guy's booking it. No medpack. And yeah, you just melee them to get them out of medpack. We have close range buff. This one's basically over. Still, even though most of the team is kind of north there, we still want to take the south route just to hit the button here. That's kind of for Matsuns. Yeah. It will be handy to have a few in the bag. And yeah, close range buff, it's over. Oh, the pop-ups were happening so late that like it confused me why it was popping up 3 things, but it was just the initial pop-up. Still.
Agent down.
Because for instance here, there is a drone ad. And I put my hive just outside of his range. That's how you're supposed to do it. Reactor cooling. Likely, yeah, reactor cooling or reactor. Which one's hostiles? I'll just follow the team. Oh, likely from this we'll go admin. I wish that text just always stayed up on screen. Back with 3 agents, yeah. Console is private setting on the system, not right. Yeah, that could be it as well, and maybe for those who need to look into that. I'm not too familiar with the console and such, so I can't help out too much there. Mission, or do I need to run them through it too? You would need to be together for them to endorse you. Like they can't just, you know, both of you need to kind of be together. Both versions of you need to be together. But also keep in mind, yeah, for those wanting to cheese it, there's a free weekend this week, so you can very easily make a second account. Also, maybe use that time as well to, if you want to get the friends referral stuff, you can also, you know, do that through that. Just set up a different email, send the friend referral first, friend referral that way, and then, although I think you need to stay on each other's friends, but then you would have to do friend referral first and then the call for backup. I think, not sure though. You could maybe just remove each other from friend lists after and it still works, man. Looks like we're going lab. It's fine. Yeah, I missed the run speed. um, open. I'm just gonna. So there's knee pad over BTSU glove and charity jet. For this build, you mean, or because Sawyer's wouldn't be that useful here. We're just, you know, Sawyer's is especially that total weapon damage and just the explosion, like not getting staggered and stuff by explosion. The BTSU here is, for instance, also getting us a supercharge. Not that I'm doing it actually, but also it makes the hive much more usable because I can always deconstruct and really get it back quickly because it has so much more haste because of the BTSU hive or BTSU glove. Generally, when you have a hive, BTSU is like one of the top contenders for that by default. It just works well together. And yeah, I don't need to loot as junk anymore. I can just pick up what I need and nothing else. And the Ikana is just too fast moving for this. I'm gonna go get this guy that just keeps on dying. Actually, no, it's a different guy. This. Would you run opportunistic on backpack or adrenaline rush? You kind of need adrenaline rush. It's built around intimidate, and also adrenaline rush is the thing that lets you at the end part there really go like just really deep into it, because it's you're triggering a bunch of adrenaline rushes at that point, and that is what's keeping you alive, like by a lot. So. And you kind of need it for the Intimidate, because without Intimidate, you don't have any real good chess talents available to you there. Unless you go Sadist plus... Because there's also the other one where... Because you could use that as a shotgun one as well. The Sadist plus... Sadist plus... Ridgeway. But also, if you're going shotgun, especially for that role, having a Scorpio is kind of nice, so yeah. It just all kind of doesn't fit together in a great way. And even I do a ton of damage with the close range buff. For those unfamiliar with it, that middle one underneath my radar, it's kind of behind the chat as well there, but that's the close range buff. Whenever you have that, that is the thing that is like, if you've ever noticed that you're doing way more damage, that's the one. That's the one causing that. Actually, I'm gonna take this exit closer to it. Yeah, well, that's that's exactly that close range buff that is, yeah, making us here melt everything like a pile.
I know it's your favorite.
You have to get close as well. So close for this seems to be 12 meters, I think, was kind of the consensus on it. New talents. Pressure point. Pressure point is from last season. This season we got Streamline. Also, yeah, reference to which build actually. Search for an Umbra. You still move her. I mean, I wouldn't work with Umbra. You want to get into cover and out of cover and such. Each of those would break Sawyer's timer. So That's the thing with Sawyer. It's just in general, even if you like go like, oh, we're sniping or something, so we're just, you know, we're not moving around much. You still want to wiggle. You still want to, like, you know, hey, this guy is just covered up by like this small pole. If I go like 1 meter that away. Oh, balcony. I thought it was this one, but somebody started that and didn't actually sit in it. Let's go sit in it. You know what? I'll give myself the buff. That's why even me is hitting pretty hard here.
Communication systems shutdown initiating. Override safety protocols to cancel.
Whoever said tech support was boring. One more server and you can reboot the system.
Warning.
What is the bluff? So the
Safety protocol.
whenever we have at the start of it, those buttons we're pushing with the hunters, you know, the boxes they're protecting, those big yellow boxes, and there's a, you know, interacting on it. We're flipping them from red to green. We're flipping them from their side to our side. So we start actually with a close range debuff, and then when it flips to a buff, that's also why sometimes actually the hunters are kind of harder because of that. So what you get is that once you're gonna supercharge here, we'll likely have it enough back later. But also mostly because I want to get my hive like underneath those guys.
System rebooted. Communications restored.
I haven't actually gone for the bucks. It's
Nice. The plant's secure. Now let's get you out of there. Move to the extraction point.
and yeah, once we have it as a
Hilo
buff,
is ready when
it's,
you are. Shoot
it's
a flare
buff.
to signal Taurus.
That's why we also go for the hunters at the start, and it's not so much for just getting the hunters. We do want the dog tags. That's where most of the like countdown currency comes from. Just gonna loot and go on these. But also, yeah, we want to flip those things. Because another important one is, it's not an icon here, but there's like a biohazard, the big biohazard sign that completely removes hazards, or, well, that gives the enemy basically 100% hazard protection. So you don't want that either up as well, because that can make it, you know, a lot worse for a lot of people. And these guys are booking it. And I see a seeker out, I see a drone out. Luckily, at least those two will get jammed out of existence in a second. But also, I'm not expecting these guys to stop, which makes it hard to time when I put my Faraday out. Actually, I was so far out of range now. But yeah, on this part, what you would want to do is just bunch up. Like, doing this is very, like, yeah, not smart. But also, yeah, we can't expect anything here. And this guy's gonna get downed in a second, because I've healed him, and he's likely gonna go like, yay, I can
System malfunctioning.
go get shot by an enemy in the face again. But it turns out that that's maybe not exactly what can happen, because he doesn't have his health gate back. All that happened is that he got
System
healed.
reactivated.
So one of the things that will happen often as well is like somebody will get back up. They'll have weakness effectively. And yeah, they'll get downed again and die. But yeah, once we're kind of in close range, yeah,
Shoot off a flare so Torres knows you're
we're
ready to go.
melting. Oh, Salvador. I'll let it all melt. That's also why. Once we have the close range buff, it's kind of over. You know what? I, as the healer, will clear up this wave then. Actually, this guy's helping. Because the rest of the team is gone looting. My turn to go looting. Also, let me get you here. This one was off.
Torres is on her way.
It's a new gear set. Any good to run? Situationally, yeah, it can be. I mean, already people have found decent ideas with it. Especially, yeah, somebody reported back with you can delete the. It's camping. You can delete the drone, unlike the lovebird fight. Like actually, yeah, for lovebird, this might be like the way to go. That next chopper is way too late. Although we have the close range bow, but yeah, let's leave. And also in other places, like actually, I kind of discussing it there. Somebody was bringing up Summit Floor 100, but I think actually that and for instance the Master Hunter fight, it could be a good way to go. As a general use healer, it can be decent. Here as well, actually in Countdown, it'll likely delete any hacked skills. So it might be useful for that. Thing is though that FI still will be the king of healers just because it also buffs.
The power grid in this region.
But yeah, I can run the same smart cover as well. Because that's actually, you know, where the buff part of this kind of comes from. But
Safe area entered.
At least we've got a clear chain of command around here.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not
got
here.
hit hard. No, everybody got more than they had. Like, unless you had never spent a point, you've gotten more than you had before, at least one character-wise. And anything they had, like, yeah, even the game went, you know, there was a message in the game of like, hey, make sure to spend all your watch points. So effectively, unless you didn't spend it back then, like, yeah, like it's just one character wise. But keep in mind that for most people, like the largest part of the player base isn't like making a second character. That's not something that's happening there. Oh yeah, actually this becomes the punch rank we decided, right? Let's have that piece anyway. Because I'm looking for a bunch of double crits with that. Which I think actually so far only have 2 masks. Dink. Yeah, so that solves. So that one, this can go actually. Because I need one more headshot weapon handling one. Well, actually, no, we don't, because the other one has punch drunk. So yeah, one, yeah. So, and then I need basically a weapon handling headshot for all the other, like all these slots, all 4 slots as well, actually, because we want to mess around with if we keep Fox or if we keep Chain Killer on the high-end Headhunter. And then I need a chest and a mask for the Headhunter's Fury. Although okay, so this can be that. This can be the crit chance, crit damage for the high end. Or do I want that one instead? This would be fixed intimidate, which is fine, because generally we would want intimidate. But also I feel free talentable. Because the blue doesn't need to be on the chest, right? No, the punch run goes blue. That's the easy one. And then actually I want to keep that red Fox's Prayer in there. So yeah, so mask, glove, holster would need to be. So this can stay red. So maybe we go with this one instead of this one. I'm just gonna toss this one then. I would rather have it be free talentable. Or if we're optimizing one, I'd rather pay more and have the free talentable one. So this one we're just not going to use. Dutch City is always going to be in that slot. That's already blue cord is. This way I'll remember. Actually, we just need a glove crit chance crit damage. And we can actually go upgrade the pistol tech tank. And that'll be headshot one. So we just need a glove crit chance crit damage to record to blue. For the pistol, then we're done with the crit chance ones. So I should have donated first. I had a Cap'n to donate. The names of this one definitely also aren't incorrectly set up to not be names. We're not getting like a ton of drops of the cloak and the Cap'n. So we got left with farmers to spend. Goes into watch stats. I mean, that's always the case. It's basically as if you have never anything. Whenever you're above 1,000,
Thanks for making
anything that is above 1,000, because for instance here, I don't think I've spent any points yet. Yeah, so you know, we're all in the same boat. Anything you're above 1,000, the first 800 go into these. That's what also for watch alt would be there. But the thing is, if you had if you have spent your last season, you're just getting a reset, one reset, anyway, right? So nobody's like losing anything. Is more the thing with it. At the very least, you're gaining. But yeah, we're losing the ability to to watch alt. But also, yeah, we have now triple watch points basically. Because that 800 now as well is worth, or well, whatever you had, 500. That 500 is 1,500 worth, right? In last season parlance. At least for the people that don't have multiple characters and stuff. And that's the majority of the player base. Like, I definitely that's not the majority of the viewership here, definitely. I would think a lot of people here would be are into watch Elton and stuff. And going kind of in depth with the game, but yeah, you have to kind of remember that for a lot of people that wasn't the case. And now it's kind of an even playing field. It doesn't matter, at least for the watch point, if you have multiple characters or not. It still is handy because, for instance, with this project, like if you can do this 4 times, right, you have advantage over other people. If you can do the weekly multiple times a week, or have the playtime for it as well, there's still value to, or even just the SHU requisition. So there's still value to multiple characters, but not to a degree that it used to be. Yeah, let me catch up. Buzzing sound? Is there? Oh, that was the reference a little earlier. Is there? Oh, that was the reference a little earlier. Oh, my voice is a little like, is it that? I feel that might be au natural. Because I'm kind of in like this voice. It's a little vocal fry. Hey, how you doing? What you wearing? It's kind of that voice. But yeah, I don't think that's anything wrong with audio setups. I feel that's just wrong with my voice. Just not fully woken up yet. Say the stinker. Yeah, that will be indeed. Although as well, keep in mind that Vindictive was also a really good pick there, especially, we're going to be running OD mostly in groups anyway. Although actually this season, yeah, it can be a good 5 directive way because yeah, we don't have Pistolero anymore. Although, well, we also don't have Ragers at the moment, so 4 directives, but that's not gonna lie, that appears there, that's some G-rips. Yeah, and yeah, especially if you're like not using skills much and such, I can see that. Because I end up using skills way too much. Still right. After I actually look into it, I get the feeling actually everybody's kind of just repeating like one person, one post. But I haven't tested it yet. But also that's like, because I was trying to, one thing I quite often do is like try to find like the source of when people are kind of talking about something. And that has often as well led to, you know, for no particular reasons, kind of like with like people going like double XP is happening, just like wait, what? With like the watch alts or characters that haven't done Woni. And then going to the source, you know, led to a for no particular reason. Or people going like, hey, Elmo does more damage just because it has a bigger mag, that led to like the other for no particular reason. So this one seems to just all lead back to one post, and it's just a person kind of going like, yeah, I was expecting it to do more, or basic effectively. Which is just like, but yeah. But actually, yeah, let's go maybe check that out. Actually, yeah, the Suns are, it's Saturday, right? It's gonna reset on Sunday. I think it's still Sloth, I think, or Gluttony, or whatever it was. I think it changes tomorrow. Still Sloth, yeah.
Combat simulation program active.
Alexander actually said there, if I'd read one line further, indeed, Sloth. Creepy as heck, yeah. I should do a full stream with that voice, although I don't think I can keep that voice up for a whole stream. That's also, I can really only do that voice if I have a lot of phlegm already there. Not just on a normal voice. I need the Ash. Perfect creepy voice. I mean, yeah, it's kind of like that. It's especially when you take it like monotone like that, it becomes even creepier because it kind of just sounds as is. Especially when you say creepy things with it as well, it just like really hits home actually. It's underground for the weekly. I don't know. It's a bug. Likely they're doing their last week of repeats. Actually, let's go. I was meaning to look this up. Let's actually have a look at that for a second. Because in the official Discord on the Send channel, they've been keeping track on the comms. Because we needed one more set of comms for people to be on 90. So likely this is their last week of what is the dude that usually goes up and says what comms are there? Man, I have a bunch of people blocked in this. Oh yeah, of course. There's a bunch of people always in that, just shit talking. It's just. Yeah, I can see it there, but likely, yeah, it's that last week of rerun kind of thing. So we'll see if that will next week might help out. I haven't run my weekly yet this week. But especially seeing there being like a ton of comms like that there. I'm guessing they're doing that last. Because yeah, everybody was like on 1 week remaining basically to kind of be fully full to 90. So I'm guessing that, my guess is that they're doing that, but I'm not sure. But nobody seems to be getting the comm. yet. So. Are complete dog shit. I can even think I'm lost beyond words. Are you lost beyond words? You seem to have a lot of words.
Agent requesting.
It isn't. Like just straight up, it isn't. It isn't dog shit. It's actually pretty like balanced. The downsides are kind of there. The upsides are kind of there. It is actually catering to much more builds. It's not OP. If you mean I want it to be OP, that's a different discussion to have. But just because they're not OP going their dog shit, like, no, they're not. Like, simple. Which is asserted without any like evidence behind it is can be just thrown away without any evidence behind it. You can get reconcaches every day through the Game Pass project. No. So, but what you can do, of course, there's a level 40 boost. You can make a new character. Each new character gets through the, because it seems to be not on that fight. You're repeating that final one when you're doing it daily, and that final one is just the caretaker. But there's a level 40 boost now, so within a few minutes you could have a fresh level 40 that has a like fresh Game Pass project. I'll let you do with that information what you will. But yeah, it's pretty obvious that you can just abuse it that way. They didn't think it through. Now that they have a level 40 boost, but also technically, even without like exotic component cheating and stuff, with the simple reason, although, well, now the watch as well is not like infinite, but you could do a lot of level 40s and just run and get the exotic components from that. Although with competing against that as priority objectives and stuff, which is just as fast nowadays. And hey there, Adam. Oh yeah, let me get you up on the last season modifiers. I mean, no run speed is the only thing I really miss from last season modifier. I don't miss how OP it was and like how honestly boring it made the game. I was looking forward to some of the like GEs just to actually lose some power, which is a weird thing to say with how overpowered the GEs are. Get a break and get indoors. Actually, who was the one? That's Tonyson. We'll let that one pass. Spent long perfecting my classes last season. Now most of them are just completely useless. What did you make that would now be completely useless? Like, because also last season didn't per se require specific specific builds. Like you could make like cheesy Eclipse and stuff, but that same cheese that was just putting a recon drone on a normal Eclipse. Like because for this season as well, you could alter builds to kind of fit with the season modifier, but you don't need to. Like you can just have the season modifier on top. But also, you have to, if you're making a build and it's going to be seasonal, you have to remember that it's like that setup. Like for me, for instance, the red factor that we kind of set up, that was very much made for last season with the overcharge. There's no overcharge this season. That thing is getting altered to become something else. And that's kind of just, yeah. But also, yeah, just going like into the extremes. Like even if you don't like it, you can just say that I don't like it. When you say it's dog shit, is it? It isn't. Very simple. That one is a statement of opinion, one is a statement of fact, and you should watch out with this, because people will just lose respect for you really quickly, and like not care about anything else you're saying if you kind of handle it like that. Because is a pain to redo, but not impossible. I mean, what build was even set up for last season specifically? Like, I would be curious. This season is much more so because we have a bunch of builds that have like you can alter your PFEs and your hazard protected builds to kind of be, you know, be taking care, like going from these. Hell, you could even disrupt like the hazard protected Eclipse or something. You could like alter it to be with less mods, but even then they're just small alterations that, you know, you just recalibrate it back effectively. Because I can't think of like a single build that would have worked last season but wouldn't work this season outside of just putting like something that was taking microwave cools specifically. But even all of those builds, like because I was just putting that on a striker, and the striker didn't change at all, mostly. Things for having the modifier active for countdown, getting blue hunters and stuff. Overall, I would say yeah, because you know we still burn through them pretty quickly. But yeah, blue hunters is kind of the extreme of it. Excites me. They're just gonna send up yet. They aren't as much. The thing to remember is with this season, just the modifier, or especially the passives, aren't as strong as, you know, the first season. Passives were just way too OP. Last season, a few were still too OP, like microwave calls. This season, none of them are exceptionally OP. But what is OP is the active. Triggering the active consistently. I think that's someone on my friends list as well. Yeah. That's an annoying part for me. I have too many people on my friends list here. Am I proficient with this? I am proficient with this. Because yeah, let's maybe actually go test the catalyst for a second. I wouldn't mind knowing that one. This one's kind of saved like this. For now, we'll leave it like that. Let's go to character tree. Let's go check that catalyst out. Let's go here. Where's the vision to you? $5 0531. Actually, it's oh. It went to a different field. Yeah, it is 20. It's back here. Catalyst. So let's go to the OD character. Let's grab that and let's see if we can figure this out.
Safe area detected.
There's some. It's especially you can get a lot more crit and such. But it's much more of a risk reward kind of thing of just charging it up and then keeping it charged up and just having like a decent bonus continuously, because, you know, just this by itself, not without any modifiers on it, just this by itself, this 10 crit chance is like worth a lot by itself. And then the thing is that you can kind of pay a price to active and just eat them all up for even a bigger bonus, just temporarily. And that's kind of the thing of this season. And then also the hostile ones are generally not that impactful, except for, yeah, the blue one is kind of, you know, you have to deal with for tanky builds like tech tanks. You have to kind of deal with the red a little bit because they do a lot more damage. And then mostly for reds, just set it up like this. Loaded up, multitasker, best kind of defense. Mostly just run it with having five thingies going, all of them in tier 5 and just keep it like that. For most, that will be like, that's still a pretty hefty damage increase. Much more so than, you know, the blues will still take a little bit longer to kill, but overall you're still fast. But not to a degree of last season. And then also, yeah, we don't have super cheeses like microwave calls. Security link and fire specialty armor kit for blue kit is immortal. No, I haven't actually tried out, or well, not since the PTS, the other links. I'm waiting. I have the journeys complete for them, but not spent too much time on it yet. Thing is though that, yeah, but just, yeah, that bonus armor and say, or the armor is kind of nice indeed. I remember that like being, yeah, pretty powerful there. Thing is though that I think I was going, especially on red builds and stuff, just going skill efficiency here and then just having, you know, even using some of the skills while we have this up being good. And also in the group setting, us triggering it continuously and often, we just, you know, because every time you trigger it, others get a bit of points as well. So you could help each other kind of just continuously using it. One person pops it in this room, the next pops it in the next room, and stuff like that. So then it's mostly based on team effort since we focus on getting people into running healer more. Not per se. It has things for healer, but not too. The thing is that this season actually has stuff for not red builds more so, because last season I was just, you know, I barely played Eclipse. Just there was nothing worthwhile for it to do. We had full CC just by being a red build. The coordinate groups this season, yeah, that helps as well. Especially, yeah, in a coordinated team, you can coordinate, you know, amp up and tech link here and stuff. Not that the big bonuses of this carries over, but then you're boosting up each other's score quite a bit. Neither Adam and neither Fatal. Yeah, let's have a look at Catalyst. OD. Especially the weapon damage components. Build a stack of catalysts up to a maximum of 12. Each extra, so we could get 24 weapon damage. So you go see how this stack looks like, because I haven't used this thing at all yet, because it wasn't in PTS. It was one of the DLC items. So let's say we do. Oh, it's also just the ticks. Wait, how do we lose stacks? Ground 20 grounds plus 1 stack. Oh, okay, so just, yeah. Just being in range of them adds a stack. Applying it gets a stack. How do we lose stack? 1 second after 5 seconds, if no enemies in radius or you are affected by status effects. I guess it just decays like that, but just being in range builds it up. Okay, yeah. And also, yeah, each stack, so we also gain 24 status effects.
Can say this again. Enemy grants bonuses for 5 seconds. Bonus armor and 20% reload speed. So what is the icon for that? I'll be at max stacks. Let's be at max stacks first. We can just do this. Okay, that's that second icon on the buff bar. Actually, wait. What did it even give? Because it gives the bonus armor and reload speed. So once we're at full stacks. Oh, and it's also self-refreshing. Okay. So yeah, once we're at full stacks, we can just have that buff trigger over and over again by just killing. But of course, yeah, you need to get the kill shot most likely. You need to try that in group setting. Also, I kind of fat fingered it and pressed T as well. Actually, sorry. On small screen there, but yeah, it's the thing on the buff bar, and then yeah, at full stacks, when we trigger a second one, or once we're at full stacks and we get a kill, we get that second buff, and that one is self-refreshing, so which is the way you would hope it to be. So as long as you're getting kills, and yeah, especially this will be good for me. You know, I get a kill and then I reload, and we have 25% reload there. Although here, of course, it's kind of on a build that already has some reload on it, 30% from OD. So. But that Carnage is reloading a lot faster. Build some skills and fire specialization on full blue, but get is immortal. The thing is, you're immortal for 25 seconds. There's already ways to be immortal for like a decent amount of time. What can you do with being immortal is becomes the question. And the answer is honestly not much. Because also the enemies, in most cases, could have been CC'd by something else. And then taken out that way. Without, like, which is the way we mostly do it. It'll definitely, yeah. I mean, on a full red build, you might actually run firewall with that, and yeah, when you pop it, because you get your full armor bar back, of course. Because it's not there in, you know, DZ or PvP, so that's the places you would care about being immortal. Healer.
Incoming backup request.
How the active climb comes in. Yeah, that's especially like one of the best ways to that's Tyson again. To get people to play with and coordinate with is an active clan. And there's plenty of them around, so you could try your hand at getting into those. So let's go first. The Koi. The Kata. I'll actually put that here. Let's actually do, because here this will be for a different time, but might as well use this already. We can already put in the empty and the full. And then the empty and the full. And see if Catalyst actually is helping.
Agent
Pop up a name. Some helping out there, I'm guessing, with people to get their thingies. So yeah, this will be the same. So Carnage base, let's look at that. Negav. No, not this one. That's the streamline one. It has no red stats, right? So yeah, we don't care per se to optimize it yet. We want the weapon damage to be full though. And also, yeah, just... We're gonna optimize this one up anyway. These things are gonna be pretty rare. No one is activated immediately. Oh yeah, that's also why I'm not saying just a clan, but an active clan. Public clan progress at the same time. So what you could do if, you know, I mean, if you are the clan leader, you could try to, if you're interested in actually running a clan, I mean, you could go like empty out people that have been, you know, away for forever, or if you just have space, just like that, and then just go recruit people. Use the recruitment channels on some of the discords and stuff, just advertise. Yeah, that's how a lot of people find clans. The way it makes me sad. Yeah. Oh yeah, you do get 2 caches, of course, a week. So there's that. But yeah, it's a thing. Although as well, you can just try to find like LFGs and stuff. For instance, in my case, I'm not in a clan, but then of course I'm kind of active in the community, so to say. So I just, yeah, my friends list is my clan effectively. The LUD is in the general loot pool. Just got one in Canton. Yeah, LUD and Purist will be just generally available. Already, I got both a Purist and a LUD before I took one from, you know, before we had them for. Generally, names would be that way. Since Bass exclusive, no, that's generally not how the names work. The exotics might be accidentally this season again, because last season, Exodus and Oxpecker, the only way to really get one was the season pass, and then they put it in the stretch goals. But also we can go Umbra and Backfire now with the Assault Link. That execution, so the burst limit is very good, and we also have hazard protection for safety first passive. Yeah, I'm actually, when we go to the modifier, because we're going to do Streamline. There's a for no particular reason I want to do after that one, and the modifier, yeah, likely. Although there's also the build one. I'm not sure where I'm exactly putting that. The build one being, I'm going to open up the caches that you get from the journey and see what builds you get from those. And we're going to critique them and like number crunch them and see. I haven't actually seen what they are yet as well. Someone was talking, one of them being negotiators. That'd be a good one. But yeah, especially crit season like this, Umbra might, because yeah, that's one of the things I'm really going to look at is like, this will affect things like Umbra, things like Backfire, especially as well, for instance, Backfire, we can get some hazard protection in some ways. Letting us have, you know, more crit on build, and then also 100% crit chance when we're activating the actives. So, because I would be curious to see actually in incursion, we would likely have enough kills and such, at least for some to build up to Well, definitely enough to reach tier 5 on the reds. So when you ult, you go to 100 with the links. And then, yeah, Umbra backfire with 100% crit chance. Would be interesting. What do I think of the Huntsman? Oh, I just need to get used to the talent. Huntsman is also one we're going to look at, but actually, it's listed that it's even behind the. Is that even? Where's the Huntsman? Because that's even behind them. Yeah, I should move that up. Actually, yeah, no, you know what? I was gonna do Caretaker plus Huntsman, but then we made it just Caretaker. I remember now. That's where. Just for myself, let's actually make a post-it of it, and because yeah, I'll do an end-up look on the Huntsman and also the changes to together with that. I forgot how to spell in depth apparently. The changes to frenzy, because the 9-second change, that's gone to, that's all the, but that's likely going to be after the global modifier, so likely a week from now. So I haven't played with it yet. I don't have it yet. I only played with it in its older form in the PTS, so I'm curious to see how it actually works out now. But Frenzy overall should be decent enough situationally. I don't think it's going to be a good general use talent. If you're just on the first mag just normally unloading and you're just doing like activities or something, that's just not going to cut it because the breaks in between waves is too long. But what if you're fighting, you know, let's say a raid boss or stuff like that? Then it could make more sense, quite a bit more sense. What was different in PTS? Frenzy back then was 5 seconds, and that broke the talent a little bit. So the firing time plus reload was shorter than the talent length. So you would basically have it unload for a mag, or reload, it triggers. But then because it's not refreshing as well, and it's longer than the firing plus reload, you would have it for one mag effectively, and like the first few shots of the next mag, and then it would drop away. And now you had again a mag without. So you would have a mag with, mag without, mag with, mag without, if we were just unloading continuously. They changed it to 9 seconds now, and I think that covers 2 firing times, I think. Because I was basically ineffective in PTS. So that's why they changed it to 9 seconds as well. But also I want to see actually if that affects anything else. Like does that break Sleipnir with like Umbra or something like that? To go down to 11 players in clan, to react to I try to recruit when I see someone to play with and take their style. And yeah, the thing is you could just, yeah, you can if you want to actively like run the clan, you could want more active players in there. You could just for instance on the official Discord there's a recruitment channel thing. What's it called? Yeah, DD2 dash clan dash recruitment. In there, people like advertise their clan, and honestly, like back when I was jumping around a bunch of clans and stuff, that's where I found my clans, and a lot of others as well. So I try Discord probably should. Yeah, it's well worth, like especially, well, it's my go-to like communication thing nowadays. But also, yeah, but depending on system and such, because yeah, it's very prevalent on PC thing, but I know that Xbox and like PlayStation, because they have their own communications there. But yeah, it's well worth having Discord, and kind of just, you can also find a bunch of stuff with that easily. Yeah. Where was I? Lead period slab. Purist, I would say, yeah. Lead is I would just take Streamline on a better base weapon. Like the Purist is kind of held up by it being an SMG9 A2, which is technically worse than the SMG9, but then this talent kind of like leapfrogs it. The Mark 16, as much as I like the weapon, I actually like, you know, the look of the weapon, and it was one of my first God roll ARs, so I ran it for quite a while before like optimization even existed and stuff. So back then it was pretty rare to have a maxed out weapon. I was running it back then quite a bit, like ages ago. So I definitely have a special spot for it, but the Mark 16 is just not in a good place. Later on today, we'll fill in even more of this. But yeah, effectively, you can go, you know, you can go this. But what you could also do instead, which is just higher numbers, especially on the burst, and the sustain is about the same, a fall with normal Streamline. And you gain 3% burst, you lose just under just over 1% in sustain. They handle about the same. Actually, no, this is 40. The sustain is going to be lower, yeah. So you do lose a little bit of sustain. Actually, yeah, maybe for that. But even then, like, yeah, I would rather have I would rather gain a few percent in the burst than gaining this sustain. Because I would rather, yeah, definitely, for instance, the Lexington, of course, definitely with Streamline, much more effective, especially on the burst end, which we kind of care about more. Frenzy and LMGs now. I've always loved Frenzy. Sleipnir is one of the sleeper hits, I feel. I've been really enjoying Sleipnir quite a bit. And it just keeps pulling people from my friends list. I wouldn't mind actually answering a call for might just go to Brooklyn as well there and just take on the one-shot build, no thermal. How does this compare to Hotshots plus Salzburg? I quite like them. The thing is, they can't start on a purple, which is the thing I especially want for control points. So they're kind of more suited, not for per se control points. But I have one as well, for instance, in the build collection, and ran it quite a bit last season. Especially, of course, with Determined. For activities and stuff, it's like more than adequate. And, you know, for reanimated, it's, I would say, much easier to go for as well. It's actually a character 2, isn't it? 2 point something. But yeah, these kind of setups. Thing is, though, that, yeah, you can't start on a purple with a Determined weapon. But it's also not that big of a loss, honestly. Especially if you're just doing activities. And you can just two-shot an elite, so you can always start it that way. But for control points, I still prefer hot shot and its healing and its reload and stuff like that. And consistently also dropping like LMG names and stuff. What attributes on Iron Lung? Generally crit chance. Because Iron Lung has 10 on it, so you can put the 9.5 crit chance on there, and there isn't many builds where that wouldn't fit in. But generally in LMGs, just crit chance towards that is the way to go for. Just engagements, and yeah, not into it. It's just unload. It's basically reach the end of the mag, reload, and just go again. But yeah, you have to be sure to reach the end of the mag. That's the thing to kind of, you know, drill into yourself of just, I'm just going to keep firing until I reach the end of the mag instead of hitting reload halfway, which, especially with the AR, is going to be hard for me as well. I'm gonna not be hitting that. I'm going to be hitting the reload way too early. With the LMG, at least, my mind still kind of goes like, okay, this is something different. And let's go turn off the modifiers for a second. there's something different and I can kind of deal with it, but turn off the modifiers. And I'm kind of all over the place because I'm kind of tired and such. So yeah, we're 54.5. Let's take this to 60 with a crit chance mod. So now we're 60.5 and then capped, of course. Can we land on a better? No, I mean 60.5 is fine. It's anything else as well. We try to go with group or something, we're giving up more than that. So she builds worth it these days. If so, what pieces to get? They're not bad, but rifles are just not in a great place. A lot of it is down to that second stat that they have. Like 17 crit damage on rifles just doesn't pair up against, because everything's kind of balanced around their DPSs, I feel, but not together with that stat on top. So when on SMGs, when you can have 21 crit chance instead, and they're kind of around, the same burst, or well, especially against ARs with DTH or DTOC on LMGs and stuff, they don't keep up that well. But definitely usable. I have a few in the build collection, especially on character 2. That's 2.03. Kind of high end, such and stuff is kind of okay. But generally, if you want to use rifles, the builds to go for are effectively that you go high end and you can go Zwia plus Foxes and such. That can make for a good build, but especially as well things like Breaking Point as a full gear set and Aces are just plain worse than just going Umbra or OD for it. So if you want to run rifles, you can run rifles on OD or Umbra, but both of those builds would, do more effectively with LMGs or ARs or SMGs. So rifles could use they could use a different second stat or just a rebalancing there. Like if that's 40 crit damage, now we're kind of equivalent to some of the other things. And the DLC is great. Extra for development down below. And the search characters up. Welcome to change. And yeah, it's in the end that extra, because now we have effectively half of a bigger storage, right? We got over the last few months, we've gotten, or rather last season and this season, we've gotten plus 150 on a 300. So, and yeah, just having more, although you have to watch out because just dumping stuff in there, the bigger it becomes. One of my issues with also just making the stash like just continuously bigger and bigger, people will dump in there to a point where it's like hoarding so much into a house that you just go, you know what, instead of cleaning this up, let's just go for fire fraud. Let's just burn it all down and just start anew. Because it's just too much of a thing to want to clean up. Because I've seen people quit over just inventory management and stuff. And the bigger the stash is, the longer they can kind of put that off, but then still the time comes that you have to clean it, and now it's a much bigger cleanup. There's a game changer. On LMGs, it shouldn't change that much, right? Although actually, well, for for GR9 and stuff. But yeah, for Sleipnir was already like going, like you would empty out most of or like the whole mag, I think. It would be in the reload that it ran out. And there's 15.
Requesting backup.
Also, congrats, SPK. Let's see what this one is. I think it's like this. I should maybe take it to Brooklyn in a second. But yeah, doing it this way as well, I can check if it's friend leads on my friends list, and we'll let those calls go out to other people. And yeah, happy to hear, Safety. As I don't usually, well, I often stream a little bit later than this, but especially for this start week of Brooklyn, I'm kind of hopping out earlier and such. And thank you so much, Alex, for the donation there. Very much appreciated, and thank you for the kindness. But also, yeah, don't feel like you need to or such. I do appreciate them. We'll waste them on apparel, but yeah. There's also not per se like, don't feel obliged to do it, but yeah, very much appreciated. Do I have it? I might have it. I got lucky on the second. I did it twice. On the second time it dropped as I was going through with the second character. But yeah, on average it's going to be 14 for a drop. And I'm going to want to get more of these. Because I definitely want one for the OD character and then one for the stash at the very least. So I'll be farming more of them. Well, at least that took the edge off of trying to get this thing. Yeah, let's continue. Indeed, sometimes you have to watch out with the hoarding on the doors. It does get overwhelming. Yeah, so we have these. Let's get the stats in. So this is still 100 plus 30 is 100 plus 30 plus whatever's in this field. As I quickly checking if there's some reports that the catalyst's weapon damage part isn't working, but
Incoming backup request.
I'm not sure about. I haven't tested it yet. We didn't get to test it on PTS either, so we can't like. We'll just crunch the numbers here, and by just running it through here, I can check. You know, if it doesn't align with the damage bonuses being there. Also, I'm just going to put 60.5 and then cap it at 60, just so we can underneath see that, yeah, we are actually going over 60. Because if I drop this mod, right, 54.5, yeah. So we are wasting half of a point here. Because also later on, we'll compare actually what we gain from Coyote versus this. Because we got to remember with this, even though we're gaining that weapon damage and the status effect for OD. Also, first of all, Tinkerer, when it comes in, is a much better pick for OD. Just because we have really good talents for status effect basis. Either Sadist plus Pressure Point or Sadist plus Vindictive. Both of those are like really good. Here, we're getting 24 weapon damage, conditionally as well, not perfect uptime. But we can get a really high uptime on it with OD. But we're also losing a crit chance and a crit damage, right? Or effectively, we're losing 24 crit damage. And competing with the Coyote's bonus. So just from a straight up damage perspective on the weapon end, this thing is not going to work out that way. But we get some bonus armor out of it, and we get some reload speed out of it. And we get some status effect out of it. Do those matter? Because I think this straight up in damage is going to be below the Coyote, just straight up. Let me get you on some of this actually. Let's do the season pass once the cash bug was still in, but I should have looked it up since there's no stretch goals. Yeah, the stretch goals, they come in towards the end of the season. Likely there's a season pass XP event in the events list. Let me actually go have a look. Likely it's whenever that is. Is there a season pass XP event at the end of the season? No. Actually, there isn't. Oh no, there is. So likely it starts when this starts, and likely they'll extend it by like 2 weeks by that point as well. But likely this is when the stretch goals start. Oh, together with the season XP event. If I were a betting man, which I'm not, but that's still my conjecture. I think it's pretty safe to guess that. So not have mods or an expertise bonus. Doesn't have an expertise bonus. It does have mods. People have already been getting mods, but yeah, there's a lot of skills. So, but there, yeah, you can definitely get mods for it. We've seen them. There's detox and weapon handling for one of them. But yeah, the expertise side of things, you can get them proficient. But there is no stat set for them, which likely they forgot. Although I would bet if they like when it's fixed, it's likely going to be something like duration or radius. It's not going to be, the good stats. But even then, radius and stuff would be kind of fine for them a little bit, or duration. Smells going to vile mask. Oh yeah, they're kind of close to each other. The Tinkerer in the expertise lists still has the Catharsis placeholder that it had in PTSD. Those should be ones we got the Alpha Mask job running for just opportunistic would be better over vigilance. If you're running it in group, that would especially then opportunistic would make sense. Thing is though, for Hunter's Fury, sure, going with the I would rather go with the backpack, honestly, over the chest, because on the chest, shotguns, right? Because shotguns don't really have a good range of chest talents. Especially Intimidate is good, and like Ridgeway is good for him. And yeah, if you're going Tinker, you can't go Ridgeway. Intimidate without the backup talent or the talent to like the bonus armor to trigger it is kind of a thing. So yeah, then you would go backpack talent. Yeah, the thing is the chest talent on Hunter's Fury is pretty bad. Like that's not worth the investment into it. Because yeah, the Tinker is gonna fit in more in places where we are. At least with gear sets where, yeah, either the chest or the backpack is good for running. Because I would think just running at that point, maybe a high end might actually outcompete that. Because you could go high end, that mask, brazen plus pummel, or such. And then you can have Intimidate, Adrenaline Rush. That's 710. So skill solo. I was running. Oh, that was the OD. Okay. How long we sitting for? I haven't decided yet. I might actually go like the whole length and go to the evening, but honestly, I'm kind of feeling that I'm not full energy yet, and it isn't kind of coming. So I might just take a break, but I'll likely still go for an hour at least. Doing the look for so final measure gear set. Well, it's not. It's called measured assembly. Measured assembly will likely get a build showcase later in the season. Generally, the new gear set gets to go once in the season. But likely I'll do so. The next step actually is very likely I'm gonna do the Eclipse Masterclass. So likely that'll be in once we're kind of done with all of the new season stuff. I'll do the Eclipse Masterclass, and then later on in the season I'll do a measured assembly build showcase, giving me some time as well to like run around with it, because keep in mind, you're generally like, I'm not one for, it's the new thing, so let's just slap something together and just I want to run the build for months and months and then put something out that is then going to be timeless. Because one thing with the measured assembly especially is we need to figure out all the places where we can make it sing, all the places where deleting skills is like really good. And I would say, for instance, already people have come forward with like lovebirds, and it deletes a drone. Like, that cuts down on that fight quite a bit. Hunters and the skills, all of their the summit 100 fight and the master fight, like those turrets and drones that are really annoying to deal with. It deletes those. Even for instance in Countdown, it deletes friendly skills that get hacked. Also not the worst for challenging Countdown. Where you might see a bunch of drones and stuff. So we have to play. I have to play around with it a lot. Comfortable like talking with some authority on it. The DLC, why we're not getting weekly or daily projects in Brooklyn? That would be nice. One of the things I would love is a weekly project in Brooklyn and a weekly project in Warlords. Currently they're not doing that. Although they should. They should just add that. Because it could also be perceived as, kind of pay to winish, but also that's kind of fine because stuff is locked there anyway. Just do it at this point. Because I would love to have a weekly in New York as well. Just we're not incentivized that much to be in there. So, but Brooklyn one and a one there, and then if they give the same 3 exotic components and stuff, that's fine. Like they're showering us with exotic components now, for instance, with the Game Pass thing. So just do it. No, but again, what's the purpose of this mission? What do you do there? It's a set of kind of investigation kind of things, and they take you through the missions. It was the original place to get the diamond back, and they had bigger plans for it, which kind of fell through. The downsides of it now, especially, is there's no target loot there and such. So loot-wise, it's not great. But experience it once. Just go through, get the comms and stuff as well there. It's not the worst. I've enjoyed going through Kenley here and there once in a while. I'm just gonna run Streamline with Brazen. Oh, that can work too. Although with shotguns like shield is just like you wouldn't have a shield at that point. Because if you're not running a shield, so we can run it without a shield, and I do that for some shotgun builds, but then I'm running Scorpio. And now Tinkerer doesn't work, right? So it's kind of that. Let's keep in mind as well, with shotguns, the Striker Shield from Firewall is a really big buff. So giving that up is already more of a damage loss than some of the other things. Then, for instance, then Streamline gains you. That's all just people on my friends list. Let me get you up here and just I'm turning into a chatty bitch. Apparently Division 2 running out to wait for event to get a harvest to drop from the loot goblin. Yes. It's not available currently. Whenever there's a seasonal event back up, it's going to be available again. So currently, there's no way to get the harvest. Over that Antis Fury, sadly. I would think so. For Tinkerer specifically, you need basically a gear sets where there's at least a good chest or backpack. Which for a lot of gear sets does hold true, but just not for Hunter's Fury. But you could make a high end if you really want to go shotguns with it. I already have a masterclass on Eclipse. This is basically refreshing it because the old one is kind of old. It's from
Agent requesting backup.
it's from before Electric was even added into the game, so it needs an update. Also, it was like one of the very first videos I did. It was actually the first like real video that I did in like, you know, in the format of, let's say, in being truly IKEA on YouTube. So called Nightmare, the Resident Evil event, but then get completed. Yeah, that was the canned one, but that basically become reanimated. I don't know for Tinkerer. No, for Streamline. Streamline is now also, while the text doesn't say it, but if you pull out a shield, it's also skill in use. It's skill in cooldown or skill in use. So having while in the PTS you could have a shield out, that is no longer the case with Streamline. We need to test it actually with Recon Drone and stuff. So no XP farm. I wouldn't recommend doing the XP farm. Like, it's just, there is no real good reason to do it that way. Not nowadays with 5 times XP and stuff around. Just play normally. You'll hate yourself less in a few years. Hunter's hunting tonight? No, likely Hunters is going to be tomorrow. So, also, I need to like look up what they exactly are and stuff, which might even push it Monday. I would like to do it on this weekend though, but we'll see.
Incoming backup request.
It's like how much work yeah. Although, well, with the skills is, especially for instance, something like Eclipse, it's just maining the skills, kind of. You're just focusing much more on those instead of whatever it would be for, you know, weapons. So I'm shooting a lot less, for instance, with Eclipse. Because also it doesn't do that much anyway. I'm using the shooting more as a tool just to get, like, Scorpio ticks on something, just to make them easier to hit. They're just really wrong. Yeah, there are we've seen priority objectives. Also, actually, people without the DLC can see them as well, which is kind of interesting. But that was already the case with New York. People that didn't own New York could get priority objectives in New York and would just come up with, like, you need to have the DLC. Same holds true for Brooklyn. I'm not sure if you can pick them, though. Haven't been in that situation. Power for head on this Fury or some do is brazen the bees these days. It kind of depends. Both can be really good for Headhunter. It depends on if you're continuously using it and what you're trying to get out of it. If you need a little bit more damage, brazen. If you're already have enough damage for whatever you're doing and you're kind of fine with it, you go pummel for the reload. But yeah, brazen especially is nice for if you like are gonna hit like helmet of a heavy and you're already kind of sure that you're not gonna break it. At least with brazen, on the second shot you have bonuses against it when you fire a second time. It's kind of like that. So both are kind of doing things and kind of depends what you are going after. But brazen is definitely a contender there. Yeah, no worries, Corrupt, then catch you around and have a good rest. Reload. Yeah. But yeah, it kind of depends on what you're. Yeah. Because yeah, Pummel's reload is kind of nice, but if you're just pulling it out to like crack some helmets and stuff, neither is going to be active on the first shot. But at least if you don't crack the helmet, brazen is active on the other shots to help you, like, you know. And then also, for instance, if you crack the helmet, now you have brazen on the second shot to help headshot the heavy and get you your headhunter stack back and stuff. But then Pommel has the reload, so kind of a, you know, which one do we want? Yeah. Yeah, I saw a screenshot of somebody posting in a Discord of them getting the thing. Yeah, let's actually continue here as I'm just turning into chatbot. IKEA GPT. 117, no coyotes here. We have a 50 amp. We have 25 total weapon damage, and then we have a 30 amp here, and we have 0 DTH, 0 DTA, 12 theta. Yeah. Right.
Agent requesting backup.
I will just check because it might be actually. Yeah. But one thing you could do is just empty out your friends list, and then every call for backup that comes through is going to be not on your friends list. It's kind of an annoying thing, but you can, of course, afterwards just fill it back up. Like, if you are actually friends with someone, you can just, you can refriend. Or also use the opportunity to keep a bunch of people off the friends list by not reaccepting them back in. Yeah, so I realize now this thing gets a tick right away, of course. So how do we even... I mean, I need to just get that for... no, so what we do is remove this 30 for a second. I equip something else and then go back. Because if you don't have OD up, or if we don't have the OD ticks up, but also this then goes away. So let's see if this lines up. So 175. Actually, let's go over here. Let's go to invulnerable elite. Because the second I start bleeding them, of course, I'm gaining stacks towards other things. But we can just do it like this. So this is 381,541, 381,540, close enough. 325 on the headshot. Oh, the headshot is 85, of course. OMG. And this is what we do, checking numbers. So on the headshot, I'm getting non-crit 325, 277, 276, close enough. Crit headshot 530. The accuracy of the Negev on the first shot, really annoying. 530, 993, 530, 991. And yeah, body shots were 381, 541, and 175. I have it in the chat thing actually. 175, 825, 175, 824.9. So we know at least that we have likely inputted everything correctly. Let's put this back. And now I mean, yeah, this needs to match this. So it's whatever is here plus 24. Right, so it needs to match the second set of numbers at full stacks. Let's get to full stacks. The annoying thing is also diminishing returns on the enemies. So you have a few bleeding there. And then okay. So let's actually have less. For that bleed to kind of run out. Okay, so that set definitely counts. Okay. So 359142. It doesn't hit either number. How could it not hit either number? It's higher than that one. It's lower than the other one. 779339. 790. Is this just 12 instead? No, so it's more than 12. 779. Oh no, so let's see if we can get matching numbers somehow. And then we can see how we are getting matching numbers. What is the wording on it? Yeah, just weapon damage. It's also, yeah, it's definitely not like a total weapon damage or something, because that would just be even higher. And we're below, so this is an odd one to line up. Why? There's a 50-30. Oh, actually 50-35. Sorry. Because earlier when we're doing checking numbers, yeah, we excluded these two. Does this line up now? 779339. 779339. It's closer to not having anything than having anything. Three 59142. 779. That's odd. I think they're off by an order of magnitude, is my guess here. 339, yeah, that's close enough for that. And 359142, 9141.4. So is this just a 2 point? Wonderful. Yeah, even a decimal point. So it's giving 2 weapon damage. Because yeah, that's the only way we're lining this up. So I'm guessing they're rounding it as well, but it's giving. That's a amount. Arcada balance is. Let's make this a 2 for a second. Whatever is in this cell. This is the only way it's lining up. So it's adding 2 weapon damage. So I'm guessing, yeah, behind the scenes, it's off by literally an order of magnitude. Let's actually see if I can catch the first shot. So, get that release. Oh yeah, there's always such an annoying bug when suddenly the mouse attached to that. So, 572312. Oh, that's of course before bleed applies. So that's this 0. Does this line up? 572312, 572310. So yeah, if this is on but this is off, we're landing on that. So I'm pretty confident in this calculation being correct. Here's 2B, 2 weapon damage. Okay, so let's set that up in that way. And actually, let's just do the theoretical for on it for a second. If we take a coyote mask instead, why is this set up in this way? That's odd. Because the mask should be double chance, isn't it? No, it's damage chance. Yeah, it's just I should get a fresh mask for this, have it be double chance, and then the chest. Because this always with the coyote is gonna be an issue. Or we take the chest to be double chance. Doesn't that fix it? Oh no, we don't need more chance, we need less chance. Yeah, why am I set up this way? This is odd. Either way though, let's just make this a crit damage for a second. Oh, that's why we can. Yeah, why am I not dropping? Yeah. Yes. But the LMG isn't saved in that way. This LMG should be 2 crit damage mods. That's how we. And then it's set up this way so I can go contractors as well. I remember. I keep forgetting actually that's still a thing. Because yeah, we can be for the coyote, we can be 50.5 plus 10. And then it's 149 plus 10. Point 0 to 15. So this would be this. This would be this on close range. Same bases, same carnage, same this. And our weapon damage is actually also the same. We just gain a shit ton of crits. Yeah, because the red cord is there. Okay. So, oh, actually, oh wait, I did that wrong. 161 even. I was gonna say, why is this not even higher? And then you have the Coyote to take us up. Well, actually, the contractor version is definitely a worthwhile one here as well. If you're going OD. Stun game. Never look back. Yeah, Brazen is also really big numbers. It's kind of the things. Also, the light glue is pretty good if you're just running and gunning, because yeah, you can put a few shells back in while you're running between targets and stuff. And also, of course, yeah, that one triggers more consistently. And Torn is really good for headhunting as well as one of the option, because yeah, it is one of the higher bases. It's competitive with 870, and then you're close enough that also the Spas's biggest issue, which is handling, isn't too big of an issue. You just really have to stick it into someone's head. Just poke an eye out effectively. So this is 15 to 25. This is 0 to 50. Okay. Same. These numbers. Yeah, Coyote by even if this is 24. The Coyote in basically both of its ranges is gonna match it, at least on the damage, and of course it's consistent. So, but actually, yeah, if it has 24 damage, ooh, it's critical. That's not a name I recognize. I'm guessing they're Sunrise Zika. Maybe we get a little bit of progress on this character too. It's actually not the right character.
Is now in your group. Another agent has been promoted to group leader. An agent has left your group. Backup has arrived. You have been promoted to group leader.
Okay, yeah. So.
You are no longer in a group.
They were likely trying to get one of their teammates or something. Any builds for Catalyst Mask? We're kind of looking at that actually now. So we're kind of comparing OD versus Coyote. And also, yeah, so Catalyst currently not working. At least doesn't appear to be. It seems to be adding 2 weapon damage instead of 24, which actually likely is just 1 stack triggering. That might be it actually. Because yeah, we can't get it to line up with in-game at full stacks, with it having full stacks. There's also, yeah, there's no way that like unintentionally I was accidentally on 1 stack, because like that's instantly over. And yeah, we're kind of comparing it actually. You know what? Let's zoom in a little because that might be a little small. But so Catalyst empty full, and we're kind of treating it as if the talent is working, which it isn't now. But if the talent was working and gave you the full 24, then on this one, when it is at full, which actually yeah, takes a little bit, like even if you're bleeding on multiple enemies. Let's actually have a look. Peeking game alone. Although let's take it here then. Because how fast can we fill this up? Even if I'm bleeding multiples. Still takes like a second or 2. Even if a full wave is spawning in our face. Also, you know what? Just to be sure, let's get numbers again. I turned off damage numbers. Uh, 359142. Let's go back here. Because yeah, so here, the in-game I had a damage hit of 359142. So let's make sure that actually the target's bleeding. Let's make it a real test. Let's double check that we are actually not talking out of our ass. Although I should take us here for a sec. Full stacks. Target is bleeding. And yeah, we had that 851167. Take it back here. Oh, 167. Oh, actually, wait, where are we? The change there. Actually, on the right setup. I'm not actually in the right setup. What? Wait, what do we change here? What happened? Oh, the chest, of course, flipped. Oh, we changed the weapon. Wait, we didn't load the build? Yeah. Yeah, let's reload the build. That's easy. We had different crit damage numbers there because we changed the mods on the big 3. Is it? There we were a lot closer, but the wrong build. No. At the end. Full stacks. Yeah. So 779339. Which yeah, isn't this? That's 853. What if we put this to this? 779336, 339. Okay. So it's giving just 1 stack's worth at full stacks. So at current time, this thing is kind of a non-starter. Because yeah, if it doesn't have that buff, like just have Coyote. Right? And contractors are actually competitive with Coyote. We'll likely add a Coyote for contractors here as well as a comparison version. But yeah, currently it's not working. But if it was working, and we're just looking at the weapon damage, you know, actually, it's usable because you also get status effect, right? So the bleeds last a little longer and such. But Coyote, you could have consistently these 2 numbers. And even Coyote in the wrong range, you're still ahead. And the Contractors is actually kind of in the middle of these 2 as well. So, or even ahead of the Coyote, I think, just barely. Actually, yeah, let's put the Contractors version in as well. And yeah, that kind of... And in the future, we'll have Tinkerer for OD. Like, Tinkerer is going to fit, like, super well in there. Fix one thing, bring 12 others. No, that's not. That's never how it's been. They usually fix a dozen things that some have been around for forever, but some other things are broken. And then they fix them. Like, a lot of things... a lot of things, like looking at it that way, yeah, you're gonna have a bad time with it because you're gonna just see every flaw as its own thing, but dozens of things also get fixed. Okay, so what is wrong with the other high ends? It's gonna really be dependent what you're doing with it. It's more of a content kind of dependency. It is a decent amount ahead of Killer. It's in the AR tables if you want to go have a look at it. We've already put it in there. So the Huntsman kind of ends up there, kind of in the middle of some of the sadists, right? being ahead of, for instance, a FAMAS with killer by how much actually? It's just when it is active. But of course, yeah, the activity of it is something completely different from, let's say, a killer. Do I do percentage versus? Yeah. So this is G. There we go. 3.5% ahead of killer when it is active. But yeah, you can control when it is active, right? So it becomes much more about that. Because you can have it ready at empty, and then, you know, you just swap to it, reload and unload. But Huntsman on AR, like, it's not as big of a deal as like Sleipnir, just because it's based on mag size, right? So it's always going to be dependent on that. And then also you need to, from that point onwards, be unloading several mags in a row. And you need a target that, you know, needs that. So raid bosses, incursion bosses, stuff like that. For general use, like if you're just doing activities with it, I would feel much more comfortable with just the consistency of measured or otherwise killer that, you know, we're getting kills anyway and we trigger that. So. And then also that's like between that and the FAMAS. And now if we take it to a Lexington with killer, if you have that, or caretaker. But yeah, we'll look at Huntsman like in full. It's going to get its own video at some point. Yeah, let's go contractors. Actually, let's reload the build for a second. And then go contractors. Guess I changed any mods. How much per chance do we have? We're again at 60.5. Which we're fine with. So let's already copy this. We copy this, but it becomes 100 plus 40 from contractors, same base. OD contractors. I'm not gonna. We're not gonna round it down to 4 letters. I feel that might be misread if we just go CONT. Some might miss that that's a O. Let's just type it out. When in doubt, type it out. And this one here. Which one is DTA? This one, right? Yeah, so this is 8. And if we put this at 100 for a second. Yeah. So yeah, this is the actually. What? Why did we go into dev mode? And was off by a thing. Yeah, so and then same here. Yeah, because this is the contractor. Although this is at 100% DTA, if we put this at 0, of course it's kind of behind the coyote, and then at 60, because yeah, 60, like the contractors and the coyote kind of land around the same number. And then especially the contractors is even more so, of course, if you have a coyote from somebody else. And then you're way ahead. That's why we have that as an option. Yeah, let me catch up on some stuff. But currently this catalyst is basically a non-starter if it is this. If it's 24, you could consider it, at least for just pure OD. You have to look at some other builds as well. If the triple tick, which kind of benefits a little bit more from status effects, although, well, yeah, no, it won't, because we go from triple tick to double tick, because if we put a catalyst, we're losing the file. So I'd rather keep the vial, there. So what does that leave for the catalyst to do? Becomes kind of the question. Where does this go where it makes some sense? Because it will need to be a build that does weapon damage and status effects. And also preferably damaging status effect, not just a disorient from. Because that would help the duration for instance, Hunter's Fury, but then also Hunter's Fury, you wouldn't want to use a mask because you're stuck now in the chest or backpack using either. Honestly, if you're using this, then you would use it together with a backpack for the extended range disorient. That might be a thing to do with this. Stick it on Hunter's Fury. But yeah, you wouldn't be making a good build. You would just trying to be finding synergies. That would not be a good build. But at least you're using all of the parts of it, at least. Because actually, you could trigger the bonus armor from this at max size. But yeah, it's on kill. So, but that's kind of in the same way as like Bloodsucker or such, right? And it's also just for 5 seconds, which is even shorter than like Bloodsucker's 10. You can trigger bonus armor from this on kill at max stacks. That's asking a lot, though. If this bonus armor wasn't on kill, this could be like another way to do. If it was just at max stacks, you start building up bonus armor. Also needs to be a status affected enemy, so you can't even, for instance, with Hunter's Fury, just get a kill. Also, yeah, how would you keep this up with that even? Not particularly well. Would be the answer. Kind of struggling to think of a place for this thing. OD, yeah, kind of makes sense. Once it's fixed, like it can go into OD, but Tinkerer is also going to come in and go in that same spot, right? Like. But this one then as well, you have a little bit more reload, you have a little bit more status effect, so you could make a case for it versus these. You give up a little bit of damage and consistency on the damage especially as well, because these will just be these numbers, right? The Coyote is either long range or mid range, or well, the long range is going to end up around the same as the short range, so it's either in the right range or in the wrong ranges. The contractors is just the contractors. This thing like needs to charge up to get to that 10%. But then you get status effect and the reload. So yeah, I know the end stuff it will be fine, but it needs to be fixed because currently it's not. But now we know. But yeah, it seems to just be working for one stack. That's a much more major issue for now. Yeah, for those interested and maybe want to have a look through that for themselves, I'll put it. So that link is that spreadsheet. We'll use that more as well as we try more things with the catalyst, but now at least we know. So it's basically giving, the stacks are broken, it's giving one stack. It seems. That would be my conclusion from that. At the very least, something is broken. It's not giving the full bonus, but I would think it is one stack. That is capped at that for its damage bonus, which, as you can imagine, is a little less than having 24 of those, or 12 of those. And yeah, let me catch up here for a second. Was facing this dash. It's all like not the worst. Like this isn't. We're not in Overlord territory or anything like that. It's more. It doesn't have a thing to do. It doesn't have an obvious thing to do. Like in a lot of places, it's competing with Val or with Coyote or with just, you know, high-end pieces. And especially in this broken state, it's just a non-starter. Because I'm going to guess the status effect is also not there. Which is much more annoying to test with the diminishing return. So we're not going to test that. I'll leave that to others. Best in stash, indeed. Oh, and hey there, Anna. And nice to see you there. Hope you had a good stream last night. Or, well, my last night. Last evening, likely for you. Yeah, let's go. And I still need some imminent armaments. Do I have enough to make this one? Do I have the pieces to make this one? I need a mask, weapon handling, headshots. Doesn't per se need to be anything beyond that. Yeah, we could go with this. I would like to still record it. Although actually it's going with Hunter's Fury pieces, which would be easy enough to record. So we could even here put weapon handling here. Optimize the headshots. This wouldn't be that expensive. Chest-wise. Headshot weapon handling. Okay. We have the ability to go for this. Let's actually maybe outline this build. Also, or maybe we do that later. Because I realize the way we're going to shuffle, this build is going out. Everything up to here, here, is moving one down. Well, no, actually, so this one's going here, this one's going here, and then here's where that headhunter is going to go, and everything here is going to move down one. How nice would it have been if we had just like functional things of move it from here to here, the loadout, instead of let's maybe do it. Let's get it out of the way. I've been dreading it for forever anyway. Yeah, and no worries. And yeah, I very much enjoy your style and such and the positivity. So happy to read that. As I always at the end of streams read that and try to find, especially people that are that haven't reached the point of being completely destroyed by the universe on their positivity. Grinded to dust yet. Yeah, so let's put this thing in the stash. So this thing is going out of the build collection. Let's already actually look at the build collection as well. Let's maybe already do the shuffle here as well, and then I'll do the shuffle later on. On butt rigs, now on Nightbot, where I also need to do it. So yeah, this is 316. This is becoming an X build. X dot, oh no, actually, X. I'm gonna put 30 there for now. We'll go down in a second and figure it out. Because yeah, this build, this is a testing build. This is just 100% hazard protected, 90% explosive resistant. It's just a build that I sometimes grab to just check some stuff. All 316, yep. So I should go check here. So it's X22. So that one's out. Let's make a copy of an empty one. Let's rename this 3 point. Where is it going to end in the end? This is going there. This is going here, and then no. This is going there. This is going here, and this is going here. So 3.09. Also, yeah, let me catch up here for a second. And hey there, XO. Single rest for that version of randoms. Two things the most time I get clan members. Yeah, I saw you a few times as well, popping up on my end. It goes that system, and that's the kind of the downside of that system for the call for backup. It goes to friends and clanmates first. Like it tries to get them first dibs, which is of course the inverse of what we want, because we can't make that happen in that way. So let's do the sorting here first, and then we do it in the game too. And this way I can just use the build collection as a guide. So this just becomes 316. Thing moves up one. 316. This becomes 315. This becomes 314. That's also kind of nice. This tech tank is now also on 14. Because all the other tech tanks are on 14, right? No, not by a long shot, not mine. At least the high-end tech tank, the high-end pistol one isn't. Because the PFE is after it, yeah. Well, at least it's now 3.14 for Striker and 4.14 for Heartbreaker. But 5.15 for Lexington Heartbreaker, so. We're not going to that level of consistency. But there is kind of reason to the madness. I generally have a few kind of red builds up front. Then it goes into yellow builds. At the end of the list of the loadouts is kind of the tankier builds as they go. And in the middle is kind of just a bunch of other red builds, like like UI and like Red Future and stuff like that. But that's also why something like Hunter's Fury in my brain needs to be behind some of the like full reds. And this now becomes 310. So we basically shifted everything past 0.9 and 1 further. That makes this one. And then, yeah, we're going to use this time as well. I want the two headhunters to be next to each other, but I want also this headhunter to be as mostly red, so it needs to be like against these guys. And that means that we're swapping these two as well. And now let's go do that in the game too. So first, let's actually load this build and put everything from it in the stash. This is just gonna get deleted. How many marksmen should she have? Oh, that SR1 is there for that. Yeah, we'll save this build with SR1, likely, instead of the White Death. Like that little bit of damage isn't going to make a difference here. Because a lot of these builds also are there and are holding kind of extra items that I want to have. We'll give this R1. All of these go into the stash. For now, I'm just going to dump him in there as is, and then later on figure out what I want to do with the mods and such of them. And yeah, just by pure coincidence, we have created the new meta. One Piece Brazos, One Piece Bellstone, One Piece Eclipse, One Piece Electric, One Piece Grupo, One Piece Furnace. With a Carnage. And SR1 secondary. Yeah. Everything is in the stash. Because yeah, while we have the build still, we can see that everything goes to the stash. Let's get... No, yeah, we don't need to delete it. Let's load up this, and yeah, this overwrites this. Man, this would be so nice if we could just have better better control over these. This is the main reshuffle that we all have, that I will have to do. So just because we're getting a new headhunter set up into it. So this is PFE. PFE. Actually, is it still with Oreo? The name is there still with Oreo, but we'll just put it PFE SMG. Yeah, it's no longer even with Oreo. What stat did I go with here? Just, oh yeah, in the end, we just took 2 weapon handlings, right? And that's also why we're going with this SMG to make up for it a little. Yeah. Although likely I'll just swap this to attack vector. Overwrite. 14 tech SB TT. He has a lot of firewall builds, I realize now. 13 FV SB backfire HZP. Yeah, this guy's yeah, that got done there. Wait, yeah, 11 needs to be on this fury rate. No, 12 needs to be. Oh yeah, 12 needs to be done. That makes sense. Yeah. It's the nice thing with the build collection as well. I can kind of use that as first the changes in there, which is much more reversible. Oh, we actually, okay, so this is what I forgot. I was like, I'm forgetting a step, but yeah, we haven't actually moved this build one down. Because that's a tech tank. Yeah, so like this, and then now this moves down. Good thing I actually stopped myself there for a second, because I should override first and then do the name for all of them, just for consistency's sake. 12 FV HF SMG. Hmm. 11 tech rating. Tech 5 red. Should I just do redify? Nah. In the build collection, it's called redify, so that's fine enough. So Umbra goes here. My mouse is still double escaping. I need to just get a fresh one. That goes there. The big shuffle. What was the thing on this? Gun. And if you're wondering why I'm typing gun with double N there, gun with single N is not allowed as a banned word. So gun UI AR. So now that we have those in place, yeah, so up to there is everything correct. Now we need to shuffle these 2 around. So on 9 is the new build, but let's do it like, it doesn't per se matter what order I do it in. This one goes here for a second. And then this one goes here. Yeah. And then this one can come back here. Now we need to name them. So this is 7 tech SB Drew. And then this is 8 tech HH Drew. Just it's too many. And then this is 9 is she using sharpshooter for anything? I don't think so. So let's go with sharp actually. Sharp HH or no HF HH IA. Yeah. All the acronyms. So we made a spat. Let's actually, did she use sharpshooter for anything? No. That's fine for this as well. Let's go grab sharpshooter. And that was a shuffle. Okay, focus on guns, yeah. Oh, the thing is, they're using the same, the same kind of like list for a bunch of places. It's not per se tied to division. It's not a list specifically made for division, which is kind of dumb that it's set up like that. But it's at least better than the system. So in Division 1, although, well, is it? They wouldn't have maintained it here, but in Division 1, you only get to pick from a selected list of like all the gear sets and stuff, which is actually much more, because I like the reason I named them for that as well, for those wondering why I do take the name on the gear, and also why I put the number there, because you know they're numbered there as well. But here on gear, I can like look at this and go like, oh, okay, it's in loadout slot 4. This one's in loadout slot 6, you know. Also, I can make sure for specializations that when I'm putting the specialization at the start, if I go into this list and I see, for instance, like, I don't know, gun in this list, something went wrong with saving one of the loadouts or such. So, you know, if it's a survivalist, it needs to like, all of these need to be tech, all of this needs to be gun. So that's the naming scheme that I use, and then that helps it. That helps it quite a bit with keeping it for myself sorted in here. Is new extended way better for burning status build than Valve mass? One down the game, just tried. For eclipses, not no. Like you would still want wow. Currently as well, so it doesn't seem to be working correctly. I'm gonna guess as well that the status effect side of it isn't working correctly. So until they fix it, it's effectively a non-starter, which kind of sucks for the time being. Yeah, so this goes here. Yeah, let's actually swap this. So yeah, I want this to be this SR1. Saved with this SR1. On this one. Honestly, that white that can go out of this character's inventory.
Come on over and take a look. Find us.
Saving a spot as well. Oh, it's saved somewhere else. Oh yeah, it's saved in that one, of course, but we're not going to use it in that one. So actually, oh yeah, I could keep the white bit there. Although I want to have a shoddy and an 1886. I should have an 1886 spare. One, not sure I do. Oh no, I don't. Okay. Maybe we keep that. White that. Then for that. I would like to have a shoddy though. Did I keep an extra? Did I remember to keep one? I don't think I did. Oh yeah, we have this one. I'm gonna take that one. I'm gonna take that one. And then that in that way. Let's put one of these in. Also, at some point I need to get a extra Regulus for it, but for now I'll just save it with harvest. So we have this, this, and this. This becomes. I already had one that I prepared earlier. The dreaded ninja bike. This becomes this piece. This becomes
Agent in need of
this
backup.
piece. It's checking each time if it is or isn't on friends list. Not per se going for that, but I have it kind of done on the other character. And with that one as well, if I just do another call for backup, I'll just get the full. But also I wouldn't mind just, getting multiple characters some wings. Although I would like, I would dislike that too. Partially. So for now, let's save this, because let's go farm actually the other pieces for it. What is it? The 3 remaining pieces. This needs to be Hunter's Fury. 3 pieces of it. Do you have 3 headshot mods? I do. Let's already plop those in. Blind, yes. Let's already recalibrate the way we want it. Head under here. As I could make this blue core, but we wouldn't waste a lot of resources optimizing these two. To a degree that I would just go and get a different one. So let's instead do this. We'll put the weapon handling up high. And then we'll optimize this up unless we find something better. Also, I'll leave it for a few days and see if we find anything better along the way. Shield, bulwark, revive hive. Let's make sure both are modded up correctly, because this one isn't.
Incoming backup request.
Yeah, good to see actually people helping out others. Or cheesing it. Together. And either crucifix. Yeah. And I'm doing pretty good, although that I definitely feel drowsy. But also, let's go kill some gun-toting assholes. It'll wake me up. Hopefully. So this is kind of the layout, and then this tree is going to be Those three are going to be Hunter's Fury. And this becomes a Hunter's Fury with these two pieces going into the 3-piece with the Ninja Bike. This gun actually did okay in comparison to the Memento Hunter's Fury. And the thing that you especially get is you get to go to safe houses. And this character didn't really have a good headhunter. So this kind of solves that for me here as well. Because they have a decent headhunter. They have that third drone hybrid version, but kind of like having, and then eventually actually this will be an incentive as well to go and get another Regulus, because I have 3 Reguluses in total. One is in character 1, one is in character 4, and then one is in the stash. And then I would love to like have a Regulus there instead, just fixed.
Hostiles?
So that'll be an incentive to go get that too. Oh yeah, let's go get those Hunter's Fury pieces. Let's make again sure that I saved it. Yeah. Because I could craft for the Hunter's Fury pieces, but might as well go play the game for it. Let's run this character. I'm gonna run Red OD. You know what? I might actually just run it with that mask, even though it's not working, and proficiency it up a little. Right? Even if it isn't working, it's, you know, it's not too horrendous of a loss. And we can proficiency it up. And if we're thinking in proficiency, might as well take an, let's say, Lud. Actually, Caretaker is although not, Caretaker, Caretaker will get done. That's one of the easiest weapons. Caretaker is actually just good, so it's just good instead of just Lud. Lexington. Okay. Next to the Lexington, of course. Because I might as well run this. There we go. Also, yeah, I should see if I have any resources to... Another cloak would be an easy one to run as well, but yeah, seeing as we're like full on these, let's like kind of get these down a little bit because I'll deconstruct more and get more. I'm gonna take all my resources to under 9,000 here, just so we have some space. And yeah, let's go countdown it up. Yesterday there was someone. Yeah. I got
Invite
some
to
ads.
another agent's group. Receiving
Yeah, Balboa Brooklyn.
you are now in a group.
To me, the biggest downside of Battle for Brooklyn, but that's also kind of like a, in a good way. It's I wish there was more. Just also because it's good, not just because, you know, like we're eating junk food, but it was a good dinner. and I'm just hungry for more. So hopefully, you know, it would be nice if once a year or something they put something out that size.
Agent, I need to
Now
debrief
that they
with
kind of have a
Schaefer.
team in place and
Kelso had
such,
to go.
that they can do the seasons, and then once a year they put out, you know,
Black Tusk have taken the power
Brooklyn
plant. Looks like
or
they've triggered the lockdown
another
protocols while
place.
they were charging their warhounds. We need to restrict access
I
and
just
secure
now
the
noticed that my
nuclear
camera
waste.
was a little on the edge of the table. Let's mix that up a little. Falls backwards. I should run the skill as well.
Unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15
I'll
minutes
change that out
lockdown.
once we're with this done
High
with this
levels of
file.
radiation detected. Commence operational lockdown procedures.
No good. Damage buffs. Both teams are linking up right away. Yeah, for the person asking earlier, countermeasures, that's that thing. So when we do this, it'll
Immediate
pop up in a
medical
second. Yeah,
assistance needed.
countermeasure subverted, and now we have the thing that was a downside for us is now an upside for us. So yeah, we have like reduced armor regen. Actually, that one I'm not sure actually how it works, but when it reduces, but yeah, for instance, as well, reload speed increase. Although, yeah, this guy ran up there. It sucks for him because he'll He'll likely die here. And dead. Oh, he lived. And no. And no, backup has arrived. Because I missed out on the first hunter. As he went for the other thing. This other guy went around the other way. I do like having pulse in countdown. Because I see that hunter, I'm looking at the minimap, but I know so many people don't. Pointing them out in that like very obvious way helps out quite a bit. So yeah, reactor lab.
System restored.
I'll put that in the chat there. Kind of make a lemon train.
Shade tech.
And yeah, let me catch up here. Oh yeah, I'm definitely. I should at some point. One of the things I've been like meaning to buy for forever, but that's also like literally for forever, is just a tablet or something, just so I can maybe more easily spot chat. But I'm also not a good multitasker. Is it? Oh, this character doesn't have it. Of course, this character hasn't been through Brooklyn yet.
Hostile snapper turret detected. Hostile incinerator turret detected. Agent down.
So actually, yeah, that new gear set would be
Hostile assault turret detected.
for this kind of stuff actually also not too bad. But yeah, it's just this situation, because the thing is also an EMP grenade from anybody running technician is also not too bad. Right, like that's gonna solve it for that as well.
High risk target approaching.
2-3 business days indeed. Also sometimes you know, my brain is on strike and it takes even longer for me to actually notice anything that isn't already in it. I get shocked while opening the crate there. I like that.
Area secure.
And the reason I went out of my way to say it is just that. Oh, actually, I'm not targeting Huntersphere. Is that administration is next door, and I'm gonna go lab. Although actually, yeah, we can just exit here. We can just get here. And I'm hoping nobody goes admin. But also, I'm leading the lemming train, so hopefully everybody just follows me. Follow me! To liberty! Not island. The concept. Yeah. So hungry for more. But if we're built, I'm fairly excited indeed. Although likely we'll get more before Div 3. I would think. Because Div 3 is likely still, at the very least, 2.5 years away. At the very least, I would think. Yeah. This is one server. But yeah, what I was especially happy about was what I was dreading, kind of. These both DC and New York kind of are similar in quality, right? I would say New York is maybe even quality-wise a little bit better, just a tiny bit. But there is kind of, you know, if you go to DC or if you go to New York, you kind of have the same experience quality-wise. I was kind of fearing for Brooklyn that, you know, it'll be not just small, but not of the same quality. But everything is kind of there. Like, there was a ton of things they could have, like, not done. and nobody would have noticed. You know, the hoarder didn't need to be in Brooklyn. Like, if it wasn't there, nobody would notice, really. They didn't need to put
Agent, you can
names
access the
there.
waste area.
Nobody would care, like,
Do me
if
a favor
that
and
was
take a
missing.
decontamination shower before you come back to base.
Even like hunter puzzles and stuff, like if they weren't there, we would be okay with it, right? But they put all those things in. And also just the areas, you just have the like small puzzles as you're kind of exploring. It could have been much more simplistic and they could have gotten away with it. But it is actually kind of like fully fledged. It feels part of the same game, which is kind of important. Pain. What did I do? I mean, I likely deserved it, but I don't remember what I did. But yeah, thank you for the pain. Oh, we reached 500. We reached a new milestone. And let's go to containment. At only 500. Well, you know, we're 500 times that someone has taken. Although, well, Toasty added like a few dozen here or there sometimes.
Agent, you've reached the waste area. I need you to secure the radioactive
And it even like
material to
started on
override
like
the
100
lockdown
something, I
protocols.
think. So. But, you know, let's keep and count.
Radiation detected.
I've definitely done it more than that, but, you know, taking the time to
We need
actually
to secure that tank and get it back into the sarcophagus.
put the commands in.
That should be the source of the leak. Now we just need to seal those tanks.
And I do like running OD for countdown. OD, a really good buff build, especially for countdown, where you know we're getting a ton of kills. OD's major weaknesses, some places, you know, especially boss fights and such, we're just shooting at certain enemies. It's hard to get the bleed bullets continuously going because kills aren't happening. But countdown, a lot of kills are happening. So. One of my favorites from here. And then we need glove, knee pad, holster, and especially if I can get a few pieces with headshot on them already. That would be nice. Because then we can blue core them. Because I especially want to see how blue core, like, what point. I basically want reds to be a one-shot and purples to be a two-shot for it with Regulus. And I wonder how many blue cores we can put in there for that.
Great work. Now just seal that bunker and stop exposing your team to not so low doses of radiation.
High-risk target. Radiation detected at acceptable level.
Is that guy called Brad Pitt?
Nice. The plant's secure. Now let's get you out of there.
Have I actually been looking for the crates at all?
Shoot off a flare when you're ready for Torres to bring you home.
Most of my brain is gone, apparently. I'll get some close extraction. No boxes up here. So I couldn't have gotten it because I've seen it. More we gonna see the one areas and it says, well, oh yeah, that's kind of fun too. They did do a lot of, especially if you've recently kind of looked at the one, they did do a bunch of kind of throwbacks to that as well. For instance, fighting the precinct, where kind of the last mission that normally would be the ender of
Get on that
Brooklyn.
helo. You've got hunters incoming.
Yeah. Going and doing that one.
System restored.
I need to push through here.
Hostile phaser drone.
Oh, that's also going on here. We don't have. Oh yeah. No, I don't have the modifier on. I wonder if this place is still the same.
Agent out of action.
I haven't really been paying attention to how countdown is, because last season as well, of course, we. That's
Vital signs
update.
critical.
When you're ready to come home, shoot off a flare.
Hostile hive detected. System malfunctioning.
Agent down. Neutralize that hunter.
I saw that hunter, and I saw my on my bar that. That's for not having the modifier on. What a team that was exceptionally weak as well. I mean, not paying attention.
Safe area.
But yeah, I died there because I was in a weakened state and I got downed again while disrupted. If we weren't disrupted, the hive would have picked me up.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer.
But yeah,
Kelso
it's
has to
also
go.
a reminder
It's safer
to
for us if
activate
she's
this.
not here.
I had it turned off, of course, earlier for testing purposes. But yeah, these things make it overall much easier. And likely as well, might have been on, and we would have the reductions at least for me, and then not the upsides, which is the thing I was doing for a bit.
You have received an invite to another
transport
agent's group.
indeed.
You have joined a group.
Yeah, but then they definitely went into it a little bit with some nostalgia thoughts there.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Scandalous mass drop chance low. Let's track in the numbers times I did on returnal mission. We don't have, at least I haven't seen like data mine numbers for it. We likely won't see data mine numbers for it. The thing we can speculate is that it's the same drop chances for everything else, because they've also been keeping that recently with
Kelso had to go.
with things
Said it
like
was safer for us if
Provocator
she's
and
not
such,
here.
and like Birdie with the master missions, which is that it's 7% chance on heroic, because it's like 1% on normal, 3% on hard, 5% on challenging, and then 7% on heroic.
Agent, outcasts have taken
That's
over the
usually
power
how those
plant.
specific
Lockdown
sources work.
procedures have been initiated. Last thing we
And
need
yeah,
is a
7%
radioactive
means
poison.
1 in 40 and a bit. So on average, you would
We
need
need to
14
get
runs,
control
but
of the
that's of course
experimental reactor.
RNG. You know. We should go left.
Reactor
I wonder
unstable.
if the team will
Emergency
realize
lockdown
that.
protocols
Maybe they
activated.
I can lemming
15
them.
minutes lockdown.
Magnetic containment failure. Elevated threat of EMP discharge.
One guy is going right. We also don't have status effects here, so I'm kind of useless. I hope that guy figures it out. The best thing you can do here is just link up both teams. Both teams get the rewards. But here I'm kind of in a bad state. Although we have status effect back now, because I both don't have hollow points and I can't generate them yet
System reactivated.
until this guy is dead. And now we generated
System
hollow points.
malfunctioning.
And the reason to go this side is we can go and deal with this.
System
I hope that guy doesn't actually kill the hunter on that side, because he would cost the entire rest of the team. That hunter. But yeah, my team also kind of doesn't know what is happening apparently, because they didn't go and grab their dog tags. Hopefully we come past that area and they can grab it then. Wait, did that guy come back? Oh, did he drag the guy out? How far out did you drag him, dude? That's kind of annoying. Okay, I got reset. Nice. That guy will follow you for a while. I just melee him. It's definitely noticeable that there is a very few people that know what's going on nowadays. Let's go admin. We're like right next door. Obvious place to go. But yeah, that way we got all the hunters.
in on the
Everybody got
target.
all the hunters. Why are
Shade
we?
tech detected.
Oh, I want some. King hell. What is main? Let me guess. Main is also on this side, like me. Main is on this side. Wouldn't that matter between the two? Yeah, you know what? Let's just go do summit. I'm kind of countdowns are not working out. I shouldn't be a dick like this, but fuck it. Let's just go do summit or something.
Safe area.
See if it's in the open
detected.
world. Let's go farm that. There's a little bit too much stupidity on
Agent,
display
I
with
need to debrief
also
with Schaefer.
skills going out in
Kelso
front
had
of
to
hunters
go.
and stuff.
Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Let's go do a summit project. Actually, yeah, let's go with that other character. Let's see actually if Ragers works in summit. Rager on Sapphire. Yeah. Indeed, but also keep in mind that it seems to be able to be dropped from. It can drop from the names as well. So try to find a few spots for them and try to. Oh, actually, it might be in Brooklyn. That character couldn't go to Brooklyn, of course. So yeah, it might actually be in Brooklyn. We have a bunch of targeted places there. Exactly, but it's only also from the boss, so you would have apparently. I have a new skill.
Detected.
What does that pop-up happen every
Agent,
time?
I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not
Enter
here.
here and yeah, let's go to a summit. Let's just avoid. There's no summit here actually, right?
Agent in need of backup.
Let's see if that is maybe. Am I blind? I guess I am. Oh, likely it failed that right away. Oh yeah, they're doing army terminal. Yeah, no, let's take it to summit. So I can't go there directly from here. And yeah, let me get you here. This was really like the last layer. Search for the mission, give it more sense of urgency. Makes sense. Yeah. The missions I feel also are like all quality missions. Some of those boss fights will make it so kind of like Tombs and like Liberty. People just will call them shit in like 2 weeks. Because, you know, any challenge will usually be met with that. It's kind of like the master missions and stuff. People, the sentiment towards them will go very negative very quickly. Because a lot of people will be very vocal about them. We saw that already with, like,
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer.
we've seen it several
Kelso had to
times
go.
now.
Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
And then the people that kind of just repeat everything they hear will just kind of make it seem like that is actually the sentiment. Voice actor was hyped, yeah.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to
Yeah,
go.
everyone recently
Said it was
says
safer
that
for us if she's not here.
so I don't see what.
We need you to
Yeah.
secure a skyscraper. This may take a while.
It'll
Help
be
you clear your
interesting to see
schedule.
if they can kind of. But this hype will die down pretty quickly. Honestly, I'm surprised there's not a bigger push with it, but they did a decently big push for the DLC. Oh, actually, did I have the pieces to upgrade this one? I didn't. I don't think so yet, right? Oh, god damn it! This character has the bugginess. Let's take it over here for a second because I want access to my stash. Sure, run away. Yeah. Guitar
command
was
entered.
pretty. Let's turn the editor. That name sounds familiar, but yeah, I wouldn't be able
Agent, I need
to
to debrief with Schaefer.
to
Kelso had
remember.
to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Was a bit annoying with the long computer interact. Yeah, and that fight will just be seen as like a Tombs fight very quickly. But I quite enjoy it actually. But also I enjoy Tombs. So
We need you to secure a skyscraper. This may take a while. Help you clear
it's
your
a bit
schedule.
overwhelming, but I managed. Yeah. It's also one of those fights like once you know it, it's a lot
Agent,
more
I need
manageable
to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go.
on
Said it was
future
safer for
runs.
us if she's not here.
Now that the stash is working. So how did I want to set up this one? This was going to become punch drunk mask. DNH. Yeah, so that mask. This chest. This I just needed the blue core, I think. Imminent armaments for it. Yes, for the other one. So we don't even have a glove. Because I would need a Tributor Soto if we want to keep the red. Although I could swap it also out for a red fox or for a blue core fox. But I want to actually keep that red fox because also it goes into the pesty build. So we have a holster, we have a mask, we have a glove, and then this stays fox, this stays memento. So yeah, we just need a glove. Maybe I go for that first. Actually, let's set them in its armaments. Skills and special ammo. No, not special. So we can take 7 directive 0 on heroic. There we go. What? Is this just Ragers that is also here broken or something? Also, this is new, that thing at the top of it. But also I have Ragers active here already. Can I now turn Ragers on? Is it the combination of heroic and Ragers? Yeah, now it goes on. That was odd. I wonder what floor are we on? 34. No, I don't make sure all the reclamations are with no debts. Yeah, that's kind of. I ran first with like the high-end tech tank, although the AR version. That one is so much weaker than the Heartbreaker one, but it was just the one I had on the character because I wanted to do it on this character first, character 1. Speaking of which, you know what? Let's go with seeing as they're rerunning this. Let's run that instead of the Bronx one. We'll go black disc. You know what? Let's go full black disc. Should have grabbed the purist or something. I don't need weapons on this. Let's maybe quickly do that. But then I need that other character for a second as well. From Halo 3. That's how well my memory works for names. Well, I mean, she's not Cortana or something, right? Because then it wouldn't just be Halo 3. But, well, yeah, I'm horrible with like names or celebrities. I wouldn't. Oh wait, is she from Battlestar Galactica? Is that where I know that name from? That was like
I need to debrief with
the
Schaefer.
pilot lady,
Kelso had
right?
to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
But also, yeah, I wouldn't actually remember what her voice sounds like from memory. Oh, we're running character tree. I want to just put that purist and Lud back in the stash and run them with this build. Oh yeah, Starback indeed. That makes sense. Because I was like, I kind of remember this name, but I was kind of thinking of like voice actresses. Not that I know that many of those, but you know, I know that some of them by name or by
Safe area entered.
from name at least.
I don't have to complain about guard duty being boring anymore.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go.
You do that,
Said it was
Manny.
safer for us if she's not here.
You know what would be safer for you if you weren't every time telling me that in my ear? That would be also safer. Hell, that would be Schaefer. Would that be safer or would that be Schaefer? They're the same thing. How safe is Barden? Well, he's safer. No, he's Schaefer. I'll even groan at my own joke.
We need you to secure a skyscraper.
The one besides boss, you don't get that much spawn. Yeah, you basically do the recruiter thing against that fight.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Kelso had to go. Said it would be cheaper if we didn't pay her voice actress.
Agent requesting backup.
That's the ones on my friends list. Because here, yeah, we're using the pistol, so might as well use the other two slots for proficiency purposes. Yeah, let's go do a summit. Chill old school summit. Yeah. Funny, I actually did see that boss actually doesn't have a laser. So far, each time I've just, you know, I hear like marauder noises and I just swap instantly to like using EMP on them. I hadn't even seen that thing fire once yet until yesterday. So the video ideas is streamline additive. I'm torn between flatline streamline on my Heartbreaker setup. It is additive to itself and multiplicative to everything else. Just saying additive without the like the two, because most things in this game are additive to themselves, and it's just weapon damage. That's all that. But generally as well, the things that, at least, well, flatline, for instance, yeah, you could consider a multiplicative just because there is only one source for it, so there is nothing for it to add to. A lot of people like misuse that as well for like detox and stuff, which is just additive. If you have two sources of it, it just all adds together. But yeah, at its core, it's weapon damage. So in effect, you're getting,
Accessed.
on a normal-ish build, you're getting anywhere between 12 and on a full red build. And actually, I'm not thinking of like killer. You're getting anywhere around the 20% mark on a full red, and like around the 30% mark on a full blue. On 35 mark
I'll get the bot
on the normal version. Speed check there. Single star backpacks. Yeah, although having seen them now in action, I'm not the biggest fan of them just because they take the weapons. Like, I would have liked them better if the weapons were still straight on it, but I can kind of get why they went the route that they did. But the weapons on it are... It's like, wait, where did all my armor go? My answer is in the corner there.
System disrupted.
I should check if the modifiers are set up correctly. Also, I should check if I maybe want to go for something. Although, yeah, this build wouldn't have that. The last journey remaining that I have is... Also, I should check if this is set. Yeah, that's ours. Is just you know, getting tiers. But this build, of course, has all, like, when you're running either Memento or Ninja Bike, you're like not getting any progress in any of these because you have all 3 cores. I'd run safety first and maybe try to get some progress on this. Anything remaining here? No, not particularly. That's why I'm on these 2. It's actually... Oh wait, did I turn on no region? Wait, why? Actually, yeah, we're out of combat there. I don't have enough memento yet to regen well. I would have thought I would have regened a little bit. Let's say I shift the... That's off or something. Because I don't have... Yeah, I don't have no regen. Let's get the memento full because then also regen's a bit faster, so.
This position's no good.
Your sidelines. Bravo tank. Here we go.
Because usually the regen still works even if you break the bonus armor. Yeah. So is that then the issue with Ragers maybe? Ragers is turning on no regen? Because I'm not regenning. I should be regenning at a rate of 3% a second, so even 3 seconds should be like 10% of armor there. Let's try unequipping and re-equipping the memento. Sometimes. Usually when the memento breaks, it's you don't get the bonus armor. I was definitely getting the bonus armor. So this seems more as if no regen is active. I definitely already had the armor break, so fragile is there, and part to earn is definitely there as well. So is it then ragers? That is kind of actually, yeah. Did we see any ragers yet? So let me catch up to some of this. Manny. I mean, he's still the boss. Schaefer would still be, you know, half enemy combatant. Any good? Or the assault rifle. The streamline talent itself is pretty good. Lud, I would generally, on the SMG, on the purist, that one's like good enough that you would use that one. On the Lud, the Mark 16 isn't in a great place, so I would much prefer to have a other weapon with normal streamline. We need the pack to spawn together and not have blue, so we can see if we build up a Rager's bar. I should have killed this guy instead. Not a fan of having no regen on for this setup. There's a reason we're just not taking that one. I should check for the key there. I'm going to get rid of Tinker Mass with. Yeah, although, well, you can have just Killer instead as well. Killer is still, when it is active, kind of ahead. So you would go more Killer streamline if you're going that. On your backpack. Yeah, I mean, I know that I could just hide the specialization weapon and then also the weapon and stuff. But, I'm like not gonna, because the last time I checked, that was just you have to do it every session, right? So, every time you change builds and stuff. But also, yeah, I want to see my weapons and stuff. There's a reason as well why I have my specialization weapon there. Because we could definitely hide that, but I like actually seeing what specialization I am, and also, well, in the past, seeing what others are running, and very quickly being able to base that on, you know, very easily being able to know, like, okay, this one's gunner, this one's this, so might, you know, swap to a build with demo, but yeah, nowadays most people hide it. Actually, I like having it there. Because especially if I'm expecting, like, if I'm going like, oh, did I, like, might be talking and then forget to actually swap build to the build that I want. For instance, if there is no, you know, technician on my back, I'm definitely not on a tech tank, right? So I go like, it's an easy spot for me to see. Also as well, with a lot of builds, that main weapon, like the secondary weapon out. I also like having that there just because I usually don't look at like the main, because the main weapon you have is kind of obstructed, right? If you have this, it's kind of obstructed of like what you have, so I can see on the other one which one isn't equipped. Fashion over function, nah. In my case, definitely the other way around. I already have the key actually. I don't need to go a looking. Yeah, let's finish off this floor and then go back down, turn off Ragers, see if that. There's also, wait, yeah. This guy should. No, that's, I mean, Ragers is also active. I'm dead here. I'm doing, made it at.
High risk target.
Partially because I started with no armor to begin with. Like the folk, you know. This is the only thing I can think of. Maybe they were fiddling with that because Ragers in the open world not working. So maybe it's Ragers, but also yeah, Ragers there were still kind of applying its thing. When we killed that one guy, we saw the Rager kind of go over. Some praise mess. Indeed. I mean, well, for there. Although brazen, you know, brazen pummel sounds also pretty tasty for shotguns. There's a streamline as well. Now that it's actually, you know, you can't have a skill on cooldown or in use, even though the text doesn't say that still. But we know from testing, at least, you know, you can't have a shield out and you can't have like a hive out or stuff like that. Yeah, that now is actually a downside. Like, you want to use your skills. So let's take Ragers off. See if that changes anything. If we regen in combat. So otherwise, yeah, I'll take both Ragers and that. I can get by with just the med packs. Is this 113? Yes.
Rogue agent detected.
I mean, running it in Summit is my kind of go-to because we can just take normally 7 directives pretty easily. But this is going to get an upgrade in a second, or whenever I get the glove. Because, yeah, the 2B's Brazos and the Grupo are going to get traded in for Eminence Armaments. Although, actually, I'm going with a chest, glove, holster, so we can have a punch trunk. Well, I was kind of looking at it again, although, yeah, I want to have both options anyway, but if we do go punch trunk or not. Because I'll still need this crit chance here. We should actually, yeah, we can calculate that. We can just multi-calculate. Literally what they're for. It kind of depends on what how much percentage. Oh yeah, I forgot. And the game forgot that I have a suppressor on it. And the big thing is especially, so on the second one it'll go a lot faster because now I have Intimidate and I have Killer Rep.
Rogue agent.
So I kind of like this setup actually. Or Summit. It is a, you have to click a lot though. There is no way around that. I don't mind clicking a lot. But we'll have to see actually at how many percent headshot rates it like has a big difference between. Because here's what I am going for headshot. Likely I have like closer to 30% headshot rate here. Just because I'm closing the distance. That's kind of what the build is for. Also, yeah, we should check at some point. Sure, give me an exotic. Why not?
Setting up my turret. Take that!
Where's my bonus armor staying for that one?
I'm gunning. Think you're gonna... Target. Going in!
You know what? Let's actually get shot beyond armor. Because the momentum is still full.
I got you.
Shoot me.
I can't see to
I'm not regening.
motherfucker. Here.
Vital signs
I'll
critical.
be dead here.
Agent vital
Let's
signs.
go back down and see which one this is. Why is this like this? What broke here? Oh yeah, let me catch up here. And either Paddy's Gaming, and thank you so much for coming on over. I hope you had some fun. Oh, get you shot at there. But yeah, welcome in. Yeah, let me catch up on some of this. Imperial Dynasty build. It's in the stash. It's in my stash in Canada. You wouldn't know it. It's on my Canadian build list. Build collection. But yeah, now with the tariffs, of course, I can't reach him. So, so let's turn back on this. Let's actually turn on and turn off no regen. Maybe it's just buggy in that way. Because I want my memento regen. Then otherwise, yeah, we should go through hard to earn and like one by one, just turn one off and see if we regen. Turn the other one off, see if we regen. So should we thinker? I think Citizen Vindictive will be good too from a PvP view. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, there'll be actually a few interesting things to do with it, PvP end wise.
Nearby hostage situation detected.
And let's charge up the memento again. More likely we'll complete the full 3 floors. I'll just not give up any health or armor. Normally I rush the enemy, give up a bunch of my health and armor, and then just sit behind my shield and regen it. But with no regen. Another exotic. Okay. We just tossing these out today, are we? Although nowadays the thing is also with exotics with priority objectives.
I have no fucking patience for this shitty
You're just looking for exotics. There's never been like a faster, legit way. Although the call for backups is only for components faster, but at least that's not the full items. At least for like just getting random ones. And then of course targeted is needed kind of to go to normal ones. Yeah, no. Well, welcome in. Yeah, we're here. I'm just doing some summit. Just to do a little bit different. Although actually I think I might just go to Brooklyn. with fourth character and just maybe clean up their map. Or maybe because I think I'm just gonna keep going. We might just do that. I'll just go through. I'll just need to do something food-wise in between. That shouldn't be an issue.
Hey, back off!
Am I regening? No. Because now we would have like 2% regen. That would be like noticeable enough. Like it should move. Yeah. Once we finish this 3 floors, we'll go back down to lobby, turn off like hard to earn. First, let's see if it's that. Something is bugging out. Although maybe I drop down to 0 directives. Yeah, let's do that first. Let's drop down to 0 directives and then see if it's actually... Because I'm kind of... maybe jumping ahead. I might be jumping ahead on it being maybe one of the other directives.
This is for all of us!
Yeah, I should switch the punch strength in. 20 headshots should be viable. Wait, is the modifier off? Actually? No, right? I have it on, right? Haven't seen anybody in a while. Because our Rager is definitely on. That one's working here. Although I haven't seen a dude with the pop-ups in a while. Alright, well, yeah, I have the things, so... it must be on. So yeah, what do I have turned on here? Now, let's actually take this to be multitasker. And then that, and then load it up. Because also, yeah, just the general out-of-combat regen isn't happening, which, yeah. I don't have no regen on, so I should just get put back at full armor.
Shade tech detected.
After a fight. Catch. Here we go. Marked people. Can just EMP grenade the thing. I'm just gonna leave her alive for a second. Just go bubble it back. Close the distance, or at least I don't want to. Just lose the box. We're this far outside of optimal. Oh, this guy also has yellow.
Medical assistance needed.
Yeah. Nice spot to regen. Also, yeah, I'm fragile armor, but it kind of confirms that that is still there too. This guy's an annoying spot because he has the blue and the yellow, and he has the thing deployed, of course. So I need this. Oh, wait, what? Ooh, what? Oh, what? What's hitting me? regen is kind of annoying. Oh, there is something behind me. What a dick. These rooms always suck. These take forever. Oh, well, SHD.
Critical.
Better than nothing.
What the fuck are you doing there?
Still not the last guy.
Never liked them. Yes.
Right, the markers do give away where enemies are. It's kind of nice.
Where did you come from?
I need a thing. Mission is it for the mask? The army base one thing. The last one. The one with the marauder. Alright, army terminal. Yeah, let's finish 39 as well, and then we'll go back down. I'm just gonna turn off all the directives first, and then see if that... If we still have no regen. Because, yeah, once we complete the first fight, we should pop back up to full. I should check, actually, if... Likely no key here. We should check the back. Actually, that wasn't here, was it? No. Yeah, one trick you can use. It's kind of cheesing it, but if you go into the void, you know, your back is to the wall, and the camera can't go anywhere. It loads the assets like keys and stuff before it loads in wall. So when we come out of this menu, for a second there, you see the key. So the key is somewhere over there. But that doesn't see like that far, so I can't just do that at the start of the mission. But I can, especially for instance for there.
Jammer detected nearby.
You know, we can just go like... Oh, that shit, it's over there-ish. Killer jammer. Oh, is this one? I hate this one. In this spot, it's kind of hard to kind of push up. Well, actually, no, this isn't that spot that it's like not, there isn't any cover.
We won't let him get away with that. Well, armor's useless now. Suck on this.
This one's not that bad. There's a bunch of places where, yeah, there just isn't cover. Here I'm just kind of in the middle of the enemies, but that's fine too.
System
But also we killed all the enemies apparently.
EMP jammer
That's what
destroyed.
instantly finished there. And then our Norwegian doesn't matter anyway because we have the full set of fragiles. Gotta catch them all.
Bring it on.
Wall hack indeed. I mean, we're already wall hacking. What do you think those icons are? Likely is in this room somewhere. Because yeah, I was above, so yeah, we do go up in floors. You know, sometimes we go down a little bit, but sir, what are you? What is triggering my... What is the bonus armor here? I know, we've been health gated already, yeah.
Agent
Let's take it to base. Like, I need my regen, I need my armor. Like, that is actually a part of this build. So yeah, let's turn off all directives, see if no regen is just active in Summit or something, like, from now on. Oh, we're gonna suck. Hope not. So, everything off. Confirm. Also, I don't want to do this test then. I'd rather just go play Brooklyn. Let's test though. Because also, yeah, we need to get through a fight. The easiest way would be to see the other side of a combat.
accessing server. Field terminals detected nearby.
Does this car explode harder now that it's red? Likely does move faster, right? As the movement speed buff will likely apply. It's not that. Don't you guys shoot me?
Terminal accessed.
Don't shoot me too much. Go away, turret. Oh, wait. No, I got completion. Why is this circle still here? Okay, so it's part of something else. Let's go figure out which one. Let's start with fragile and hard to earn first, I would say. What's easiest, if I go one by one? Or if I take like two and then we can narrow it down later? Let's go one by one. Why can't you not be not broken? I did a double negative. We asked for brokenness. We got it. And yeah, let's see if it's hard to earn no regen or if it's fragile no regen. This also gets kind of in the way of my project because I'm just going to do one room and go down the whole time. Kill one of you guys. Okay. What shocked me? It wasn't even close to like a wall or something. For it to be like one of the wall things. Oh, the sniper decoy thing. Right. Usually those things beep though. Or maybe there was an assaulter with a grenade. Okay. Oh no, that goes away. Okay, so it's not hard to earn. Is it then fragile? My armor reset there, so it's gonna take hard to earn. So maybe it can also just be like in cool skills or something. Well, let's just keep it to one at a time. Actually, now I have some stacks actually.
Turrets detected.
One thing I could do as well is just while we are in combat, see if I'm regenning. Yeah, I'm regenning. Might be full there. Let's just take it in. Yeah, I'm very clearly regenning. Okay. Actually, yeah, if we have a memento kind of charged up, we can just use that to go a little quicker. Next on the list. It's kind of the same issue they created in the open world last season. Because we'll just go down the list and figure out which one has no regen on it. That'll be handy to know.
Hostile striker drone detected. Assault drones detected.
I thought I should just hit me in the face. Alright, that works. Let's return to lobby. Next. Annoying thing. Because also it could be a combination of two. I don't know. I'm willing to bet like no regen is just bugged into one of the other ones. Rages would be the obvious one, but that was the first one we tried. Because also it could be combination of two, and that would be like very annoying to try to narrow down. So the countdown would risk for hardcore countdown definitely can be a really good way as well to gear up. The thing with countdown, you matchmake into just normal players. Summit is kind of fine as well. Like Summit isn't that dangerous. But there's no real reason to do Summit. Countdown, at least you get a ton of loot out of it. Because yeah, you just play it safe, run a build with a bunch of blue cores, just run challenging.
System breach initiated.
If the extraction seems to go sideways, go find a corner and leave group. And actually, if you, although Maybe they fixed that this season or something, so don't go doing it. But last season, actually, before if you died on the original hunters, on the first hunters, so not during extraction, but basically before extraction. I think it was actually the whole time before extraction. You would just respawn, just because it's a different place, so they haven't set it up correctly. Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna regen. Especially now that we I've kind of charged up. Let's actually charge up a little more. Then I can even more easily spot it. But yeah. Not that one. Next. But then Countdown, yeah, you can load up on a ton of loot and, you know, gear up. That's actually what I did early on. You just play it kind of, you know, with a little less risk. Watch out for especially players deploying drones and turrets and stuff. Which nowadays might be a little, like, a little bit more than you know, a few weeks ago. There's a lot of, like, returning players and such, of course. There, yeah. Indeed. Let's should have actually, after it wasn't those two, I should have just equipped all of the other ones and then one by one remove them. Oh yeah, yeah. Why don't you guys shoot me? So actually that bonus armor from the you can just actually just abuse that. The bonus armor from the oh, it's in Pistolero. Yeah. Yeah, we're not regenning here. So Pistolero is bugged with no regen into it as well. Because I have a fully charged up memento, I should be regening pretty fast as well. But now at least we know. Okay, so let's take it back to lobby. Now we know, and knowing is 3/4 of the divorce settlement. Sorry, what? Let's go for regular tonight, and the guy would do nothing but sit there and the rest of it. So, we'll move after we clear. I mean, he gets called for backup, right? It's kind of annoying that, yeah, we can't have Pistolero, so we can only have 6 directives. But now at least that we know. Yeah, let's go maybe finish up this gal's project. Just in the corner, let's fight everything. Drone deployed. Yeah, you guys were basically his certain drone. It was AFK. Wouldn't surprise me if that's actually what he was doing as well. You know, maybe eating and such, and just, yeah, coming into the room, being like, you guys figure it out. Oh, I kept my mementos. Oh, nice. Okay, I can be a lot more aggressive. I was like, I likely don't have my mementos here, but yeah, my regen is working now. We figured it out. That makes this a lot more easy. Oh yeah, it kind of sucks that, yeah, we don't have Pistolero now up. Because that is, like, breaking with no regen. But that's kind of half the point of this build, is just, it's a pistol build because we want to run Pistolero. Yeah, that bonus intimidate is actually this thing as well with PTS. I remember kind of looking at that, but it's like now actually running intimidate, and I realize how big of a deal this could actually be. How does it actually regenerate? Because that was the part that I remember not really looking at. Because that's part of this, right? Instead of max armor, this is bonus armor. Oh no, it's part of the base, right? Yeah, this is bonus armor. Yeah. But this is also without... Is it the shield? What's causing it? It must be the shield then. Did I not test it with the shield, that thing? But also no, there's that. Wait, let's turn off multitasker. Because I think it's this actually. So if we put this to extra padding, that's not mind. Let's actually just take all three out for a second. Let me just see if, like, when I lose it, if it comes back. Is it the shield? Ew, it is a shield counting. I didn't realize that. So we can generate bonus armor just with the main thing. Huh. Weird thing to not really spot. But also that makes sense because normally I would just have, you know, I'm running tech tanks where I'm just, you know, doing that. Bonus armor wouldn't really stand out. But that makes intimidate for a lot of these kind of builds much better this season. Like tech tanks. Because intimidate usually, the issue for instance for this build as well, is generally I'm relying on the, at least with that modifier, I'm relying on a kill to trigger memento stack. Memento stack gives me bonus armor, and that gives me intimidate. So on the first kill I don't have it, but here, yeah, I do, because I'll just run up to an enemy while he's shooting me, generate bonus armor from that. Thing is though, intimidate still the short rangeness of it, like you wouldn't just want to run that on striker with the shield, because also the shield couldn't take this. But actually on the tech tanks, because yeah, we could have a much higher uptime, but you still have the range limitation. So is it? Let's take the two here. Actually, do I have any for a tech tank? Do I have anything? Because actually, this outgoing heat repair should maybe apply to the artificer, but yeah, the skill tier here is way worth more. Way more. We have a ton of armor, so we're gaining how much armor do I have? I have 1.4, so we have 14 times 2.5, which is 28 plus half of that. No, half of so half of 14, 7. 30 something, 35. Yeah, 35. So we have 35 headshots from this. And then yeah, crit chance by itself is of course like pretty worthwhile. Yeah. So we could take some PFE, but nah. We take some hazard protection, but nah. Disrupt resistance, but nah. Neither of those two make sense. The health doesn't make sense. And skill duration doesn't matter. Actually, there's a small lady guy standing up left. Oh yeah. If, as with any situation, if you feel that, you know,
Rogue hive detected.
I'd rather be elsewhere,
Act terminal
be
detected.
elsewhere.
Help! We lost someone!
I had that earlier kind of rage quit at countdown.
Fuck you!
But sometimes it's better to just cut your losses and
Terminal infiltrated. Boost online.
not add to them. It's kind of the same thing as well as a lot of people think about, for instance, Heartland and stuff. Go like, oh, they like threw away a fully finished game or something. It's just like, no, that game, first of all, wasn't finished. Second of all, budget-wise, in movies and games, it's like developing the game is almost like
Boost has
generally a third of the budget or even less, a quarter. You need
Yeah, I see you, you
generally 3
expired.
times the
Terminal
budget
detected.
of whatever you're doing for advertising, marketing. Unless you accidentally create a, you know, indie hit or something. L56, nice. Yeah, I need to grind out that like the other one, but I end up running a bunch of builds with Memento and such in them. So I'm actually like, I need to run stuff without that in it and then get that like last journey done. Also, I'm not gonna grind out all objectives like now. Not in a hurry to. I just want most of the things unlocked. But yeah, I've all the passives unlocked. I've all the actives are ready to be unlocked. And in my shield, just barely surviving that hugger. Anyway, when I pull it back out again, especially with that extra skill tier, it goes back to let's kind of play with this. Oh, that's also a little bit too much healing, and that's also why I want to change it to Eminence Armaments pieces, because we give up a skill tier, and we'll just make up for that on the shield end with just another blue core. But then we're still ahead actually on weapon damage gained from Eminence Armaments. But yeah, we're effectively just losing the extra tier on the Artificer for more damage, and honestly, that Artificer is already healing for way too much for this build. But this was kind of the best way to set it up last season.
over there!
It's not that the build was wrong, it's that things changed around it. What a new brand said.
This is it, asshole!
And I'll say it later. This evening, well, after this, likely we'll work a little bit on that streamline.
Hostile striker drone detected.
Spreadsheet. And maybe also turn it into a video already.
Hostile drone detected.
Or I might just, yeah, finish up the spreadsheet and just do that on my own tomorrow afternoon. It's because I don't feel my brain is like fully functioning today. A little bit of playing way too much video games this week. And I gotta love some bonus armor. Goodbye.
Terminal accessed.
Kill them with my mind. But yeah, when that completes, because there, yeah, I could have shot at them and stuff, but it was over for them anyway. And I had so much bonus armor that. But then, so this bonus armor is not timed. It just stays. Because that's kind of a game changer for builds like this. Because I get to go into fights with Intimidate up. Because it seems to eat the other bonus armor first. The Memento ones. That's a pretty good deal.
Target approaching.
It's a ballistic shield.
Because that's one of the bigger downsides of this build always has been. You can't start with Intimidate up right away. This is usually why I do like Adrenaline Rush with Intimidate. Because also I don't need a lot of it. I just need a tiny bit is enough for Intimidate to be up. It's a pretty good deal. 9 left, nice. I have a bunch of from 1 and 2. Well, actually, yeah, I might go through. Let's. Do these have builds attached to them? No, right? No, it's just field proficiency caches. Yeah. Still need to do 2. But this is just donating. I have a New York pretty green, so that's that one pretty easy. And then a descent loop. Well, we're gonna do a Nemesis run likely tomorrow. Capitol building and some bounties. And Potomac Event Center. A viewpoint for that one. And I should maybe do those just to get my season a little higher. Because we're getting close to the Pacan. I wouldn't mind confirming that it works the way I think it works, which is that they didn't change the... They changed the percentage on the talent, but they didn't change it applying to like the base. That it's only applying to the base amount and not the plus 20 of the magazine. Not that that would make too much of a difference, but it's still, that's still a difference. Oh, nice. Yeah. A little expensive, but we'll take that. Headshot, weapon handling. I'll hold that for glove with crit chance, crit damage. Do I have any boss room? Yeah. I'll be thankful if permanent bonus on my shield to have intimidate. Yeah, especially having like full intimidate up there is kind of good. Also, there's the. Oh, sorry, I completely missed earlier that you rated there. I was reading the chat that doesn't have that in there. I was like, wait, why is it saying raider? But I completely missed that. Yeah, sorry, my brain is kind of gone. But yeah, welcome in and sorry for the late catch up there. But yeah, welcome in and welcome in raiders. Over here, I'm just messing around a little bit with summits and figuring out what was broken with no regen. And no regen is on Pistolero as well. When you turn on Pistolero, you get Pistolero plus no regen. Well, actually, oh, it might actually be even swapped. I didn't even check for that because I've been running pistols the whole time. That would be an easy test, but that's why I'm actually running a pistol build, but I turned off Pistolero. Because it was at the very least applying no regen. So
Stacks the bench. None of the 16 name cards. Okay, let's get. Actually, I should go and try to get the named cards as well at some point. Or just run around Brooklyn. I think I have one so far. But likely on the names, because names, Lady Death was 5%, right? So it's likely that same 5%. So it's, you know, a 1 in 20. At least what I feel you should do if you're just, you know, if you really want to get the mask. Although, yeah, again, the mask broken. So, you know, it's more getting it as a completionist than getting it because it's useful at the moment. At the very least, the weapon end is broken. You know what, let's ult here. I want to see how much I shoot for. A decent amount more. Empty level indeed. Time to D-level. We're going rogue into DZ. I got another exotic. That's the third one while we're doing the project here. I'll take it. Second ninja bike. Passenger backpack. Backpack. That doesn't as well. Yeah, although well, just in a little bit here, a little bit there. Here, I wasn't intending on testing. The intention when we came to Summit was just to run it a little. But we got sidetracked. Yeah, that definitely gets to go in there. Anyway, distinguished dethrone done. Now that I have my armor region working in, let's get that armor a draw. Oh, yeah, just keep status strife there. We go advance on the third deca. Oh, there's a. Is that attached to the names? Because I did notice we only had 2 out of 3 echoes after the missions and such and the story.
Rogue agent
Hey,
detected.
Rouges. Oh yeah, now okay, that's why that's also went kind of easier. Because yeah, we get to have bonus armor going into it, where I normally wouldn't. Where's the other one? That's the turret going down.
Hostile assault.
So actually, Eminence
detected.
armaments for these fights could actually be kind of, although
Immediate medical
can't
assistance
have
needed.
given up that much armor for free. And yeah, Fragile's bugged.
Hostile incinerator turret
Did
detected.
you shoot me? So generate bonus armor. There we go.
I'm making the world a better place.
What report?
Grenade out!
What was the other one hitting me?
I have a heart, I'll make it quick!
Hostile fixer drone detected.
Oh yeah, I did one the knee pad.
That's perfect.
Also, for reason there, I generated some bonus armor. 'Cause I feel it's almost like giving you a sliver just randomly. That's also all we need.
Damn it. Agent.
Oh, this guy has
Come
blue.
here.
'Cause I kind of like this. That, you know, most enemies are easier,
Eliminated.
and then you have to just watch out for some of the blues. But that just changes it up in a fight. You in a fight have to pay attention. Makes it, you know, a little more randomized. I should return to the lobby and go back up just to reset fragile. And also, yeah, we broke armor there anyway. But I'm more likely only gonna break armor on like a rogue fight or something. Let's go to letter code of command L16. You get the coordinates of that echo. It's kind of funny that the community figured out the puzzle after having the solution. Oh, they had the solution. Oh, yeah, it's just the spot. Okay, but then you can just go to the spot, right? But yeah, that's funny. Fragile. I tried turning it off and on again. I have now. That's what for that. Contains base of the original max is 40, not included 20. Okay. Yeah, that was what I was guessing, but I wanted confirmation. Because yeah, likely others have already gotten them. That's already how I implemented it as well in the LMG tables and such. So that's good.
Automated turrets detected.
Turrets. Flashbacks to Brooklyn. Yeah, this isn't for intimidates. Although you kind of still need a decently tanky build.
Terminal destroyed.
Also, intimidate always still has the range limitation. But for this build that was already set up around intimidate, this is quite a big buff. Quite a big boof. One time I want to open this door and see if the key is in here. Because for the rest of it, it's empty. Also, we could just wall glitch it actually.
Yeah, I got it.
And see inside.
Around their shield. Cover me. I need.
Because for this build, having the Intimidate up from the start is kind of a game changer. This build is also just for Summit, really, and if Pistolero is broken with no regen, because really no regen is kind of annoying for this build, so that unsaves it a little bit. Although we're also gonna, once we have the Imminence Armaments version, I'll gain like 10% or something. This build was gonna gain like 10 or something percent, I think. And that was actually before I like realized that we need to swap it out to Point Shrunk. Because we are like,
Nearby.
I'm mostly going head.
No! Clearly!
Because even on the things like Warhounds and stuff, like we're going legs anyway and such, so. Well, actually, yeah, that would matter how hard our trigger is. Don't you dare break my armor. I think this thing actually into legendary as well.
Let's see if they like my toys.
With these modifiers then. So honestly, that would be kind of like this. The only thing with legendary was always for this build that, yeah, that first skill kind of really mattered, and that was like way slow. But What if we have Intimidate always up? In the first shot. Going to all blue course for best TBS Heartbreaker.
Just to pass the time.
Command all blue course for best TBS Heartbreaker Striker. Wait. Oh, to have all blue cores and still have good damage, you mean? I'm guessing for that one, like the journey thing. Because just, yeah, blue coring a striker likely will be the most effective. But if you go Heartbreaker, it's going to be easier because you know they already come. Already come pre blue cord, so that's like an easier setup to go for. Cheaper. But also keep in mind that if it's for that final like or for like the last set of journeys, you can also be a full yellow build, which is much more like common. Because generally, you know, if you're going a lot of blues and stuff, Ninja Bite comes in, Memento comes in to be like make good builds. If you're going those reds, but then also generally you're getting, you know, you're going like half blue, half red or something. But if you're just looking for a build to like all blue core and have that, yeah, Striker would likely perform better, but Heartbreaker would be kind of fine. Because also when you have, especially like I have run Striker with like 6 blue cores and stuff, you're better off going chest and ACS in, because you can get close. You know, you have the survivability to get close, so you might as well. Okay, can I go into a wall? Key is not. If it is, it's going to be down there or it's going to be on the other side there. And it wasn't either. Also, Under's Fury makes for a good armor ball. There's it with Under's Fury as well. You can go 6. Oh, there again as well. You need to record them, but especially as well as you're getting armor on kill and such. Because once you have a lot of armor, might as well like add some stuff onto it, unless it's like costing you in other places. Wonder where they are. Actually, no, don't give me a hack. No. I actually wanted him to hit my shield, but it's fine. I want to see how much damage it took there. But also, if it is for that like last set of journey things, I think it's going to be much easier to run a full red and, you know, get the blue and the yellow, or well, stamina plus firearms kind of done. And then you run a full yellow. Like a full yellow is much more effective than a full blue.
Hostile assault turret detected.
Did you guys peek? have a tendency to jump on your head from up there.
Wing
Have a
that
tendency to run away. Don't get special ammo, no need for that. Sir,
Get your machine off me! You will. They're bringing in a shield! Now I'm in.
oh, his thing doesn't count as a deployed, okay. I mean, yeah, that makes sense actually. It's not a... It's not per se a proxy or something. But as box didn't count as him having yellow. At least it didn't look like it. This dude with blue on the high ground. Stop tickling me. Did we get the key at some point? I don't think so. Or did we? This could also always be in the final corridor. But also, I won't care if we didn't. And we'll just continue on our merry way. How many do I need to do more? 3. Did I? I did. Okay. Of course I did. Why would I doubt myself? Because that is the sane thing to do. Onward and upward. Slam my head into the elevator door. Losing ourselves some IQ points.
Active terminal detected.
How nice would it be if pistols ever got Regulus crosshairs at some points? So I feel it's always kind of like guessing exactly kind of where, you know, where the middle is.
Terminal controlled.
Let's put them down.
Actually, I'm kind of curious.
Now.
How about you shoot me?
Fight me, agent.
Oh, that is actually a lot more damage. How much percent more damage are these guys supposed to do?
You'll bleed for that.
I wouldn't mind doing a side-by-side of an enemy with that and without that at some point. Isn't it supposed to be like, how much was it? Not there. Hostile modifiere is 15, right? Yeah. I would say it's like at least 50. It kind of feels like that for tech tanks. Because at least here, I'm kind of used to being shot at by those guys. Like, I know how much damage that can do.
Hostage situation. Nearby.
Because they kind of tear through Crusader, like mementoed up everything. Tech tanks won in like seconds, where usually it would take them quite a little bit. If they have 15% more, that's still not. Actually, can I try this for a second? I want to see if my shield would break there. Which it did.
We're taking casualties. Firing on them.
There as well. It depends on how far into the circle you are. Kind of. If it breaks or not, but that was like in the middle of it, so. Where's the last dude?
Try down there.
Hello, last dude.
No!
And let's go run this ad. This tree's still wiggling. These things are the freakiest things here. I don't know. Brighten it up. Like, why you wiggling, buddy? Yeah? Yeah, got nothing to say for yourself. These things. I actually like have that like little like back of, you know, where you're kind of like your back goes like thing. Still to this day with them, just wiggling and wriggling. Just,
Shield ready. We lost one.
there's a bunch of them in Summit, but yeah, whenever you see them, it's funny that like very few people actually know about it. Because I mean, all of those do it, and there's a ton of them in here. But why would you ever pay attention to them? But just but.
Oh, we'll be all done. Check it now.
Gonna pay for that.
Does Catalyst fit into any builds? For the time being, no, because it's broken. At least so far, in simple testing, it seems to give 1 stack. It seems to give 2% weapon damage, at least on the weapon damage end. I'm not sure about the rest. The reload speed seems to be there,
Nearby hostage situation detected.
so there's that. But effectively, till they fix it, it's like, why would you? Afterwards, it could go into OD, but the thing is, like, for now, because in a few weeks, or by the end of this season, OD is gonna get one of the best things for it, which is Tinkerer, just because OD, we do have a bunch of talents that work together with status effects, and you can stack 2 of those with Tinkerer. But then, if you're putting it up against Coyote, it is behind on Coyote in the right ranges, just ahead of it in the wrong ranges, if you're running that. But here you're getting some status effect and the reload speed and stuff. You're getting the status effect alongside of it, and then the reload speed on kill and such is kind of nice. So you could definitely run it, like, instead of the Coyote. But when it gets fixed. Is the actual... nah. I'll be fine running it. Because yeah, you do get status effect, you get, you know. The thing is though that the Coyote and stuff as well, like, they're at that, this is still like, even though it stacks up pretty quick, it still takes a second or two to kind of get there. It kind of depends as well what what your situation is, because not when it's just one like named, or you're fighting two rogues or something. Especially like when a wave spawns and you put the stack on them, or you mark multiple of them, which you want to do for OD anyway. It's kind of fine, but still takes like 2 seconds. The Coyote and also versus the contractors I read up against. Those just do those damages. So, but yeah, currently it's just either the stacks are, but yeah, no, it seems to be like 2 weapon damage that you get. So I'm gonna guess it's more that it's just giving 1 stack instead of 12. It's because otherwise, also if it's like divided by 10 or something, if it's off by 10, input error style, it will be 2.4, but that doesn't get close, or like that's not in the same ballpark. If we input 2 weapon damage, it kind of lines up close to perfect. And at the very least within rounding errors that we normally see since the weapon rebalances.
What are you waiting for?
Although we always saw them, but since the weapon rebalances, there seems to be a lot more weapons that have a decimal point kind of going on. Did I get the key? No. Just don't think so. But yeah, we got our Shamish. We did our Shamish project. Our Samus project. So we get our... Did I get it? No. I'm not gonna care. I missed it somewhere along the way. Yeah, let's return to... Actually, wait, we did this. Although now this is going to be based on that description set, right? Because yeah, the Pistolero is breaking in Summit at the very least. Let's for a second, actually, I want to just try this. Let's do this for a second. Let's just turn on Pistolero and actually see if Pistolero still does Pistolero stuff. Because those two might have just been swapped. And we can turn on like no regen and not have no regen. Just for testing for a second. So just everything off except Pistolero. Because of this, when we get upstairs, we should have no ammo. But the catalyst will also be its own standalone video at some point.
Hostile striker drone detected.
Do I have ammo? Okay. Oh, okay. So these two are... Wait, this is reduced ammo. Or... What? Where's the ammo box? Also, why is this fog of war? Huh? What? What's happening here? Wait, let's turn on reduced ammo then? What's this thing called again? We run it so little. Ammo hoarders. I just always call it reduced ammo. It's just, you know. It is what it is. In a literal sense. Or maybe was that from... Reduce ammo in this. Wait, is it just not... No, going into the elevator would normally trigger Pistolero, right? In any case, let's turn on no regen and see what happens there.
Safe area detected.
I went one too far.
We need you to secure a skyscraper. This may take a while. Hope you cleared your schedule.
Nope, my schedule is filled.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Okay, so let's take no regen. Okay, so ammo, no regen, and Pistolero are swapped. But also not all the way, because some of the bugginess of... Because a Pistolero would not allow you to restock through these. It is allowing me. So with the other one, when I had Pistolero on, it wouldn't let me restock from those. So you can't restock from that. Wait, does this drop ammo when I kill people with pistol?
Nearby hostage situation detected.
Fire in the hole!
Vital signs critical.
Yeah, it does drop ammo for the other ones. Once yeah. Okay, now we know. Yeah. So we know at least for in the future. So
Entering safe area.
those two are swapped, but also then if you still take Pistolero to want no regen effectively,
Good to see you.
it still
Agent,
blocks.
I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go.
It
Said
blocks
it was safer for us if she's not
yeah.
here.
You know what I mean. Do I know what I mean?
I appreciate the trade.
Anybody know what I mean? What does it mean? Let's hang on to that. Let's chat weapon handling. Just dump some of those pieces in there. Yeah, let's pop these. You think my game was good enough value on Red 5 to ditch capacitor? No. You would still want them side by side. The capacitor will get you more damage than that. The SIG is also just like pretty, like it's a C tier weapon almost. Closer to D tier, likely. That's kind of the downside of it.
Glad to see you, Agent.
Although Redify depends on how you're set up. Redify, I generally actually don't take capacitor. I take like yeah, hard hitting weapons. Just Lexington with killer or something like that. Lexington with measured, something like that. It's more that it's competing against. Because at two cores, capacitor isn't like, it's competitive, but it's not. Well, kind of also depends on how you're set up. Because I'm thinking of BTSU version. So actually, yeah, with the BTSU version, capacitor with one technique from technician, generally other weapons. Yeah, let's maybe before we, now that we've kind of figured out all of that, let's maybe take it to an to a countdown. Just want to briefly see if we can get that last Imminence armaments piece for this build, and maybe already kind of swap out the pieces. You just need a crit chance, crit damage glove. I'm just gonna take a striker. I take obliterate plus that. Let's actually take lead plus purist. And we won't use our skills. But then also for my skill, I'm gonna put that. For the skills that I'm not gonna use, I'm gonna put that. Oh, we'll put the chaos in as well. What are we, 57? Oh, modifier. Oh yeah, let's go do one challenging.
Invite to another agent's group. Receive. You are now in a group.
On BTSU, I can sever red fire, strike a combat medic more. I only have room for one. There are different builds for different places. Countdown and such, Redify is much more potent. 4-man teams like Summit or just running out in the open world, I feel Combat Medic is much more potent. Like the healing is much more useful there. Also depends what the open world directives are, because Redify, while it can heal a little bit, it's not that great. Like it's not the level of healing you would want for, let's say, that's a build. At least they're giving the FI buff to everybody. Also, they likely don't know how to start it. Oh, no, they're gonna. What's this then? Yeah, it doesn't have that much healing, so I'm like for no regen and stuff. Well, like in the season, it has no regen. Combat medics like come up to you. Thing is also though nowadays we have also refactor, which is kind of in the same space of of builds, right? So yeah, likely I made it much more harder of a choice
I need to debrief with Schaefer.
than easier.
Kelso had to go.
But my answer is
Safer for
I'm
us
keeping
if
one
she's
of
not
each,
here.
effectively.
Hyenas have taken over the power plant and triggered the lockdown
On different
procedures.
characters
Be
around.
careful, Agent. Last thing we need is an RC bomb in a nuclear reactor. We need to restrict access and secure the nuclear waste.
This guy just full cap start.
Reactor unstable.
Fuck off.
Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes to lockdown.
But yeah, he's already has a
Radiation detected.
caps lock names.
Operational lockdown procedures.
Why am I not surprised? And I'm just running these things for proficiency. But yeah, we'll run the lead here. Although the lead here, in this case, because yeah, we have upfront damage with it. That should also not be ignored, that this is a pretty high damage, even on a red build. That can have, you know, really high uptime, even more so than killer. But yeah, my skills, like I could also just have, you know, a ton coming from my skills. Especially now that we have smart cover. Also in this case, for instance, I've taken 2 streamlined weapons. One thing you could definitely do is just run a secondary that isn't streamlined and then swap that out to that if your hive goes on cooldown. 2 healing drones for him.
Detected.
Nice of our allies to give that to him. So lab admin lab.
System back online.
Actually, you know what? If these guys go into reactor, I'm just gonna follow them. What red buff build gets okayish value in just heroic 4-man OD? Not per se,
Secure
just
the area
in.
so we can bring in the engineer.
Yeah, it's fine. This one time it makes kind of sense. This place is small and
Protect the engineer.
we're close enough to the, like if we went to lab we would have to run back. Why not? Also, honestly, I'm here for the kills, for proficiency and some loot, so I'm not against it either way. But yeah, my brain is currently just going, why don't I have a pulse? I should just have a pulse and just be pulsing. And then, you know, we know where everything is the whole time. But that's what you should do with Streamline as well. Just unbind your keys. For the skills, just no touch. Also, actually, if I even have a skill out, yeah, it goes away. But also, yeah, if I were to use it, it would have gone on cooldown anyways. It would have then. But yeah, even if I pull a skill out, Streamline. No, we're already on the Warhound wave.
High-risk target approaching. Area secure.
Thank you, Agent. I was starting to think this was it for us.
Triple Yoti. You know what? I'll not that we don't have damage, but you know what? I'm just gonna take that. And benefit from other people's coyotes and everybody's, I don't know. Somebody knows how to go the short rats. Good. Also, though, I don't know if I said it with OD, I might have got distracted, but OD is also really good for the ammo directives. So either Pistolero or the ammo holders, you can kind of negate with it, and then also it's enough of a damage buff and such that it's kind of like fine enough in a format. In a theoretical sense, it's basically around the same damage. You know, if we kind of take 3 strikers versus 4 striker, or 3 strikers plus OD versus 4 strikers. It's kind of around the same numbers, but then yeah, it's more as well. You get to have an extra directive pretty easily. Or even 2 in some.
High-risk target detected.
Don't ask me what I was doing there. Because I have no satisfactory answer. That'd be good for raids like boss CPS. I mean, there, yeah.
Area secure.
Especially on a few
you can
people.
access the waste area.
Although
Take a
for
decontamination
instance
shower before
that,
you
I
come
would
back
think
to
maybe
base.
Huntsman is actually a really good pick for some of the raid bosses. And seeing as, you know, as far as I've seen, the hunters aren't too bad set up in how hard they are to get. I can jump down there, which is a little faster. So we're caught up a little with our friends here. But also, if you're going into raid, you're likely full reds plus full grading. Because here as well, the grading like kind of matters. Because yeah, I could leave the skill use for allies, but even in raid, like I generally, for instance, there run, or most of the fights, just run pulse, just intermittently pulsing, making sure, you know, that we know where everybody is. Although most of the times somebody
Agent, you've
runs
reached the waste
sharpshooter and
area.
has a recon
I
drone
need you
out,
to
that's
secure
also
the
enough.
radioactive material to override the lockdown protocols.
But if you're just kind of unloading mag after mag, that well, I think Sleipnir would also just be
We
better
need to secure that tank and get it back into the
than
sarcophagus.
Huntsman. Because I think actually that's going to be the biggest issue for Huntsman when we kind of go look at it. There is Sleipnir exists, and Sleipnir is just a step above, I would say.
That should be the source of the leak. Now we just need to seal those tanks.
Because also, yeah, with that also being changed to 9 seconds, I mean, all the frenzies got changed.
Incoming.
But that's kind of changed the dynamic there.
What the hell?
What was the firing time of the thing? Because it's likely in like 1100-ish, right? Or maybe even 1200-ish. RPM when it's really going. Or maybe even higher. So 20 rounds a second, so 5 seconds. Because I feel, yeah, Sleipnir with 100 rounds would unload faster than the 5 seconds, right? And then the reload would hit
Great work.
like
Now
the
just
drop
seal that
in the
bunker and
talent
stop
would
exposing your team to
happen.
not so low doses of radiation.
Radiation detected at acceptable level. Incoming. High risk hostile.
in the reload.
Good work, Agent. You saved the plant. Move to extraction point.
Because yeah, you could unload the
Helo
Sleipnir
is ready
in
when
full,
you are.
right?
Shoot a flare to signal
Before
Taurus.
the 5 seconds. So it doesn't really per se change much there. Missed. No. What's gonna be up here? You know, with OD going to be the play. Overall, yeah, I would think so. Like the Iron Lung, yeah. Although you can still go Iron Lung, like if there's you can make a case for it that way.
System curtailed.
Get on that helo. You've got hunters incoming.
System reactivated.
Unload mode. So for instance, like that section that I just did there, Huntsman will be like decent as well. Mag after mag after mag.
Helo is ready when you are. Shoot a flare to signal Taurus.
I want to be close enough that I can melee if he goes for heal. I'm capping. We capping. My team has this. There's a bunch of decent damage on the team. I think this is better than the other one that I had. Yeah. So, but just barely. Let's just drop that. Actually, no, that one was way ahead. I should think about it now. Because one of the things with Streamline is also like on this slot, even without any, you know, tiering and stuff, or tier 0, just modifiers off. Yeah, okay. Wait, does it actually now work correctly with the leader deciding, or did I turn them off? No, I had them off. I guess it's leader's pick, which. Right.
It's gonna get annoying with some cantons as well. I might try to have the modifiers than not. And even without tiering, so here I have 15 or 10 damage targets out of cover, which I can trigger here, get a kill with killer, killer's active, or just run it with measured and be ahead. But then I have to do shit, which for me is fine. I'd rather do shit than not do shit. Get the Sleipnir skin, yeah. Is that with the Sleipnir, or was that just the MG5 skin, the etched one? I love that one as well. This thing. But I think this was from one of the season
Torres
things,
inbound
right?
on your location. Hold tight. She'll get you home.
But yeah, maybe they'll also rerun it at some point. Sadist plus Vindictive, yeah. So they're gonna be Sadist plus Vindictive or Sadist plus Pressure Point.
Torres is in position.
For ODs. But also I feel with the Tinkerer, just in general, going one damage, one utility is gonna be what I'm gonna do with it a lot. You know, killer plus preservation, killer plus.
Thanks to you, the locals will.
Because also you can
have
just
lights
kind of
this
change
winter.
that talent,
Thank
you know,
you,
on the
Agent.
fly if you have like multiple weapons and stuff,
Another agent is now.
or even just, you know, recalibrated. But also things like, yeah, even Future Perfect, for instance. For YouTube, I looked at the spreadsheet. Do you recommend Sadist over Killer? And how do you trigger Sadist? No. So if you look, that's also why generally I would recommend kind of watching the videos and analysis of them. Sadist is in there and is at the top, but that doesn't mean that like that is better.
Said it was safer for us
As
to
with a
start
lot of
here.
data, you kind of need to know how to look at it. That's also why it says like active next to it, because it needs to be active for it to do that, which is just not consistently the case, for instance, with Sadist. But you could, because if you're running together with OD, and not so much maybe with ARs, but especially with LMGs, if like multiple people are running LMGs and everything's bleeding, or just, you know, they're bleeding everything well, and you can just capitalize on that, that will work out. But then we have things like the diminishing returns on the bleed coming in and kind of souring that. But that's why I would recommend just watching the videos on them, and not just the spreadsheets, because in those I kind of like we go beyond just the numbers. But no, as a general use, talents killer or measured, and very situationally Sadist. But then, for instance, Sadist for OD build is like a no-brainer, because you're going to be there. You have basically 100% uptime for it. There's also a lot of those talents are in there at like max capacity, especially for instance as well Frenzy, like in LMGs or now in ARs too. You have to kind of look at it from a perspective of like, this is the number when it's active. That's also why there's a no talent version in all of those. So it is basically going from when it isn't active, it's the no talent, and then when it is active, it's this one. And from that, you can likely, like if you know what you're doing, or if you just watch those videos where I can explain it, it's just like, you can kind of take from those two numbers, we can kind of create a mental image of like, oh, okay, we're going to have this much uptime on it. And go from there. So we take like, you know, if it's 50-50, we'll take the no talent as 50. We'll take the other one as 50% and kind of go between them. Yeah, let's actually swap to some kill summon. As I see, just a ton of people running the white thing. Not to be part of the same crowds. Yeah, let's go and let's do one more Kantan real quick, and then maybe we jump and make the finish off the streamlined spreadsheet.
You have joined a group.
Looks like, yeah. Yeah, hopefully it'll come back through in one of the bundles. No worries. Thank you for your emails. I have a quick question. What's a good set for the Bullet King LMG? Bullet King as a whole is just a weapon. There are some weapons that really like being on a build made for them. Pestilence comes to mind. You know, something like Backfire comes to mind. That kind of need a build. Bullet King is just a weapon. It doesn't do anything like special. It doesn't interact in like a real way with a build. Because even, for instance, you could say Negotiator and Blue Screen kind of synergize in, you know, with both of them, you're trying to hit multiple targets, so you do the same thing. But Bullet King is just a gun. So I just stick it on Striker. Is the obvious answer. But it also fits in a lot of places.
Relay offline.
Agent, I need
But
to
keep in mind that the
debrief
Bullet
with
King
Schaefer.
isn't like a
Kelso had to
top
go.
weapon.
Said it was
It's
safer
not
for us
bad,
if she's
especially
not
if
here.
like it's the best you have, or you just want to mess around with it, or just, you know,
Lockdown procedures have been initiated.
never
Last
want to
thing
stop
we need is a
firing.
radioactive green poison. We need
But
to
there is
restrict access
definitely
and secure
weapons
the
in that
nuclear
category
waste.
that like outperform it. Things like the MG5 with Killer
Reactor
or Measured,
unstable.
for instance.
Emergency lockdown protocols activated.
Those would be
15
overall
minutes
more
lockdown.
damage, but yeah,
High
Both
levels
things
of
kinda-
radiation detected. Commence
Not
operational lockdown procedure.
insanely behind. Not anymore. It used to be. It used to have a really bad third stat, and it used to have 5 crit chance on it. Now there's 15 crit chance from mods, and also you can put detox or crit chance. Well, actually, on that one is one of the few places where like it does make a little sense to maybe go rate of fire instead. Oh, we have the close range buff. Nice. I was like, wait, I'm doing a lot of damage. Everybody's doing a lot of damage. Yeah, whenever we get the close range buff, it's kind of an easy mode. And this one, modifiers are on. Nice. It's sick LMG. It's definitely not bad. The thing to keep in mind in Division, and a lot of people have that coming from a lot of other games. In Division, we end up using the high-end weapons quite a bit. Like situationally, some of the exotics come in and like are top contenders, but mostly in Division, the exotics are just
System
a
restored.
tiny bit better. Yeah, turbine. Or a tiny bit different. Like they do something else than just more damage. Or with the exception of a few like Oreo in the past and such, but that's definitely worth using. But yeah, just any red build that you kind of like. Negotiator, Heartbreaker, Striker. Of course, you wouldn't want to put it on like Hunter's Fury, which is an SMG/shotgun gear set. But you know, anywhere where LMGs kind of fits, it can just slide in. And of those, yeah, the simple one is
System disrupted.
familiar with it, just Striker, just a bug standard Striker, and
High-risk target.
you'll have some decent results.
System reactivated.
Just I remember seeing it over here and I just didn't grab it.
Area secure.
Right pulse there. So used to having a pulse there. Let's see, that's amazing. I figured that Cities would look better, especially compared to gameplay scenarios. Yeah, and that's kind of the thing as well with those. You have to know what you're looking at, or yeah, just watch the videos as an explanation, because there's a lot of talents that otherwise seem way better than they are. Same for instance, if you look at that list and just go like Strega or Chameleon on those lists as well, of course, are really high. But both of those as well have situations where they kind of work and situations where they kind of don't. Especially Sadis is also there as it's a flat amp, so it puts the weapons in the order that they kind of are. Like it sorts the weapons, basically. Are they going... Or are they going that way? I'm just gonna go cooling tower. I'm assuming everybody's going cooling tower. Because why would we run across the map for VIP and laboratory?
Protect the engineer.
Well, let me start. I'll get ready to start up with this. Yeah, I'm not going to cross the map. That was the dumbest thing I've seen in a while. Because yeah, they went from here
Evacuate the facility.
to here to do VIP. When this is here and isn't VIP. And the main is also next to it. I was gonna sit in front of this door and already do some prep work. Because yeah, in a little bit we'll go to fill this in. On this one, I would need to actually at some point. I wouldn't mind actually grabbing something that has one of the higher sustains. There's maybe more a burst around this, and then like a sustain that is around the same level. Because it is streamlined, and then as well, LUT kind of showing that it's not the greatest pick. But they also triggered cooling tower. What's happening here? Yeah. Same not too long ago, yeah. I just went the right way, assuming they would go the right way too, but I have a habit of just leaving sometimes with cancels like this. Just like also, yeah, it is weekend matchmaker, of
Agent,
course.
you can access the waste area.
But I'm not gonna
Do
go
me a
in until
favor
they're
and take a
here.
decontamination shower before you come back to base.
So we all loot together. But it's kind of annoying. You miss out on a ton of loot. But that's what happens when, when we have like, you know. Although, well, yeah, there's like most people are under 100, which is kind of fine. Like, yeah, they just don't know better. But I should have just written it out as well. Like, I should have just said turbine cooling, but I didn't then. Paid the price. Because we need to fill up the AR side of things. or we filled out the AR side of things. We need to fill out the SMG side of things, and then also I'm gonna make something here that is gonna be just looking at as we go up in cores and down in cores. We'll get here eventually. Because by the time I would have gotten there, I would have been.
Agent, you've reached the waste area. I need you to secure the radioactive material to override the lockdown protocols.
It would have been over anyway.
Radiation detected.
And I feel actually that's kind of all I need for streamline.
We need to
Because
secure
we
that
want to
tank
compare
get
the
back into
names, we want to
sarcophagus.
compare the lead and the
That should be the
purist, and
source of the
then
leak. Now we just need to seal those tanks.
and just show at each armor core. Because also, yeah, with those ones, I would already set up that we can change the
Target approaching.
how many red cores we have. But on the first one as well, I just want to actually just have it be striker with like from full red to full blue, and just how much you gain from the talent effectively.
Fire is lit.
Box is going to be up there. So we do want to get those countdown boxes. For their SHD calibrations in them. And loot. And just plain old loot. Somebody's running a
Great
sniper
work.
somewhere.
Now just seal that bunker and stop exposing your team to.
I wonder actually how
doses
much
of radiation.
could run the modifier together with
Iris target approaching.
Hotshot. I wonder how much those blues actually get in the way.
Evacuate the facility. 5 minutes to lockdown.
The blue markers with their bonus health amounts and stuff.
In effect.
Because
Great work,
the
Agent.
reduction on
Power
them is
plant
just
stable.
crit.
Now get the hell out of there.
So it's just crit damage
When you're
reduction.
ready,
So
send up a flare so Torres can pick you up.
hitting for headshots, you're not critting. So I'm expecting as well the first person out there to just run straight into the hunters and get themselves murdered. Also, this fight actually, if everybody waits up, it's so much easier because if you don't let the hunters, especially in this north fight, if you don't let the hunters kind of escape, because this guy, he's not going to kill like 2 hunters that are up in front.
Agent, stay frosty. Hunters incoming.
I'm gonna be the 5th person through this gate. And that guy is about to find out that, can't take a whole team by yourself.
System curtailed.
But yeah. Not that it's gonna be hard or anything, because this is just challenging. And we have the close range buff as well. But yeah, this does not need to be this hectic of a fight. Like this should have been
System back online.
100 times easier. Also, they don't. Like,
Hostile drone detected.
I'm acting as if it's malicious intent. It's not. It's just they didn't
System
know.
disrupted.
Close range buff. We want to get close range.
System reactivated.
don't want to push beyond
When
this
you're ready,
beyond
send
this
up a flare
barrel.
so Torres can pick you up.
But yeah, he won't learn his lesson today because he got saved by the close range buff. Does the core of the Picaros actually, or well, I mean, it's not going to, right? Does it count as a core for the system? Same for the skill tier from Brazos. I didn't actually check that. You know, I just now realized that. You know, the Picaros likely doesn't, but does the skill? I mean, it's not a core, right? It's a brand bonus. So, intention-wise, it shouldn't. But I never tested it. We should, maybe. And if nothing else, we're grading up these things. Oh, the Purist is actually proficient. I've been running it as a secondary and such quite a bit. How's this skill doing? 5. Because all proficiency most of the things up just by running them. That's just... Especially none of the, like, we've already done the brand and the gear sets.
Torres is in position.
Just by running it. Also while farming it and donating. Yeah, it's not enough time for another chopper. Let's get out of here.
You did a great thing today, Agent. We take electricity for granted, but
Yeah, we only got 6 hunters total because at the start, yeah, with the close range buff, the other team killed the other 2 pretty quick before we got across. So only 122. Also, how much of that I have saved up? I have 14,818.
Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
I was kind of distracted because actually I didn't notice before, but excuse you, year 6, season 3, Burden of Truth cache. They forget the countdown vendor with the caches.
Agent, you haven't seen a selection like this since before the green poison.
Still the last season caches there.
Good to see you.
Let's deconstruct these. Oh yeah, we can just stick on this character actually, because this is the build anyway. Let's turn off modifier for a second. This actually just to be sure. Oh, I deactivated it with the other one and... Okay, it seems at least correctly tied to leader.
Incoming backup request.
From... No name. Is that someone on my list? Oh, that's not somebody on my list. The name sounds familiar. You know, let's see if we can... Oh, it's over? No.
Backup request accepted.
See? Ah, no. They're already filled up on others. Watching all videos and really enjoy watching them. Do you think you do one again at some point? I mean the AMAs, Q&As kind of things, they've just been the channel anniversary, so we'll have
we'll have some of those again. It's also generally on stream. I mean, you can just ask me anything, anytime. But yeah, usually with the channel anniversary, I just do one of those. So, but that's going to be in February for the next one. So, I mean, if there's enough like requests or something, I might do one like in between. But likely we'll save it for the anniversaries. So yeah, we have this one. Let's make sure we are lining up correctly here. Yeah, let's do some work on these. I want to finish this one up and have it ready, and then tomorrow afternoon I'll likely just record that video. Not gonna do it on stream because I'm gonna add energy this evening, so I think I would be better off doing it tomorrow and just being fresh and doing it then. What's attack drones got count as pulse? Whenever it is actually have as enemies in line of sight. So whenever actually enemies glow up, you know, when they're glowing, kind of with the pulse effect, they are. It doesn't just always pulse all enemies, it needs line of sight. So just with the line going to them isn't enough. It actually needs to see them and then it pulses. That's also why it's, for instance, yeah, not the greatest tool for trying to get flatline to go or something. You can definitely make it work with flatline, especially if you're just, you know, for instance, some people use it with Headhunter. They use just Headhunter because they're usually, you know, if you're running Hotshot, you're running the recon drone anyway. And then if for the people that don't run, you know, determined or such, flatline is actually a decent, because you can make sure that like the drone is pulsing them and then you know, you shoot, because that would be more than enough to kill a elite with as well, to start on an elite anyway. Yeah, so this is we have it here. Yeah, let's get full stacks. Let's actually go to an ACS, that'll be easier. Love will just stack and give me a rock and roll. Let's put this to invulnerable elite. What do I have actually here? DTH 0, yeah, invulnerable elite. Let's just make sure actually that lead is actually 47% and not maybe some other number. I went one too far. All the way around again. We go. Invulnerable elite. On 15 meters. Let's turn on damage numbers. What's the cap shots? Hmm, 1032 for armor. So 1032. Yeah, 1032, 655. Lead. We're a little, or actually, I'm like, we're way off. Yeah. 1032, 655, 658. Which, yeah, trade is fine. 411, 416, 411, 417. So, close enough. So that one, yeah. Just to check that it is 47. Another different number. Yeah, but grading up there, of course. Basically, the AR one is kind of good like that. Let's actually go for here for a second. And what is a better sustainer? Because I think ACR
And ACR. Here is behind the marks. Yeah. There's the AUG. Because maybe we add in the AUG as well. Not that I would per se run the AUG. The AUG has handling issues. TKB. Trying to find something in the ballpark of the Mark 16 sustain that would kind of overtake it. And AUG kind of does fit that bill, but worse handling. Yeah, let's maybe we change that other Mark 16 to so yeah, let's take an AUG. Because I wouldn't take a Mark 16, you would just take the LUT, because why wouldn't you? Or should we change this to be Mark 16 LUT? Yeah, let's get the AUG stats. Do so 188 and 782. What is the base amount for this? 680. Oh yeah. That's why I don't remember it. Because it's just a weird number for a weapon that I never use. Let's actually, if we drop this to 0 red scores. Yeah, the LUT doesn't even gain enough for there. Still to matter. There's a in comparison, we're getting 5 more from perfect, of course, but that doesn't make a difference enough to care. So yeah, that's the AR one. Let's start filling this SMG one in. So let's take. Do you have a group boat chest, lady? Maybe we take it to a different character for a second. Let's put these two back. Put the LUT and the purist. So we'll go to a character that does have a SMG setup. Because yeah, let's go over there, set up an SMG version. Let's go with her.
Safe area entered.
Some point I should actually make something to eat for myself. I realize suddenly that I'm quite hungry.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Don't say Manny. No, actually, don't say Manny. Manny, shut up. Manny. Oh yeah, modifier. I'm like, why are we 59? Yeah, so so what was the play here? 2 crit damage mods, right? And then we're on 48 and 2 crit chances here for perfect 60, right? Oh no, actually we have Coyote. Oh well, we still want to hit like 60. Although the crit differences between them doesn't matter. It's like the build as we would with the other one. Is actually, do we have a way? 56 minus
Agent
2.
requesting backup.
See who this one is.
Backup request acknowledged.
Let's see if it loads me. Seem to be. And then this person is on my. Their name seems familiar, but they're not on my friends list at the very least. I might have seen him around or something.
Another agent has joined your group. Backup arrived.
Oh.
I need you to secure
There's
the
a
memorial
other
and remove the
familiar
true
name.
suspect. Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer
They're
for us if she's
helping
not here.
people get call for backups in.
Another agent is now in your group.
We do have cool skills. Where did my fire cam go? What server is this? The moon. I haven't fought down here in like forever. Because yeah, normally we just push up here. I'm gonna run Eclipse actually, yeah. Would be nice if I could get one fire going. But yeah, we also have this in here. He's likely trying to answer some calls for backup as well. Sugared my Scorpio for Eclipse. Will it make a difference? Not really. It's more if you run it in like Hunter's Furies and stuff. I mean, it'll make a difference. You might, you know, if you've ever done like 2 shots on an enemy and you left them on this like tiny sliver, you would have killed them. Right, like,
Agent,
it does make a difference, and especially as well because it is an Eclipse. It is actually gaining more, you know, closer to the 20%, or like, you know, closer to the 30% if you have 30. But it's one of those more like nice to have. There's better places to spend it. But if you run Eclipse a lot, like there's a point where you just go, sure, why not? But you might notice here I'm not running graded weapons here, but also I'm on that account where the graded weapons are in the stash, so. Yeah, let's turn off damage numbers for a second. It's just popping up way too fast. I know this guy is doing some helping people's out with their calls for backup, which is nice to see. And they themselves already also have 38 wings. I'm wingless. On this character, I'm still wingless. Oh, it's US West. Okay. I was like, yeah, this feels even worse than like Asia. Can I ignite? Everybody's set up to. Because we actually need to kill that wave. Like that actually needs to happen. One thing is as well, when there's cool skills like this, one thing you can do is just actually the other skill, seeing as you're not using it, right? Just run something there that, because even if it is on cooldown, it doesn't matter for proficiency. So here I should have actually swapped that, although this character doesn't have it, so I should move point. I should have swapped. If I had the smart cover and I wanted the proficiency that, I might as well have that equipped, right? And then
I repeat, the compound is all clear.
That can't be
we're
all.
not using it,
Check
but
the
we'll
interior
still
while I
get
can manage people to
proficiency.
maintain the
But
perimeter.
this character hasn't done Brooklyn yet, so it does not meet it. Megan said we're doing this grading. I'll run striker clips for 99% of my gameplay. Then yeah, just for instance, depending on which skills you use with Eclipse, the skills might be a good idea. This guy full sending it. Not so much the fire cam. Although actually, so for heroic, I'm actually completely fine for. Because also nowadays, like watch alternate stuff is kind of gone anyway. Which sometimes the fire cam kind of gets in the way if you proficiency it. But making that initial explosion do more, like on heroic, that's kind of fine. Yeah, it might cost you on setting something on fire once or twice.
Damn it. The true sons have turned the
But
memorial into a
overall,
base.
it's a better thing
An
than
area
not.
beneath you with increased security. Isaac can't access data on this location. Stay alert. I don't know what you're walking into.
I'm gonna grab the key chest. I might skip looting if nobody else is. Yeah,
Careful with those rounds.
I want to keep up.
Kill everybody in here. You hear that? Fuck this noise. I'm not dying to help with camel count.
And especially our weapons are.
DC-62 detected.
Red build weapons will kind of.
Isaac just ID'd those shells as chemical weapons. We can't afford to let the true sons escape with those. You gotta find a way to close up that tunnel.
But the most important thing actually about grading is just put it on stuff that you actually use. If it's on stuff in the stash, that's not per se
According to the schematics Isaac pulled
the
upstairs, we
greatest.
can lock that tunnel door from their control center. That should keep them from being able to transport those mortars loaded with DC-62.
Okay, the modifier giving away where they're spawning. Is this guy maybe on my friends list? Because I saw the other guy getting endorsed and getting a level. I think. Oh, fuck. The rare top spawn. Also, sometimes the pop-up doesn't happen. I can
That should keep them from getting
I
more
can
of those
check
mortars.
here.
You think closing the tunnel is smart? Fuck you.
Endorsed
You
yet.
lock yourself in with us. I'll make sure you rot down here.
So I wonder if it has to do with like personal kills and stuff. Because here, of course, I'm not getting that many kills. I'm getting some, but like the kill shots are gonna be much more in the hands of the strikers and stuff.
Good work.
Hunting
Go on
the
ahead,
backpack
back up.
there.
The team from the campus is taking position inside the memorial.
Maybe we are on friends list then. Just didn't want to show.
If you hadn't stopped them, I know they would have used those weapons on us.
Maybe
You would have
check
ended
here.
up like Castle.
Where's
I
he
can't
looking
tell
at?
you how
There.
relieved I am to have you on our side. Thank you.
We'll just have all the K's up. No.
Today, we dealt a great blow to the
Yeah.
Tucson's infrastructure.
That's-
We confiscated a
Yeah, I need to
massive
get
cache
it.
of chemical weapons and eliminated a stronghold near the campus.
Did I just not
You should be
reach?
proud. You saved a lot of lives today.
Might be on list with them.
An agent is no longer in your group. You are now group leader.
Or might have just not reached it there. Oh, why am I? What do I want to leave group? But we're going back to the other character now. We want to be on this character, and let's go continue on with this. But that was just a time waste, turns out. Otherwise, well, I should just turn my thing off. Like I'll go get it with the other character, because also this character is not even like at that point anyway. It's on the. They're on the first step, not the last step. Because already we can do this same thing already here. But then this one, instead of C41, is going to be C68. Yeah. And also for this other one, it's going to be...
Safe area detected.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso
Oh
had
yeah,
to
we're
go.
going to do the same
Said it was safer
here.
for us if she's not here.
Let's just turn off the thing for now.
Backup request declined.
So we have that one. So this becomes when we put away. So this is... This is the amount of red core, so this is also 68, and then this is 67. There we go. So we can turn streamline on and off. We can change how many red cores we have, and we can add grading. Yeah. There we go. That's hooked up, and we can take this and put this here everywhere. All of them are the same. And then as well, all of these are the same. Let me just do that. 70 headshots, no DTA, no DTH, and 10 DTAC. Okay. Did I get endorsement? No, but I'm not sure if, like, that name sounds pretty familiar, so I might not be able to just find them on my friends list. Although actually I should be able to, like, look now. But also I wonder actually if it's, yeah, they're on my friends list. So I just can't find their name in UbiConnect. Apparently. Because if I just search for the keys and stuff, maybe they're like going offline in there. That might be it. But then even then, it should show somebody offline. Because I was already like, I think this is someone on my friends list, man.
Also, I'm fine as well with it. I have plenty of time to do it. Also, now that I kind of have a more consistent way of doing it, I can always dual box. I can just always pull up second account, because I'll likely do that for second account just to kind of get it geared in. So let's go back to this build. VOD, Grupo, Strecker, and then let's take a lead out of the stash. We'll use that as our comparison points. Let's already set that up. So we want 2 crit damage mods, yeah, and 1 crit chance. For 54. How is the setup in? I want to actually have the same build as the MG on Striker. This is 60, right? Or yeah. So the setup. So this is 668. Wait, 8? Chaska? Wait. 2 6s, 8, and double 5s. What? Oh, is the modifier on again? Is that what's going on? This modifier was on there, I think. Oh, yeah. That's what's happening. I'm like 53, 59 though. Oh, are we just capping at 60? Hmm. 714. Oh yeah, okay. So this still adds to a better build. Okay, that makes sense. So we're effectively 60.5. Or even 61, actually. Yeah, we're 61. But that's fine, because that's still 7 crit chance from the Cheska instead of, 13 from Grupo. So actually it still comes out ahead. I remember there being something weird here, but now I remember. So yeah, we're going with a Cheska chest, weirdly enough, on a SMG setup, and then 2 crit chances on the weapon. Landing 61, but 60, like using 7 from Cheska, that's still, you would need 14 from Grupo to be equivalent effectively. Yeah, so this becomes actually, let's do it like this. Min, I'm just gonna do 61 and then comma 60. It's kind of a weird thing to do, but makes sense. Also on the SMG9, we can use the same, because we're just dropping a crit damage mod when we go there. Yeah. So the build itself is 163 plus 25. And then this one is 153 plus 25. Yeah. Is that the only outlier? Yeah, everything else can have 2 crit chance mods and a crit damage mod, right? Yeah.
You know what? I'm just going to combine these two. There's no reason to do this one separately. Because if you're going SMG9A2, you might as well be the purist. There's no reason to not be the purist. The pureist. Let's take it to here as well for a second. We don't take that one, and then we need to hook these up differently. So these are the 41s. They go to 68. 68, 68. Just a different row, effectively. And now, if we play here, yeah. So it's kind of, what is it that is worst? It's 16% that is worst, and with 0 grading and 0 red cores, it's 30%. So it's kind of in between those two numbers for most builds. But yeah, at its best, although yeah, grade 30 and 0 cores, it's 24%. So it's kind of depends on what build you're running it on. Because this definitely kind of like Optimist when you had like really low blue cores, or you had really low red cores and you had a lot of blue cores, like PvP. Made a lot of sense there. Makes a little less sense, although I think it's still overtuned. Might still be a little high. Data is always completing shortening doesn't work. Yeah. And actually, thanks for. I was actually looking, like, I wasn't sure if like I had you on my friends list, because as well I'm like, you know, multiple friends lists and stuff, so of multiple accounts. I was like, maybe I was on the other one or something. I was trying to find you in the UB Connect, but I couldn't, so that's why I accepted the call for backup. But actually, I was actually taking up a space that, because yeah, we are on each other's friends list. But yeah, UB Connect apparently is, although you might be hidden there, I think, likely you're set to be invisible, which is fine as well. Although even then, it should show you just as offline, I think. Yeah, because I just searched for K and all went like through the K names. But I get on you for helping people's ads. I'll do that a little bit as well in a bit. While I'm going through some of Brooklyn. Okay, so we have these, we have this. This is in place. This is the build. Let's make sure this build actually hits for what we're saying it hits for. So with the purist, here, invulnerable elite. Well, it doesn't matter per se armor or not armor, but let's take elite. That's 5. Also, let's already put this down. So this is all Coyote. 0 to 15. Not that the crit kind of matters here, but just we want to I want the build to be consistent with like the DPS or like the weapons on build tables kind of thing. Yeah, so now it's in place. Stack up Striker and Obliterate, and damage numbers would be nice. So 3, 2, 4, 6, 7, 1. Purist. And we're off by a little. What did we miss? What did I miss? This is all. Is this optimized? Yeah, it's optimized. Everything set up correctly. 163 plus 15. Yeah. Oh, actually, it shows up even here. Wait, Streamline shows up there. Yeah, that's odd. I wasn't expecting that. Normally, things like Optimus and stuff don't show up in the stat sheet there. Yeah. Interesting. That's actually a trivia to know. Because they're showing 147 in the all weapon damage bonus. Which makes sense as well, because that's we didn't actually implement. Yeah, because this is 47. That's what the difference is there. Likely. 3, 2, 4, 6, 7, 1. 3, 2, 4, 6, 7, 2. Yeah, close enough. 935,053. 935,055. Close enough. And some of those rounding errors is we don't know the exact basis for some of the weapons, or a lot of weapons. And there's basically a decimal point in there, and that's messing everything up. Especially the more recent rebalances have made that a little bit worse. Especially when we have a build that kind of like adds a bunch of multipliers like Striker and big ones. Kind of exacerbates it. Do I think Measure Assembly will help out with manning Zoo on Legendary? Wait, Legendary? I mean, well, I'll put a drone spam and stuff. Like, you could run it for the drone spam, but it depends on like what level we're talking about. Like, if we're talking high level, nobody was running healers there anyway. It's like a foam plus plus 3 strikers kind of mission. For general use, I think, or for like, matchmaking and stuff, I think Refactor still has basically a better deal for just general use like that. Especially with their drone. Like this, yeah, because that's the thing, right? Like, it doesn't need to be like the top thing just to, but it has its places. It has its places. Now that it can delete all the drones, because yeah, that's 1 second timer. So even if 2 drones are coming your way, it's gonna eat both of them likely before they reach anyone. At least if they're traveling through the hive, that's also the thing, right? They need to be traveling actually through the hive. The thing is, though, would you pick that over FI and its buff, or would you pick that above Refactor and it's just like healing everybody? And I think we just need to run it a bunch and get a feel for it. Like, I feel this build is very much like we need to find the places that it works and find its like upsides and then compare its upside to other places. But already some people have found, like, yeah, I think for hunter fights, especially for instance the master difficulty, the former hunters, it's being able to delete a lot of the skills of the hunters, especially for instance, someone brought up the Summit 100 fight actually. Summit Floor 100. Like, yeah, it could actually be really good there. Just for deleting, bomber drones coming your way. And hell, you could even just use the smart cover, like, offensively. Like, if the smart turret is, like, across the room, or that sniper turret is across the room, you could just, instead of using it, like, on your allies, you just fire it at, at that turret. It deletes the turret. And then you can supercharge and bring it back, basically. So good is smart stuff like that. But the question still becomes then, it's an opportunity cost thing. Like,
when we take this, we're not going to take FI alongside of it, likely, right? So is it better to go FI or this? I don't have a great answer for you yet. But also, yeah, somebody was saying, for instance, an incursion, it deletes the lovebird strum. Like, yeah, skipping a phase is pretty good. But that's like a very like specific situation, right? So I feel I need to just run it a bunch, also others, and then kind of also see just what ideas come from it. And we might find that, yeah, especially maybe in like certain situations, we go with this over others. But yeah, it's kind of hard to beat FI is the thing. Because one of the things as well with the smart cover, like we have a pretty big buff there, but FI can just also run that smart cover. Like if we take an FI versus that, what we get is like the buff versus, you know, the build itself being overcharged plus deleting proxies. And yeah, we'll have to spend some time on it. No, glad it makes sense. I was hoping it would. Yeah. And fortified smart cover. Actually, yeah, the smart, but the thing is as well, like the smart cover could be ran by somebody else as well. Actually, is for instance, because if they supercharge, you can like even a red can put out a fortified, another red can put out a. Also, we should try that if you can I mean, likely we can, right? We can just. I always assumed we will be able to of just 2 smart covers. Especially if a supercharge happens and then you have the defense and the offense. They likely don't stack that much, you know, most skills don't stack. Or even like things like Hermano or stuff doesn't stack if you have like 2 people with it. But the defensive and the offensive one, we should be able to have like both on area and then get that. What are my first impressions of smart cover? It's in the right hands. That thing is very OP. Like having used it now a little bit in a coordinated team where everybody's actually getting into cover and making use of the weapon handling and damage to targets out of cover from it. It's way too high. Like the detox could have been like 10. Like overcharge, it could have been like 12 or something, or 15 to kind of be in line with like the pulse, for instance, for overcharge pulse. And then maybe at 6 tier, it could have been like 8. And then if you had the mod to 10, that would have been already. And then the weapon handling, you could keep pretty high. But that would be enough already. But yeah, like at having 47 detox, I don't have it here on this character here. But having 47 detox on 6th tier, pretty consistently getting that out. Like, I don't feel there is any balance there. Try to keep up. Yeah, let's so we had checking numbers done. Let's also actually do just a headshot set. Just in case. Uh, 1162322, 1262325. That's close enough. 511 941, 511 914. Okay, so yeah, those numbers check out. Kind of from that, I can extrapolate like that the rest is all, because the rest is all just, you know, different bases, but and like the RPMs and stuff that we filled in yesterday already. Yeah, we have the same numbers here, right? Yeah, these should line up, which they do, for the same build effectively.
And let's do the same here, where we take attack vector. And we remove this part. Is that all I've removed here? Oh yeah, but that's fine. And plus 70. And this becomes and in here, because we don't have a weapon that goes above it. Wait, no. Wait, what happens? Oh, because our crit is so much higher, right? Yeah. Killer loses here a little bit in comparison because our crit is much higher because the SMG bonus. We're basically translating that directly into higher crit damages. So Killer is a little bit lower, and now Killer is actually below it by quite a bit instead of having a Lexi Killer versus a Lexi Streamline. Like the Lexington Killer is actually ahead when Killer is activated. So the same thing here that we can turn on and off Killer. Just because that makes it also easy to check here that we have the same number. Times that, yeah, so 0. Oh, 0, 0. Yeah. So this should be 100, yeah. Although we can just see the numbers being the same, so. Okay, so that's AR, SMG. And that's all good. I'm gonna actually leave this character just like this. I'll just leave him like this. Yeah. Let's go to character 2.
Priority objective available, Agent.
So how do we do actually this? How do we... I mean, we just have an int or versus 0, right?
Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Basically do the same talent ads kind of thing. So we do this basically. Yeah, I have to edit each one. So 5, 1, 4, 2, 3, 3, 2, 4, 1, 5, 0, 6. Basically, going all the way from all red to all blue, right? Let's take just Lexi stats. Just plug these in. And now we've checked already these Lexi stats, so we can just do this. Oh, actually, yeah, we don't want to take it like that. Well, actually, so if we put this to 20% headshot rate as well. 20%. Oh, then actually you have attack factor cache. So.
was kind of thinking like Tag Vector was actually ahead with Killer than on the other builds, but yeah, that makes sense. Versus blue. Okay, so we take this section, let's fix it up to be here. So this is 14. 14. 14. And this is just 42. I'm not going to activate it. It's just always active. Yeah. And then, oh, also for this, yeah, so instead of, so this is just 6. Three below it, so there. Go all the way to there. There we go. Oh, that's why. It didn't copy. I cut it. And yeah, this is 0. It's 21. This is 100% D2. Okay, so now we can take this whole section and put it here, and I just need to go through, and this becomes 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Does this apply correctly? Yes. Now we need the same kind of, same talents ads kind of thing. Does this actually just work out of the box? I wonder. No, that's it. C22. Oh yeah, it's not taking from the right spot, of course. So C22. Actually, let's do the top one first. So that's correct there. This needs to go to the same 16 actually then, right? No. Oh, we no longer have this, of course. So this needs to be set per thing. Plus C41. Grading. So this grading now comes from 40. So I'll put this like this, right? And now we go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay. And then with 30 grading, 0 grading. Let me catch up here for a second if I missed anything or not.
If someone was with a call for backup management system, I'm not getting any calls for help. It's just too many people are trying to, answer calls for help, and not enough are answering. Although somebody earlier on consoles, they were talking about maybe checking your privacy setting of the in the console settings. Don't know if that actually I don't have either of the consoles, but as a thing to try. But mostly it's just, there's too many people calling for help, or too many people trying to answer calls, and not enough people sending out calls. That's also why, it's kind of a bunch of people have taken it on themselves to actually, do a bunch of calls for backup and try to help people out. There are also ways of cheesing it if you have anybody available to help you. Yeah. Just a second. I said there's one need. Yeah. Is this all we need, actually? I kind of feel it is. To discuss streamline width. Because, we can show how much we add as we go from 0 red to full red. Effectively. And we can, on top of that, show that at grade 30. That is even less. We can compare the ARs against the named and then also killer. We can compare the SMGs against the named and also amongst themselves, and then against killer. Well, my idea is just for that killer to have a talent, how much that talent adds. Do I have a fast way of doing this? What would be the easiest way? Because also it's crit damage, so we can't just go off of that. Because also it's a combined multiplier with crit chance and then the headshot as well. So what would hold up in a way that we could have that? I mean, I could just do that, yeah. So if we just take this, the contents of this, and put that here. That's just the average shot of this one. We put this all together, and then straight up, instead of where the crit goes, we can do 151. Yeah, 151. So it's this number divided by the sum of that number. It's funny that these two numbers are landing on the exact same number. That for a second I was like, wait, did I just mess something up? But that doesn't seem to be the case. It's just a coincidence that basically the LUD and the Lexi are just at this exact same number at that point. At least to the second decimal. Being 2043 exactly. As you put this to 100, just double check. Yeah, that drops, and then if we put it at 0, goes up. Yeah. So it is doing it correctly. It's just a coincidence that for those exact metrics, we're just landing on the same exact number. Percentage-wise, at least between the LUD and that. At least how much the talent adds, not actually how much increase we have. So yeah, we want the same here, but this way we can know what killer adds. Is this still correct? Yes, except that this number needs to be 188. Okay. Yeah, let's colorize this. I feel this is all I need to discuss the thing, right? And then more of the discussion is just actually talking about what skills do and don't. What skills do and don't actually line up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 of them, right? Yeah. Yes. So we want to land on that. Yeah. Let's do this. Actually, let's see if this looks good. I'm not sure it will. Yeah, it looks fine. Maybe the red we do different, like harsher red. Then maybe as well with this one we do a more vibrant color. 1 up. Yep. Yeah. You gotta make it look right. Actually, those other two are kind of fine. Yeah, this looks a little better. I guess we're going from red all the way to blue. Feel that's fitting for it. Yeah, let me get you here for a second. People join, but then yeah. Gotta keep in mind as well that like that system is turned on by default. So a lot of people are just like seeing that and going like, oh, this is like something I need to like I've literally like had people, I remember vividly one person like finally figuring out that I wasn't an NPC. They thought they had just called for backup for an NPC until I started talking to them. But we were running around for like 10 minutes before that. And they had called for backup before as well, so they hadn't figured out that it's a human on the other end. How many gigs it takes to go to X? I think somebody was saying 90, which sounds about right. I think it was 70 at 28, right? 210s, or was it 71 at? But yeah, I think it's 90 now. So much value from grading. Yes. It's also likely going to be used on builds that already are a little lower on weapon damage inherently because you're pushing them towards yellow cores and then recouping some. So, we don't source what? Yeah. There's dicks of all kind. You'll run into idiots, and but also I remember as well from my time with answering call for backups and stuff, like you also sometimes run into like actually like pleasant people and just have some fun. Forget the dicks, remember the non-dicks. There's a human on there. Sometimes, yeah. The dead internet theory, the dead division theory, the dead matchmaking theory, yeah. For no reason, yeah. And this, for no reason. Oh, yeah, some people are just fucking idiots. They'll take any chance of to be dicks. The best you can do is just not let it get to you and just move on with your day. And we'll drop the gun on the mission as well, so I can get yeah. Yeah, there'll be kind people and there'll be like dickheads and c'est la vie. SHD40. Yeah, as well. When you guys are like, when you have plenty and you get some, be sure to share them, because you might also share them to like other people that are like answering the call for backup alongside. Like we had earlier, we had like a bunch of people that were kind of answering calls and stuff, who were like a team of 4 and 3 of them were shepherds. If one of us had gotten it, we could have shared it to the others and stuff. So yeah, let's keep going with this. What I might do here is just an alternating color. So the other way around with the bright color first. Then we can apply that here. And then there's just one killer. We'll do like this. And maybe even give it a different shade of red. Side by side, it's kind of hard to tell even what is happening there. Okay, same here. Yeah. Okay, that all looks good. All looks in place. Might actually just change these 3 to be just a different color. Just to show that we're going to play around with them a little. If I do that and a white number, Or this in a way. This. That. So we're gonna discuss the grading and the red cores matter, and then it's streamline being active, of course, matters. Okay, this all looks good. I know there's more than enough for me to discuss streamline around. Also, yeah, for those that may, if you want to have a look through it already for yourself, or maybe even play around with it, I'll put it in the chat. But tomorrow I'll just record the video for Streamline. I'll do it off stream just to do it quickly, and also just when I'll be a little more awake tomorrow. I'm betting. If I were a betting man, I would not bet. I would bet against betting. Let's go do some shit. I want to do more countdowns. Let's go to character 1. Actually, no, let's go to character 4, and maybe let's go around and their map is kind of not uncovered yet and stuff on Brooklyn. Let's go exploring a little around Brooklyn. I'm doing some activities along the way, and it's a long load. At least the loads aren't getting stuck on 9% anymore. Now they're getting stuck on 0. Completely different. Although, yeah, that's loading out of a character quite often is kind of annoying like this recently. Okay, load faster. Hello? Okay, go. You can do it. I believe in you. Do you believe in you? I believe in you. I need a cross. Also, let me get you if I missed anything else. That's just usually doesn't that one. Yeah, indeed, and that's kind of kindness that helps out. After 10 tries and get myself, but someone dropped it for me. Nice. But unlikely that means yeah, they had it already, and it's also like one of those things. Like in a bit, we'll have plenty of them. It's especially now that they're kind of specific source, that they're kind of rare. I think most of us will have the amounts we want before too long. Just gonna Alt F4 and go back in. This is stuck. That was just eventually we'll run some as well. I think for OD, for the time being, before we have Tinkerer, there's plenty of space for it. Yeah, let's load up actually. When am I watching these? Spam the escapes and the clicks. Get through that. Seems familiar. Deja vu. I have been to this loading screen before. Anybody else having issues loading in?
Here as well. Oh, okay. Everybody's stuck. Server's getting DDoSed, I'm guessing. Or something. Servers died. So we're to be stuck on 0%, but it's usually at 9%. Here it just checks if the servers are online, but it would just error out with a mic or something by now. Oh, it's stuck in a queue? Okay. Yeah, likely a bunch of people got ejected or something. Maybe a whole server park crashed or something. Well, let's see if we get past the 0%. Because this means that the server hasn't responded even at all yet. That's also what you see when, you know, you get a mic eventually. Because the client basically checks with the server, and then when it does, it goes to 9%, and then it actually is like requests a session at that point, and then it loads it. Right. I guess it was just a egg up there. I put the purist and stuff back. I'm not sure. Good person now. New is 0%. Well, for me it seems to be going. Hopefully it'll help out. Sometimes though, yeah, servers have a hiccup effectively and just.
Priority objective available.
Let's actually go peek here. Did I put the purist back, or is there also a caretaker in here? Either or.
I need to debrief with Schaefer.
I'll just
Kelso
run
had to
those for
go.
a second.
Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Purist is in here. Okay, so I'll just purist is on that character, but that's fine. We have a lot here. There's also I want to run a full red or a full yellow. Do you have any options for full yellow here? No. Could run a full blue. And get yellows and blues. Honestly, not the worst idea. Why not? Sure. We can even run the LUT here. This is gonna go around the open world and just kind of explore Brooklyn a little bit more. I haven't actually just you know, gone out and smelled the flowers. Let's go touch digital grass. I need a game. Oh, this afternoon playing Division 2 PS5. Oh, okay. I'm gonna guess the servers, yeah, just being very busy. I haven't actually had, like, up until then, I had a few, like, that I was in Asia server or something, or US West, and was laggy, but I haven't had much in the form of issues today, at least for me. But yeah, sometimes some server parks are more struggling than others, especially if you're maybe in a different region. Because now it just all seems kind of okay. It's kind of loading slow, definitely. But it seems fine for the rest of it.
Safe.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go.
Really?
Said it
You
was
don't
safer
say,
for us
man.
if she's not here.
You have to debrief with Schaefer? Wait, Schaefer's alive? Just checking that my stash is there, because otherwise we'll just go and quickly fix it. Oh yeah, let's go around. I still need to get some of these caches and stuff with this character. I haven't even spotted that control point. Also, yeah, we have the liberation projects, actually. Could do
I could stand to do those, and we need to capture some control points. Also, I'll run this full blue core build, which is a DZ build, honestly. Should I just put Intimidate on here for now? Oh, I do have an Obliterate version of this chest. Right? Yeah. Don't need Unbreakable on top of all this. And the reason for this is Journey 7. If I'm this, I'm getting this one and this one. Because we reach tier 5 without in firearms without any red cores equipped, and reach tier 5 in electronics without any red cores equipped. We have only blue cores equipped, so we can kind of get those numbers out. Not the greatest idea, but when do I have the greatest ideas? We'll also run lead, and yeah, with this as well, I don't need to per se use my skills, so we'll be fine. Let's first go get this thing. Let's also take the route that Isaac is putting out, or is it Anna now? Actually, is Anna putting the routing out, or is it Isaac? Also, yeah, isn't there a... No. This could be over there. Is the purest best in slots? Overall, no. I would say it's definitely okay. Well, from a general sense of view, like, yeah, Streamline isn't the end all be all. It's good, but it comes with enough downsides that I'm like here, I want to use my shield. Makes sense to use my shield, but I'm not gonna use my shield because we won't. It's definitely competitive, especially if you're kind of fine with I wanted to turn off damage. That was this one. If you're kind of fine with not using skills, which, for instance, in my case, I'd rather just have measured or killer. And now, at least on the SMG end, the purist is kind of fine. Actually, yeah. Wait, how did these numbers land actually in the end? Because the purist is kind of ahead of the SMG9 with normal purist, right? But yeah, the attack vector is kind of ahead on burst, a little behind on sustain. I would generally, like, if I really wanted to go SMG with purist, I would likely go attack vectors. But it's definitely better than the lead, which is in a worse spot. Just because it's a worse weapon. The base weapon is a little worse. And there, like, I would just run normal Streamline on a Lexington, or if you don't have a Lexington, FAMAS or CTAR or F2000 or Fall. The general ones. Oh yeah, also I did do the puzzles for these, like, well, actually, was it yesterday? Feels like 2 weeks ago. But also, like, now I know how to do it because I was stuck on this one and I was just like trying to find out, like, okay, where's there a box and stuff? I had found that thing. I was like, okay, how do we get here? Took me forever to realize here there is like razor wire. There, everywhere is razor wired, but here there's which kind of, yeah. Yeah, let me get you up here. What kind of headphones do you use? I think actually, that was the thing that Xander, I think, put out there. Yeah, indeed. The DT770s. And this is like the lowest ohm one, I think. So it kind of works out of the box with basically everything. You don't need a headphone amp for it or anything. Because there's like different versions of it where it has more resistance. I like these ones especially because the cups on it are removable and they're machine washable. So the little, like the things on them, you can just take them off and wash them. Or what I do actually is just like every like year buy a fresh set, alongside of like washing it here and there. So with the nimble horse there, you can do cover forever. I mean, yes.
Hostile control
But
point nearby.
while you're covering, you're only healing. Like, generally, you can't out heal. You know, you can't heal yourself through a mission or something. You still at some point need to murder enemies, and you can't be doing that while you're covering. At the best, you can be a distraction. But even that is kind of like, that doesn't work like that because the ads will just focus everything else when the second they start firing.
Got you now.
Also, now you have kind of a playbook thing of like, I have my shield, I can pull it out, lose streamline, and that's kind of fine. If I just need the survivability. You know, there's a little bit of play like that here. I need Emmeline. Here's me. No memento, just Acosta bag. You will get a lot more Acosta bags than mementos dropping on average. One of the oddities of the game is the Acosta. It has 3 different colors. You might have not noticed, but there's 3 different versions of it, color-wise. But that is also, color-wise is also actual versions. So because of that, each of the different ones is a different instance in the loot pool. So you will see effectively more Acosta backpacks than anything else, because there's 3 of them in the loot pool, and then 1 ninja and 1 meta. Man, that people kind of run these kind of builds as just a mainstay build. This is kind of a DZ build at its core. And the only reason I'm using it here is just I want to build that at all blue cores so we can work towards our yellow and red tier 5s on Journey 7. Because also every time I'm full up, I'm just gonna ult and reset them quickly. This feels so much slower than any tech tank, and also I don't like have the survivability, you know.
I'm gonna turn you into confetti.
So red core excited. Yeah. Oh, that makes it not that costly to run it and then just use it for heal. Thing is, in PvP, I could see a place for it, especially still it being 3%. I haven't conflicted much this week yet, but. Actually, is the PvP projects this week? Oh yeah, I don't know. Oh no, it is. Okay, we should actually do that one. We'll likely jump into some conflicts. Oh, might even do it later. This evening.
Medical assistance needed. Heavily armored hostile detected.
I'll wait for Comic to be around and just have him carry me. You know, that's actually a, like, game mechanic wise an interesting mechanic where, like, yeah, I can pull out my shield, give up a little damage, and then I gain my shield, but then I lose streamline. But the thing is, of course, I could just have measured and always pull out my shield. I would much rather do that. Man, this is slow. It's fine. I shouldn't complain too much. I'm trying to see if I have a different backpack I can put on there. This is adrenaline rush. What is this? What is this, a turret? No, hi. Just a dude. Just a dude. So wait, so one of the turrets is there. Where's this turret actually? It's back here. Oh, okay. Oh, here. And yeah, oh yeah, I blew it that one. Yeah, let's call for backup. Or call for airlines. Not backup.
Reinforcements incoming.
Link, cancel games 5.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, it resets it to 5 right now. But I would like both to get red and yellow thing. Also, yeah, I haven't taken those links out yet. I still want to save that for tomorrow and do it. I want to see what the builds are that you get with the journey thing. I'm gonna have a first reaction to it. I haven't actually looked at them yet. I was always like, wait, I haven't actually looked at those things, but that's why. Because well, actually, yeah, that might be a much faster way because we can trigger that every like minute, right? 30-second cooldown and like around 30-second uptime.
Serious trauma detected.
For me while I reload this thing.
Let's pop him at deck.
This is me going easy on you. Screw you!
Almost max that.
Hostile detected.
Well, this armor shit.
I should check what modifiers I have equipped even. Because this might also be.
I own you, bitch!
Boss went for the minigun. Let's go this way.
Damn it, I lost him.
The drone had the yellow instead of the other way around, luckily. Also, yeah, let me get chip. Not measured. Use it in group was good at anything else. I used it for healing in group. That's right. What? Measured is the damage talent. It's the one like. It's the one that changes the RPM around and stuff. Measured is nowadays kind of killer is overall like the pick, especially solo and stuff, and also in general play. You can for a lot of things you can go with killer. And then the other one that's like pretty good is measured. And there, yeah, we did it basically without streamline. That's fine. Still got through her. Who needs blue cores anyway? Or who needs red cores anyway? The blue life. I didn't choose the blue life. The blue life chose me. But then I chose something else. Because I cheated on the blue life. And now me and blue life are getting a divorce. And the kids hate it. We made the whole canon there. Oh, measured assembly. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Of course. Oh, yeah. We have now measured assembly as measured. Yeah. Now it makes a lot more sense. Now it's, healing in groups indeed. But yeah, you want to really put assembly there. Otherwise, I'm always going to think measured first. But no, yeah, so measured assembly, it's not bad. It's definitely not bad. And situation could be really good. People have already found, like, for instance, the lovebirds, it deletes the drone. At least somebody earlier was saying it deletes the drone. We'll test it for ourselves as well at some point, but if it deletes the drone on the lovebirds, you're skipping a whole phase and just getting to unload onto them instantly, which, hell yeah. Also for Summit Floor 100, like fight and stuff, I could see it being really good. Because it deletes all the skills that the hunters put out and such. Thing is, though, it's just an opportunity cost thing. We can have FI where we also have the group up, right? For a lot of things, that will still be the go-to. That piece of rubble isn't well modeled. That guy will give me 5, I'm hoping. Will be.
God damn it! His armor's busted.
Oh yeah, then I should just try to get the assault link and stuff. Yeah, because we're gonna just trigger it and go to 5. I forgot that one sets you to 5 for the duration of it. Any there, on heroic, and I'll never do it again. The few, like the second time through and stuff, it's all easier and stuff. First time, yeah, it's gonna always be somewhat harder. Let's go donate.
Let's make it fast.
It's knowing that these things don't like this get disabled once you're.
We could use your help.
I mean, good for you that you can use my help. I'm not gonna help, but I'm gonna give way more than 50 just for the other journey thing as well. We gave 177 there. So what haven't we done in Dumbo then? Just not donated yet. Okay, so yeah, let's go capture a control point and donate. Any preference? Let's capture that. Let's actually go like through here and like even discover some of the fog of war.
You know, I could really go for a bacon, egg, and cheese right now.
You're doing that, yeah. Yeah, I forgot they did that as part of it. It's also such a minor. It is a somewhat more minor part of it. Because it's especially that multiplying the passives that is like the big part of it. But yeah, I still need to. I want to unlock those later when I have time to kind of go through the caches and stuff. I'm not going to unlock them and leave the caches for later. Yeah, let's maybe do that.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Because yeah, I should, or well, this one I should definitely already claim. I'm gonna level with it as well. So 3 field proficiency is because all 3 of these are available now. I want them on this character. Doesn't matter. Although as well, we can just also just take Assault Link and just only have this one so far. Any of these 0 weight? No. Oh, there's a chameleon in here. Oh, it actually says negotiate dilemma, a mask and a knee pad. That's funny. I'll leave it for later. Because I actually want to make a video with those, with the builds they give there.
Nearby location guarded by
I've not actually
hostiles.
looked too much at them yet, but given making it like, hey, this is what they give us. This is what you could do with it. Especially it being kind of and from the devs thing. I'm kind of more fine with kind of critiquing it kind of harshly. Oh yeah, let's do this territory control over here. They have although that's opportunistic, isn't it? Also that's full red. Yeah.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Wouldn't mind the backpack talent that actually does things for me.
Detected.
That's fine. Also, yeah, the point was to get this. Also, hit it every 10 seconds. Oh, it's on cooldown. Oh yeah, so when you swap them, it's still like last season. They start on cooldown.
We did it.
Or then I can just spam that. That's kind of fine. Also, the setup I went with for measured so far is kind of the same as I not taking the backpack, but it's 10 seconds is kind of fine. Like, yeah, that 1 second situationally might be the tool that you need, but that's just situationally. So I set it up more of like a general use one, and here and there we might delete something, and then 10 seconds kind of fine. Okay, no. That just sets it to 10. Or that just sets it to 5 and 8. Although they are added at 5 as well. Oh, does it give it a second one effectively then? Yeah, we should just spam that then. Ready to heartbreaker after just Sinsky, so that you're going to take the cover and that sort of thing. Well, good to hear. And I went in with tech tanks as well for most of it, and especially solo heroic you can get by. The only one where I kind of swapped to an PFE was just the Rat Queen, Mostly because I wasn't paying attention and died anyway. I was like, might as well swap to PFE. I noticed it being mostly elites. Let's take it a little round. Spotting the map here a little bit, getting the fog off. A new government is in front of this mask and a cash again. We go did that, yeah. I'm curious what the other ones are as well, but I'll see them. Also, yeah, don't spoil them all yet. Although I want to see as well what the stats and such are. But I might just give like a first reaction to it, and then also kind of make a video of like, hey, you could just do this if there's obvious upgrades, because they maybe went with like the negotiator chest or something. Like, don't. Actually, wait. What did you say there was? Group of knees and friendless mask. Okay, so it is with a negotiator chest. Yeah. So, for instance, that like, hey, first chance you get rid of the chest. Get a better chest. And as well, we'll actually put it on, like, we'll do a full damage calculation and such, and give the reasoning and such, just to make, I feel that part would be like just interesting for anybody. See, actually, if with this character, on the other character, when I did this control points, after I disabled the turrets, they still stayed active. But I'm not sure if that was just that one time. Or if it's... Okay, no. Because even there, they would still fire at me, which was kind of annoying. It didn't really give me a good chance to get around and such. Just sitting there and taking it. I see. Oh, that took my shield. Oh no, my skills are on cooldown. Call an ambulance. Actually, I might need the ambulance. But not for me. I should. Whenever that thing is off cooldown. Because actually, if I get the red one done, once I have the red one done, I can run red builds and get the others. So.
I'll get you.
What are all these rushers? Because that's not going to be the defense or that assault phase of control point doesn't have rushers. A defense phase does, but an assault phase doesn't. So there's like 2 patrols coming back apparently. Oh, actually, I haven't called them in. I can just kill this one. Catch you one chat. I'm trying to catch you one chat. Just keep killing things. Yeah, also once you get the assault link and the other links, like the ones from the journey, you can just trigger those and it will set you to 5. So you could technically even just do it while half AFK. Just wait at the timer, hit T, and wait a minute, hit T again, and then swap to like the different one. But yeah, that's for the what are these called? Because these sets you to 5, so your firearm attribute is set to tier 5. So for the duration of it. And then this one does it for blue. This one does it for yellow. So you could just use the alts as an easy one, which actually Xander kind of reminded me of. Gonna make that way on the Kelso Master mission at church, even after witness. So anyway, yeah, I've seen him get this like be buggy. We had it once on the other master, on the TO master even. But yeah, I was wondering if it was like a consistent thing, but luckily no. Available in the heroic world. I mean, it's not that. Like, the thing to remember is that crates, the target loot doesn't scale, and hanging crates and key chests also don't scale. So that's where you're getting purples from. But yeah, it's never from drops or anything. So.
Hostile control point identified. Incoming hostiles detected.
It's just from opening crates and shooting hanging crates and stuff like that.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I'm kind of fine with actually them not fixing that. They of course kind of wanted it to go to heroic like the. I feel that incentivizes way too much just running around and looting. Now that like countdown nowadays exists and is like a loot piñata, but still then for newer players it would be just go run around the world and just open up crates till you get a bunch of stuff, which I don't think is per se good gameplay experience, especially for the player. I think that's when you are solo, it does increase the duration by 3 seconds. It's obviously you need to reset makes sense, I guess. Yeah, that one. The third set. Okay. Yeah, annoyingly as well. They keep you in combat as well. Says something fine. At level 40, I don't think there's really any way to get greens. Overall as well, blue, like outside of shepherding, but even with shepherding, like situationally can be created, but yeah, it's been a while since I've seen any blues. Because yeah, you're just out of that level scale for them as well. But yeah, also just doing that because even if I'm inactive, kind of here, I can just get the things from them. But also you still get the other things. You get because when this is active, I have 97 crit chance, right? Like it's alt effectively. It doesn't matter if you're like solo or in group or so. And of course, each your number that you have. But yeah, for a little bit, you're like way above the numbers you normally have. Our world name cooldown shared. Ever go on DC and go into Brooklyn new after waiting the usual time? I think they are. They aren't across characters though. So especially now with the cards being shared. Although I wonder if that might break in some way, because in the past, I don't think they will have altered the system to take account of it being on different characters. So you might get duplicates even when you like have the card already. For chess fees. Oh yeah. And neither about this. I'm fairly sure what's from build caches and finishing journey chapter. Yeah, it's usually from rewards and stuff that it can happen. Like there is ways of getting blue. I don't think there's any ways of getting green, unless there's like one in like one of these caches or something. But yeah, from the drop sources, you can't ever get blue at all. But from rewarded and stuff like that, there are. There are and were ways. Yeah. Accidentally kiting these guys. Catch up on. Or at least make sure I caught up all the way on chat.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Uh, 11. Although doing it this way, I'm not getting the yellow, but that's kind of fine because yeah, if I have red done, I can just run a red build. Like, we'll just run a full red for bits. Also, if I'm not using the skill, I might as well actually, even though I'm using the shield, but I don't need to. Let's run this, get some proficiency on that while we're going around and cleaning up this character's map a little bit. Well, maybe I do want the shield still. This is also one of the things with like the shield is I have a striker shield. Why are you bumping me up? There is, you know, at least even when you're fighting one enemy, 12% damage in there in close range. That plus measured is more than streamline. In, for instance, this situation, but then you need to be close up, so skills can have a lot of value. It's also why, yeah, not completely sold on streamline on my end. For me personally, it's not like, yeah, I just generally wouldn't. I'd rather actually have my skills and use them. Let's go just uncover a little bit of this fog of war in the back here. Now that we have access here easily.
Friendly control point detected.
Okay, this is here, so we need to go around the other side. Okay, so it's meta, feels like Oreo is doing less damage now. It is. Oreo got a pretty hefty nerf. And that one, yeah, we'll just call outright a nerf. But also brought balance back to SMGs by quite a bit. Nowadays, the top picks are kind of there, are Tac Vector, situationally Chatterbox, The attack factor and the SMG9 are kind of now the top picks there. And backfire situationally as well is one of the top picks as well. But if you've been away for 8 months, kind of depends. But yeah, the metas have shifted like a little bit, not like huge amounts. Striker's still, you know, at the top. The ARs have kind of been reshuffled, but FAMAS is still one of the top contenders there. On the SMG end, yeah, a bunch of stuff has changed on Marksman as well. White Death is kind of back on top. So. But also in general, what I can do for you, because yeah, it kind of depends on what builds you do run and don't run. I'll link to the recommended build list. I'll put that in both chats. Have a look through the builds that are kind of the top builds kind of there, and the weapon choices that are there. Because there's like SMG versions, LMG versions, and stuff of builds, and you know, usually I'm picking them for a reason. But also you could, yeah. Although in a few weeks I'll do an updated version. Although not much has changed this season. It's mostly last season and the season before that that kind of brought in a bunch of changes. And now we ult and we murder. At 30 seconds might actually even be enough to like do activities and stuff really consistently. So that adds a lot of damage. Oh, I should, the thing I needed to do there is donate. But yeah, also I was trying to get the Fog of War off of the edges there, which we did. Yeah, let's go donate here. That will get us the Liberation bounty, which, well, is just a normal bounty. It's annoying that that this doesn't like scale to world difficulty or something. Just some random spawning to annoy me. In clearing them out, we'll have liberated Dumbo. And then we'll go do the same to Brooklyn Heights. Take me to your leader.
We need help.
You sure do. Also trying to get that other journey thing. Journey step finished. No. Shut up and take my resources. Okay, now it is done. Do love this, just going underneath the bridge here. Just looks like, feels so massive. Also, yeah, this is also an area in Division 1 where you have like your very first side mission. You like jump over the fence, fight the guy here. And even like this truck and stuff is still in the same spot. It's kind of cool that it's very similar. Oh yeah, definitely some stuff has been moved around and stuff. Some of the gates like here wouldn't be open normal like back then, but a bunch of stuff is still in the same spots. But for a second there that branch was a thing, a different thing. Where are we going? We're going over there. Let's go over there.
Control point nearby.
Also, let me catch up for a second on this end. Because I didn't see any others. I was using gear on backpack chest and also for the harbor in the build. Backpack, chest, and holster. Holster? Something like that. So I'm
Target is near
guessing
you,
that
Agent.
not that yes, since it would expect 28 and the one that's something with other. Yeah. Thing is, like you would want to keep Dodge City. Like I feel on the high end, like the one thing the high end really has a benefit over the Heaven's Fury is like you have the Dodge City in there for it.
Look at it go! I guess we're back to 4 million and more.
But yeah, it does come at the cost of like 13 headshots, so you cap it a little lower. That is kind of the. Because generally the high ends. I'm trying to remember the numbers on the my thoughts on PTS. I kind of did a few versions of it. The one version I would want to try is listen, there's two ways in my opinion where you can go with it. I want to keep the Dutch City. We're keeping the punch trunk, of course, because of course. So those two are set, and then basically any of the other pieces can be combination. So but then it's basically between Fox's Prayer and Chain Killer. And it really depends on if Chain Killer gets you something in that second shot. Like if the second shot with Chain Killer is worth it in some way. Otherwise, yeah, Fox's Prayer goes in. So I don't remember how much we calculated it capping at. Right? Honestly, if you're just going for a big number, that would likely that would work out. Although depending on DTA, like I would maybe keep contractors, and depends on if you reach a point where you can start on the purple with that, maybe. Although no, you wouldn't, right? That's like pretty far away. Done the Brooklyn Hunters. Oh no, I haven't done the Hunters yet. I'll likely do them tomorrow. It's kind of the plan. I'm hoping somebody has made clear guide for them, preferably a written guide, just so I can read through it somewhere. And seeing as plenty of people have gotten through them, they don't seem, they don't seem hard. Also, I've been told only one of them is nighttime only, and that's the one I already have. So, because I did get one hunter. I did get Lumen, although that one seems like the easy one. That one seems to be the one that a lot of people have found. But yeah, I do want to get it just to have a huntsman. One future video is going to be huntsman. So, kind of want to have it. But also I'm not in a hurry for those, like the actually, yeah, where we're going. Anyway, I'm not one for like, oh, we have to get them right away, and nah.
Hostile control point detected.
They'll be there tomorrow and next year if I leave them. Yeah. Although, well, layout wise, that's like, like it makes sense enough. Because, you basically slap 3 pieces of it in there. Keep in mind that with the Headhunter, it raises your cap a little bit. At least it should raise your cap by a little bit. It's like not a complete different build suddenly. But what it especially gets you is just a little bit of a higher cap. And this band is normal difficulty, so that's where we're melting through them. But yeah, just getting some of the busy work in. Let's liberate Dumbo. Oh, that does anything anymore? Although actually, I wonder if names spawned before that. That used to be tied to liberating as well. But I don't think that is anymore. Like when the game released, that was the thing you needed to do for named enemies to spawn. Also, I think in year 1 you had to have the liberation done before you could do bounties, right? Or am I completely misremembering? I remember there being a bunch of stuff tied to it, so you would want to do them. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I remember one character like not having done the liberation. Actually, yeah, it was and then we would always swap to someone else's world too. Might also be in DC that you don't get snitch, or although well, not back in the day. I mean, now I think nothing is tied to it. Everything can be done without doing the liberation pressures. It's kind of funny to see them again. That they did do them for here as well.
What the hell?
Let's go kill Frankel. So the first shot damage, I'm pretty sure, is 1% damage will get you more than enough to untap. Legendary format red bar, likely, but also yeah, I'm not like looking at legendary at all. Like I'm looking at heroic solo. Because that's also going to be the thing with most of this, is like you want to check if like you can get it to a 2-shot of an elite or something like that. I know Fox says it does indeed only help on the first shot, but that's also to me the most important shot.
Target down. Good job.
I'm gonna guess the second shot is gonna be enough for an elite anyway. At least, well, Regulus. The harvest would be behind that.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
Perfect, right there. That's where I'm gonna kill you.
But that's also, yeah, I want to see what the chain killer numbers end up as and what. Oh, this was world named. Was it? No. Oh, yeah, collectible E4. Also kind of shows that, yeah, because unless we need, like, that guy didn't spawn, like, after we did it. After we did the liberation, it was during. You know what, let's go capture this control point too. Let's make this character's world green over here for now. That was nice. That's all. Guess that's one of the hunters, I guess. Well, because Huntsman seems OP, but it's like, nah. It's always gonna be like decent, and especially situationally be good. One of the things is you can control when you activate it, and it's, you know, it's like it's over 25%, I think, added damage when it's active. At least for the FAMAS. The thing is as well, it's magazine based, and the FAMAS just doesn't have that much. I feel with, although yeah, I want to try it out of course as well, and we'll get one and play around with it. But I feel eventually the thing will just be that, honestly, Sleipnir. Like if you're going for Huntsman, you might as well just go Sleipnir. which, you know, has double the mag size. And because of that, has double the talents. And while it is an LMG, it actually has a decent-ish reload. And yeah, you give up on handling, but that's kind of fine. That's then the price you pay.
Have some of this.
But we'll end up looking onto it, like, not too long from now. Because definitely as just a run and gun weapon, if you're just here and there unloading and then going into that second mag, like, it'll do well in that second mag, but yeah, that's a second mag. Like, you did the whole mag without. Also, all those times when you have, like, just an enemy hiding, you know, you just run out of the timer and stuff. But situation like, yeah, if you're kind of unloading into an incursion boss, a raid boss, and you're just doing mag after mag, and you can also, because of that, you can kind of prep it beforehand, right? You just have it ready on the reload, you swap to it, reload, and go. But also the thing it's then competing against is measured and not killer. And then, yeah, it's quite a bit ahead of measure. I've done this control point before, but I've already forgotten where the other generator is. But yeah, we can just follow the... We can just follow this. Okay. Okay, so one is upstairs, one's downstairs. Kind of around that middle area. Okay, alt.
Heavily armored hostile.
Damage output difference. Suddenly feels actually like a red build almost. Oh, there's a catharsis. Actually, yeah, there was a thing I wanted to check. Catharsis actually purges the blue or the purple flame, but yeah, it doesn't. Some extra patrol or something. Assaulters again. Oh, even the firebrands explode with purple flame. Eat bullets. Ammo box anywhere? I don't know, it's a defense. That's a heroic countdown. I think it's heroic countdown as well. Like, it moves too fast as well. You want just one big target that you can kind of continuously unload on. Because even countdown, like, when a wave spawns, depending on it depends on the team, of course, but yeah, you could prep it for the initial hunters. Yeah, you could unload half a mag, but now you're also kind of behind because you've been, you know, firing like the mag while the rest of the team is kind of pushing ahead. Also, I feel, we'll see it on the final numbers, but I feel just because the MG5 is also in a really good place, I feel it's just gonna pale in comparison to the Sleipnir. Because currently Sniper is like really good actually. We should be using it a lot more than we do.
Reinforcement complete.
I will look at that thing separately. At some point.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
I'll get you. Fuck.
Detected. In location. Guarded by hostiles.
One thing Streamline will also be really good for is, although we don't do that anymore much, but if Streamline existed in the past, it would have been the go-to for leveling and stuff. Because it's much more than Optimus. It's always active, and then you just like while you're leveling, you don't care about your skills anyway.
Supply room access.
And it's even more than Optimus or in sync, and it's just always on. It would have been the go-to for like DZ farm, like DZ method and stuff. Yeah, let me catch up for a second. I'm missing so much clickbait on that one. Yeah, that is common. It's the new thing. What got added last season? Weapons wise. Oh yeah, goalie and rusty. Yeah, I saw also a ton of like goalie things, for instance, last season. And now we've kind of left that in the dust. Zero skill replaces third endurance as you kill. Okay. Yeah, then get regulars. I need a each carry. There's plenty of places you can kind of. Like, honestly, those caches were never going to work out for a lot of people. The majority, it's like trying to win the lottery. Right? Like, some people will win the lottery and you'll go like, oh, maybe I'll win the lottery. I could literally hear say, no, you won't. And 99.99% of you could not actually refute me. And that other guy, he should donate his proceeds to charity. No, but yeah, it's basically like, but yeah, if you're actually interested in getting the iron horse and stuff, there's so many places you can sign up, and all of them are just also designed and like set up nowadays of like helping out people, and it's also friendly. That honestly, it's like too friendly almost. Because at GC Rock, or I saw Toasty was running yesterday, for instance. Iron Horses again. I might actually join him for one of these days. I could use another Regulus. I only ever kept 3. I had more than that. I had one for every character, but after a while, like I only kept 3. One in the stash and 2 on characters. I was just the character, like just to like, I was like F way too many, and the other characters aren't using them because you kind of need, you need a dedicated build for it to really make it sing. So one was kept on the Headhunter's Fury, one was kept on the high-end Headhunter, and the rest were gone. And the one in the stash graded. But I could use one now again because I'm going to add in another pistol Headhunter. So I might actually just go, hey Toasty, I can has carry. And he'll just laugh in my face and go like, no. Anybody but you. So yeah, you're anybody but me, so you could definitely sign up and just get carry. Yeah, let me get you further. Is measured good now? Yes. Overall, measured is just the general pick. If you aren't doing anything because it's always active. Like it doesn't have, an unkill to it. It doesn't have anything like that. So it has effectively, it's kind of like with Optimist and Strained, you control. But even there, you don't even need to like continuously fire or reach the end of the mag. It's just active. And yeah, they buffed it by enough that it's worthwhile. And then Killer is the other good one. I'm just trying to get the Fog of War to kind of go away. Just to be sure, I'm going to go get that edge a little. Want to see as well if this character, on the other character, I'm stuck on 99% for this area. I'm curious if on this character I can reach 100%. Because you're on 94, and we basically just have this. Also, why is it in neutral lighting mode? God damn it. Anyway, a second. Why is this in neutral lighting mode? Should be lit. Because likely I still have a little bit there, and I have a little. Or maybe actually let's go for these caches. Yeah, let's go for these caches. Oh, and thank you so much, George, for joining the contributors, and also I see Kestrel as well. Thank you guys so much for joining the YouTube membership thingy majiggy. And yeah, very much appreciated. And I'll be sure to waste all of the income on those on silly apparels as and if they come.
Civilians in danger.
Oh, likely I will need to still get second account, the Game Pass, or the Game Pass, the Season Pass at some point. Oh yeah, this was this. Did this like either yesterday or the day before. I think there was like a generator somewhere. Oh no, what was this? It was a fuse? Yeah, a fuse. I think there was a generator here. Or maybe not. Oh yeah, we had to get up there. Oh, I think it was over here, wasn't it? Yes, I remember. I remember. Yeah. Although I just hadn't. I likely had it, the option back then, but I wasn't doing it. Some convinced me that they really wanted it to be on there. Because one of the things was like, I was like, I don't really know what to give, like to have there, because even though technically I've like set a thing of like, I'll do community polls and stuff, I just had to pick a thing for it to actually like go through it. I haven't been doing that and stuff, but yeah, people kind of convinced me of like, hey, just have it over there, because yeah, they're not on Twitch and stuff, and they wanted to contribute in that way. So I was like, okay. But I thank you guys for joining that crowd. Although, yeah, if we have a bunch of people there, I might actually do some like polls here and there of, you know, maybe what order do we do the next few videos in, or something like that. So guys, oh, you need 2 season levels to get one, and 6 levels you can. Yeah, basically it was 400 season levels on average for an exotic. Now, of course, that means, you know, that's an average. Plenty of people got it for way less. In way less. But also likely plenty of people that went way over 400 and didn't even get one. And also the provocator was in there, which I feel is almost a dick move. Like, the provocator is not in the same class of the other exotics there. But yeah, if you're after the raid exotics, there's plenty of places you will be much more easily getting through it. And oh yeah, this was this. And the puzzle was this, right? Green, blue, red. Yeah. Oh yeah, I had to shoot the lock off here, right? Already forgot to color green, blue, red, I feel. Green, blue, red. Creme brulee. That was a color order, right? It's because someone cares. I have to get one more. Yeah. Although, yeah, in my case, I likely will just sign up for one of Toasties if he's doing them in the future. Yeah. We got him. Let's go get this shade cache. Should be this liberation project done. Season pass just for bloody shields. Well, I mean, yeah, it depends on how much, you know, how much you like them and how much disposable income you have. I did go for the premiums on this account, on main account. But that's also, I kind of, at this point, I'm basically a collector on this account. Of like getting all of the apparels and stuff, which is a silly thing to do, honestly, but they're not worth the price we're paying for them, I would say, unless you have like a lot of disposable income. But in my case, I am thanking you all for helping out with those.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Yeah, but another mechanics and other people feel joining. This is skip character. All the class exotics will when the racing not be useless. Yeah, thing is, if you like go in, because one of the things is, especially with a lot of the carry raids, you have to remember that they will only really explain it if you really ask. And then usually as well, they might like, because it just takes time, right? Like if you need to do an explanation at the start of it. So usually they just explain you your role. Everybody else knows their role just to keep it, you know, just to keep it moving. But if you want to learn it and you actually are interested in doing it in the future and stuff, most of those same places would be more than fine of just like, hey, we'll take you on a run, but then one where we'll kind of teach you, and then in the future as well, you know, you could even, hey, maybe become part of the team of maybe helping or just once in a while subbing in or something.
Detected.
It's kind of that, especially. And yeah, Tonison is like, you know what? This idiot needs some more apparel. Let's give him even more money to waste. But yeah, thank you so much, Tonison, for the 5 gifted there. And I think everybody that got one will be very thankful to you. And so am I. And yeah, thank you. Thank you again for enabling my crippling apparel addiction. How do you get around? I just should have gone the other street. I was like, there's gonna be likely an alleyway or something. There wasn't. That one is solid. This is where I'm consider it. Yeah, And in my case as well, like as much as I know from a lot of other places of the game, I just barely know the rates. That's also why I've been kind of hesitant to just jump back in, because people will feel like, oh, this guy must, you know, he knows all these other things, he must know the rate. But I don't, like, I've done them quite a bit. Like I've done Dark Hours, I've done like likely
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
combined 100 times. Most of it in year 1. Iron Ores I've done like 12 times or 13 times. But that's also like 4 years ago, or really in the past. And then also, yeah, the mechanics have changed. Or, well, not mechanics, but the tactics have changed. We're doing the mechanics differently, so. I would want a refresher, and then I've been hesitant. I was thinking of doing it on like third account and stuff. But also, yeah, I've been like busy with other stuff. One of the things was like conflict. I wanted to jump in conflict first, and I've done now. So next one is really rate, I feel. That's really the only part of the game that I don't like. I know decently well and stuff, and I keep on in conversations and stuff, and I keep kind of track of like what the raid builds are. But like very specific mechanics and stuff, like, yeah, no idea. No, that's not. Let's go around this, actually. Let's go around this left side. Annoying thing is, of course, I don't have the map uncovered, so I can't see how big this building is from there. But also the thing of it is, like, as with most things, is just doing them a bunch. Like, I remember my first countdown and stuff as well, of like, hey, I was a headless chicken, I was just following the team as best I could. But then now, you know, it's just like, oh, countdown, like, it's easy peasy. Same for instance, incursion and stuff, or that's like even harder content, or like the masters. Just by doing it, you gain, you know, you learn your way through, and it's really about doing it a bunch. So we're just kidding. People get mad at me. Not likely not. Especially as well, you could just even go in LFGs, which is, you know, a step above. And, you know, you can say I've completed it once, but I like don't know my way around it completely yet and stuff. And most of the time, yeah, there's definitely bad apples, like we were discussing earlier. Like, you know, some people are dicks just to be dicks, as kind of came up in conversation. But most people will actually go out of their way. You know, if you're playing kind of the same game and stuff, especially in stuff like, yeah, raids and versions. A lot of people also just go out of their way to make everybody feel comfortable. Sometimes even to detrimental you know, ways, but a lot of people are also actually really nice. Sometimes even too nice, to a degree that you like almost feel uncomfortable around. And indeed, the let's goes. But yeah, thanks again, indeed, Tennyson. That's the most interesting. Yeah, also that's why, like, I know Dark Hours. I wouldn't just need to learn the new tactics, but Dark Hours is like pretty easy. Iron Horse is just, yeah, some of the mechanics I'm just like, I'm aware of all of them, and I do kind of remember how to do them. But also the thing is, like, on the first few clears, I wouldn't have those roles anyway. They would just put me, hey, the good old fashioned, hey buddy, you see that door over there? That's your door. Whoever comes out, you murder their face. And just sit there and don't move. And then, especially as a raid leader, you then forget about them. And then everybody else is on the next boss, and you go like, hey, where's our carry? And you go like, and they go like, I'm still sitting here on the last boss where you left me. Still guarding the store. Like, oh shit, yeah, no, come up here. New door. Did we forget Jimmy?
Device detected.
Oh, portable device. Just weapons.
We need to do something. The bridge gets bigger every day. We need to make one police plaza.
No, I didn't speedrun, but I was in a clan that we would like every week we would do it like 4 times or 3 times at least.
Better than picking up guns off dead bodies. At least what's in the armory is sterile.
And
I'm not a fan of other
sometimes even like
fluids on my
6-7 times on a day or something. Stuff like that. And 100 isn't that much. The annoying thing is, so they that is gone, right? Which is annoying. Where's raid? Dark hours, yeah, they took away the level 30 complete, because you still had the number of completed raids up until like not too long ago. You still had the number of completed raids on, because now this is gonna say like how much you have, 30 here on dark hours. But yeah, the other ones were at level 30. So because I looked it up one time, but that's ages ago, but I had like 80 or so, 82, so combined like 112. But yeah, I might also be misremember, but yeah, I did it a lot at level 30. But also keep in mind that people like Little Huge have like, what, 11,000 or something? How much are they on? 12,000? Also, yeah, sorry, it's the other side. If we assume massive wasn't laying about a 5% chance of raid exotic and roughly 10% chance of Brooklyn cash. Having any exotic, it wasn't 5%, like it was 0.5%. Because yeah, 5% is a 1 in 20. Like we would have seen him a lot. Because that was a 1 in 200. But also, yeah, if you're looking for a specific one, yeah, you would have been, you know, that times 6 effectively. But then that's also not how chances work at that point, because now we're adding too many variables. And because for most people, even getting 1 would have been, you know, an event. No worries, Huntsman or Lexington. Situationally, Huntsman can be made to work. Yeah, I still have to get one on my hands on one, but you know, knowing what how frenzy works, how much it is adding and such, and situationally how we could use it. The thing is, yeah, it would need to be in places where you're prepping it, where you have the time to prep it, and you're kind of taking it in maybe as a secondary, and then you know, you're using a other weapon for most of the fights, and then oh, we reached the boss, we're gonna unload like 6-7 mags into this guy, we swap over. Right? You really need to put a bunch of mags out as well for it to be like really worth it. But especially because you can kind of trigger it when you need it, unlike Killer where you need a kill. It is kind of, you know, because it's ahead of Killer by a little bit, but it's ahead of Measured by a lot of it, which is the other one that, you know, you can just generally have on. Generally have equipped, and it just does a thing. Let's actually, yeah, let's go, while we're here, let's go uncover like the edges of the map, get the Fog of War to War of Fog. Kind of getting this character to a place where they're a real boy. Yeah. Indeed. Eventually, you'll get to even maybe have a true role. But both of the raids in Division are also like comparatively to even like Destiny stuff. I remember that one from last time being here. Also remember being set on fire last time from here. Oh yeah. Should be triggering this on like you just make a macro that just spams T and just leave it running. Whenever it's off cooldown, it just triggers it right away. And we head further north? Yes. And already also looking for places to, you know, maybe do some intros in, outros in. Yeah. So we got all this. So actually, while this thing is here, let's go get that real quick. Yeah, let's maybe clear the fog of war a little bit. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second. Alright, goodness. I mean, that's of course the thing. Like I likely still, if I were to go back to like WoW Classic, I would know most of the dungeons and stuff. But if I go to like modern WoW, I would know nothing. It's just getting the experience in, getting the runs in. That's always the case. Because though that it's especially about just, for instance, with the raids and stuff, it's much more about attitude and stuff. It's much like nobody cares if you don't know what's happening and you need, you know, you need clear instructions, or maybe even you make a mistake or something. Most, like 99% of the cases, nobody really cares, and you know, you just wipe and reset. It's fine. It's much more the attitude that comes with that as well. Because that's also one of those things that, for instance, I have read a bunch of leads. I have read a bunch of leads, you know, led a bunch of raids. And sometimes as well, we've had people, because we used to kind of carry people sometimes as well. And yeah, for instance, people that don't want to like just, hey, we need you to have this build or something similar. And I also like, if you need help with it, we'll even go and help you with it. But they then go, no, I want to run a scale build. And just like, okay, go run a scale build. You'll do it without our team. And then they take offense to that. And then they go like, you guys are being dicks and stuff. And, you know, quite often you will find that a lot of those people that, not everyone, definitely not everyone, but a lot of people that have had bad experiences with raid teams or incursion teams or stuff like that, there might be something on their end as well. Not always. Like, yeah, there's also plenty, but yeah, quite often you have people that are, you know, stubborn, or they think they know better, or, you know, they watch this one video and it said Pesty is the best weapon, so they want to run it in here now, or they want to, you know. I don't know. True Patriot is the meta, so they want to run True Patriot. Stuff like that. And then the thing that just happens is just, there is no time for it. It's just, okay, we're here, you're one person, these are 7. Or, well, the other side is 6, you know, if you do raid lead, then it's just a simple of like, we won't care about the one, we'll care about the many. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second. Yeah. Oh, you were trying to yeah, for others it will be just thingies. It will just be asterisks. It doesn't allow links to. Unless you are VPN, that's a cross step there. Let me catch up. Or do I need to wait for them to bring it back? You need to wait for them to bring it back, yeah. Currently, there's basically no way until they do it again. The guess would be, and I would just hope for them they do it that way. The last season, towards the end, there was a special event kind of thing where we had stretch goals or stretch season XP, where basically it was repeating. You could just get continuous caches and stuff towards the end of the season, kind of while doing season XP effectively. In that, there was the raid exos were in there, for instance. They've already said that they might not do the same contents, so wouldn't be surprising if they maybe put like that and the turmoil and maybe even caretaker in that. There's been a bunch of stuffs, and it's also not completely it's bypassable. Especially, for instance, now make sure you get the caretaker. That'll kind of solve your needs for killer wise effectively. That's like a really good weapon now. And otherwise, just a FAMAS or a CTAR or a FAL or a F2000 with whatever talents you like. That's it. They will perhaps, yeah. They've basically hinted a few times at, we might bring it back, but it's always been might. It's never been like we're gonna bring it back and it's gonna be this. So, I'm just running the lead, but also I'm not per se running a build. This is a DZ build. I'm running it here. There's a journey thing here where I have to run. We're getting basically these. I'm running a blue build. So we're getting advancements into these whenever I get the max stat. So reach tier 5 in firearms without any red cores equipped. That's what I'm doing here. Also, I'm using the alt for that. So it's actually... so that's why I'm kind of running this. And this is for proficiency. This is the lead. Actually, on this build, it makes sense. Because, we have low. And also, that's why I'm running the smart cover here as well. I'm kind of proficiencying while I'm cleaning up the map, honestly, I'm just running around getting the fog of war for this character off of it. We're going to go capture that control point too, likely in a sec. Okay. But for instance, this would also not be a build that I would normally run out in the open world. It's just like, I would much rather be on a tech tank, which is with its shield much more tanky than this. But I would have red cores and yellow cores actually as well. It's running memento, so we can't get progress on the on the journey. But as the Mark 16 named LUD this season, you wouldn't want to run this one for Streamline. Honestly, the most other weapons with normal Streamline is gonna be a better deal. Oh, that's the sound of it coming off of cooldown. Now I understand. That's why it always plays that sound when you go into control, or because there's a somewhat similar sounding one when you go into shared spaces and stuff, but that's it going on cooldown because it gets reset. Upside down boat. Let's go. No, besides catching up on the Destiny, and I guess. So we have to do really well. Oh, yeah, any game you walk away from a while is gonna take a while to get back in. Same for Division, I would think. And there's elite territory. It's just that for a long while, Division definitely didn't like. It's just going slower, effectively. But yeah, if you've taken long enough break. But your mind, for instance, is trying to get me to be interested in Eve is doing something. I still actually don't really, like, you explained it so poorly. Still don't really understand what exactly Eve Frontiers is. But for instance, for me as well, going back to a game like Eve that I haven't played in like 8 years. I went back to it like a year and a half ago for like a few weeks. But I was just, due to a friend of mine kind of getting into it, I was like, hey, would you like most of my stuff? Because I still have a bunch of stuff. Got some stuff, but... And when enemies have the blue, especially for a build like this, that is really relying on its crit to do most of its damage. I'm gonna guess one of the hunters is around here. I have the fuzziness of a hunter. So I'm gonna guess we'll be coming through this area in the future. Fragile bug adds and affect the healing from refractor. In what way do you mean affect the healing from refractor? Because generally, like, the refractor just does its healing, so, but yeah, I just wouldn't be able to like heal up there. Or is it like doing more than that? This is like completely disabling the healing from refractor or something. Because I haven't messed around too much with refactor while having a bunch of directives up. I don't think I've ever like ran. I don't know, actually likely I have with the red factor, but didn't really pay attention if it was behaving differently when we had a bugged fragile armor.
Anyone home?
Straight. Yeah. Oh, I actually uncovered that as well. That's still kind of dark, and that's still kind of dark. Let's go over this control points. Although let's take the south road and get that. And let's hit T as well. 21 out of 50. Although yeah, I could just macro T and just leave the character in the open world. And just come back to it. Because also the T press would prevent it getting logged out, so we could just cheese it. Slow brace and like, oh, I'm not kidding. Let's get the first one. Alright, that's actually. That usually means that medkit will barely heal you until you get down. When it's effective with the directive, watch this one armor. Yeah, so when it's bugging out, yeah, it's just keeping, you know, it's not resetting whenever people. Or well, it's not losing one stack whenever you're med packing. And yeah, eventually that will make it so that you're healing from refractor, you have just a tiny bar to heal, right? So that makes it a little hard to keep it going. But that's just more fragile armor is bugging out, and yeah, that will affect any healing because you just don't have as big of a health bar to, or a bit as big of an armor bar to fill back up. The door looks suspect. Also, really no way to get up here except for here. Oh, they don't want you getting back there at all. Oh, we spotted that there. Let's actually go 1 street north and go there. Just gone full exploration mode. You know what I should do maybe as well while I'm doing this? Let's be on call. And maybe we even get one. Because this character will get another caretaker if it happens. I do like... Yeah, this would be a good spot as well. Hey, they even remember to put the red smoke there. It's still smoking from technically ages ago, because yeah, the time has advanced in the game. Did you play a lot of WoW? Back in the day, like and like initial Crusade and a little bit of Lich. And then here and there I've gone back. So I've gone back when like Warlords of Draenei and other Warlords was like kind of out and kind of messed around then. Yeah. I'm definitely not current anymore. Also back then I wasn't like that in-depth into it. I remember that back then I was much more of a workaholic than a gameaholic. But I would still binge on games here and there. Definitely. And I've played a lot of MMO style games back in the day. And definitely WoW. Quite a bit. Just getting tier 5 and all, and then swapping from different core builds and swapping backward. Oh! Wait, it doesn't recalculate when you do a loadout? Didn't it recalculate? Huh. Yeah, let me get to 5s. Or is it just you can swap pieces and it doesn't? It's got a few. I mean, even if I get 1 tier here to 2. Sorry, could you stop that?
Incoming hostiles detected.
Yeah, you can kind of face tank in the vision, but the issue with this is the second there's a named or something, it's a different story. That's also why like tech tanking is to me. Also, this just is so you can have so much more damage if you tech tank it. It's kind of the point of them. Oh, well, I shouldn't have ulted there. Forgot about the thing I was trying to do. It's pretty nice. Thanks for the info. Guys, sitting my stash. I'm collecting this. Yeah. This season as well, Backfire will be one of the standouts because of the crit chance increases. Like any gun that is kind of balanced currently, decently, and is crit related. Oh, that's basically just the Backfire, right? What else would fit that? Although yeah, for instance, yeah, killer talent. It's a big difference when you go from, we already know this from Descent, when you take it from 60% crit chance and you take that to 100% crit chance. With, for instance, yeah, Descent we do that with Agonizing, but then sometimes we still run Surgical underneath it, and then Agonizing just at 30% is already by itself like just worth it on top, even going from 60 to 100. And a Backfire will do beautiful things with this modifier, especially when the ult is active. So, and also, yeah, you can get some hazard protection from the passives, and that means that you can get a little bit more crit damage just base. So. Clearing out all the territory controls. It's also cool to see like Brooklyn is pretty dense when it comes to, you know, activities next to each other and stuff. I feel this would be, and yeah, Cleaners is a decent enough faction to farm, you know, determined wise, or even just headhunter wise. So. Even if they do have the purple flames. I could see myself running around here. Because one of the things definitely when we look at the modifier, likely 2 videos from now. Yeah, Backfire is gonna make an appearance as like, hey, run this maybe this season, because yeah, you can both get some hazard protection and like go over the 7 or like have the main modifier kind of take you over any decent amounts of crit chance that we normally would have. Skill mods. Well, that is. I might regret to inform you that you may not be in the right place if you're here for the legendaries. But also, honestly, just getting any would be fine, because I wonder actually how they're set up and if they're kind of set up. Although there already seem to be like, yeah, multiple people of like not full ones. The New York ones especially are like really easy to get maxed out ones for. I'm kind of hoping these will be too. But likely countdown with gear mods. But in my case as well, I'm not too much in a hurry. I wouldn't mind actually finding out what they exactly are, just to add them to the skill mod tracker thing that I made a while back. Update that to the newest version. And actually, yeah, let's go get this corner first, and then we'll come back for the control point.
that you? You seriously just...
It was an accident. I can get you cigars.
Yeah, make it 10 and I won't smoke your ass.
I'm just having a moment. He won't get you any cigars because he'll be dead. But also you won't care because you'll be dead. And the only one they'll know is me. And I'll forget that you ever existed. Madam Riker. Cars, of course, bait. Got a full random. Yeah. It can go that way. At least it's an exotic component, right?
This thing's out of bullets already.
Let's go capture this. Do I remember? I think one was downstairs here. Oh, yeah. See a big fat cable. I'm in their base setting them up the bomb. I think the other one was like upstairs somewhere here. Oh, hi.
You all know what to do. I'm going around.
Might as well get the turrets out of the way. Let's call it in.
Reinforcements en route.
Gotta reload if I'm gonna get all these bastards. Take it, bastards.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
You know this has to happen.
It's because also it has a shield. I keep playing it as if it's a tech tank. I keep like running like that. I keep running to where I killed the enemy. That's just such a habit that I have of just like, I killed an enemy, they dropped the memento, right? Let's go get it. Yeah.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
You like that? That's not the bastard. This is the part where I kill you.
Reinforcements.
Oh, is this that part?
Who needs armor anyway?
I was wondering where that part was. The part where he kills me.
Detected.
But unluckily for him, I forgot my script. So.
Help! Heal! I gotta get some new armor. Hey, watch yourself!
It's in my sight!
So you know what? Have some of this. Let's unleash our inner cleaner.
Incoming hostiles detected.
That hurt.
I'm glad you like it. This. I said that one. I was meaning to make one for forever, and then eventually I just like also. But I had kind of also that idea of like making it so if you input it, like the colors change. I know you could do that with. I knew you could do it with spreadsheet. I just hadn't done it myself yet, so I had to go and figure it out. That was mostly the thing, was I wanted it to be that idea.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
And that worked out pretty well in the end. I like most things as well. If I'm being honest, I mostly made it just so I can use it myself as well. So I'm already benefiting.
You'll pay for that.
Do the enemies get shocked by the thing? Actually, I've never really paid attention.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
I'm gonna guess they do.
Hostile broadcast detected.
Busted armor should make things interesting.
I'm gonna move off to the side.
Sorry, could you?
Remember this face. Not good at all. You'll die before me.
He's wearing a mask and he yells at me, "Remember this face." Don't think you thought this through. Hey, it's Adam Automatic. So they're using the same names from the that are already in New York and DC when it comes to named enemies. It was D-Tag for the offense, 1 bonus armor. Plus is on the defense. This okay. Because I've definitely also seen what was it? Weapon handling for the offensive one. But likely I'll just wait till I have the full list, because actually adding those things is just because of the way that they're set up. If I had to have like add 2 and then and then add a third, like that would take 4 times the time instead of if I did just once.
Supply room access unlocked.
It's definitely like reached a point where there's so many graphic things going on that any shifting in it just means like almost redoing the whole thing. Well, then likely I'll slap it at the bottom of one of the other ones. So that should mean that's not too hard to actually where's that? Because mine open still. Likely we'll put it
This is your last mistake.
yeah, where do we even put them? I mean here likely, but there's more than 3 mods, so I might shuffle things around a little. But yeah, that's for in the future. That's future IKEA's problem. Because nice for oh, is it? Nice. Yeah, I'll likely farm them up.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
Although I keep just running into some of them while I'm running around here, so that's working out. Yeah, let's go just spot that, and hopefully this side will be 100%. Because I'm just clearing up the map a little bit and getting the fog of war out of here. As well doing the control points here. Somebody who kind of forgot to eat today. Yeah, we'll likely won't make it too much later because I've been going for 10 hours almost. A little longer than I usually do. I should have actually made something to eat for myself, but now I'll just wait till the end and just actually make something. Actually something.
That can't be good.
Because I do have a bunch of stuff in the fridge. The think tank. You think tank. Yeah. Although I feel trying to just think and then like that being your tank, I don't think it's gonna. You might get murdered. It's 3 very different looking flats. Oh yeah, definitely feeling the need for sleep as well. I do love the aesthetic that they've gone with the fall. I love the fall in general anyway, like just in real life. So I'm definitely on board for... Oh, that's a order. Where did he spawn though? Oh, down there? He spawned in the straight, yeah. As well as also this guy being here. Where are you? Oh. Like this guy, if this guy wasn't here in these, or like in there's the loot floating. In Brooklyn, nobody would have cared. Nobody would have missed them, but that's an interesting one. It's just barely too tall for me to loot. Because I can see it here, but not here. No. Yeah, it's too tall to loot. That's funny. But they did put them in. They took the effort. Put in the spawn points. There's a microwave. Why is there a box here? Yeah, so 100? No, 99. So these are this, right? It's gonna be either this or this corner, right? Well, also I'm not gonna hunt that now. At least now I can see all the streets. Also maybe, yeah, let's go maybe do a countdown or two to just render that here. I wouldn't mind trying to get that imminent armaments piece. Maybe I'll just leave this character in. Nah, let's come back to DC and get him clean now. Still in Brooklyn District. Still in Brooklyn Hostiles. Okay. Oh, there's no maps and stuff yet, right? Indeed. We have some floating loot. That loot, I mean, if it was good loot, it would be heavy, so it would fall to the ground. But yeah, it wasn't heavy, so
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go.
it wasn't dropping.
Said it was safer for
Did I
us
even
to
actually
not
get
here.
the loot from the second control point we captured in like Brooklyn Heights? I don't think so even. I just left. I know, at some point we had gotten the Scorpio as well. Oh, yeah. I need to not open this one yet. Although what I might do is just get all three. Yeah, let's do that. Also, let's actually go back to, or maybe let's put away this. Because I'll likely put the LUT as my secondary. I should leave this one under imminent or no, measured assembly. Really, like my brain didn't even register that it's, yeah, that we have now two measured. Earlier on, like I totally missed that. Yeah, somebody was talking about measured, and I was talking about the weapon talent measure, but just didn't register that there's the other one up as well. Yeah, let's get the other caches into this gal's inventory, and then also I have these actives available. Because also, yeah, we get some season completion from it, some exotic caches, and yeah, basically I have just Journey 7 to go, and it's, what is it? Saturday? Friday? Saturday. I mean, technically now Sunday, but I know they're Gita. They showed a new mascot with people that not own the DLC. I think it only drops in the DLC because we're not getting a blueprint for it. I don't think there is a way to get it without being in Brooklyn team-wise. So that means no, effectively. Because yeah, you kind of have to be in Brooklyn to get it. So you need to be grouped up in Brooklyn in some way. And the only ways are to be in Brooklyn. So
Nice to see you, Agent.
it's kind of a, you know,
Thanks for the business.
that's how they're locking it in to there. Because it drops from the final boss, and it seems to also drop from the names there. So, or well, the world names, like that set of world names. Yeah, let's. What do we want to run? Do you have actually any characters that have like full blue bills that would be useful in Countdown? Character 1 with their. Yeah, what are the other two bills built around? So hardwired, negotiator, and foundry. I mean, yeah, for blues. Oh, it gives a 0F. Actually, yeah, that might be a good one to kind of. But also, oh, it gives a. So we get a waveform, we get a chameleon, and a Scorpio. So, also, we should check if these items are actually recalibratable, reconfigurable. Because the one capacitor from the level 35 one wasn't. But then we're looking forward. We'll pop up those caches and kind of we'll likely do that tomorrow evening. I might record that. That might actually even be the video after Streamline. I might move the one after that because it would be nice to have something that isn't per se in like an in-depth look kind of thing in between. So. Yeah, let's go to character 1. I might make that thing full blue and just run that while we're getting even more of these in effectively. I know they're psychotic. I think the DLC so far are the good items to look out, grind for. Well, the caretaker currently, especially if you don't have a Lexington, make sure to try to get the caretaker from that project, from the Game Pass project.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go.
Because this isn't full
Said it was
blue,
safer for
right?
us if she's
No.
not
But
here.
can I make it full blue? I think I can. Yeah. Yeah. We'll just make this full blue and run this as that, and we can even have tag link here. As a full blue, this thing wouldn't be the best, but it'll still work. Yeah. Also with this up, we get 30 weapon damage just here as well. What am I set to? Nothing. Let's go for imminent armaments. I might just craft that Hunter's Fury that I need. What else? Yeah, some of the items in the like the new brand set and stuff. The items and stuff is mostly the season.
You have joined a group.
And the DLC itself, I'm perfectly happy with it. I would love to have had more. That's the biggest downside of it, in my opinion. Is it's you know, Woni was 30 and was basically double the size of this of 450. So it is price wise kind of, you know, what we got. But I would have loved to add more, but I would also love for if like every year we had one expansion of this size, I would already be pretty happy with that. Quality wise as well, especially because it's not just size, it's quality. I'm very happy that everything there, including the missions and stuff, is up to par. It doesn't feel like, you know, it doesn't feel like, oh, this is just slapped together. It does feel like, oh, this is on par with the missions that we already have, and like the open world is on par with the parts that we already have. So.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go.
Yeah,
Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Yeah.
Rikers have taken the power
I
plant.
receive a lot
Not
of
sure
mods
what
for
they're
the
trying to
new
do with the
skill,
nuclear
even though I do
reactor,
not
but they've
own the
triggered the safety
DLC.
protocols.
Yeah, that's
The plant is
just
going into lockdown.
they're in that loot pool.
We need to find
You
a way
also
to relieve
already
the
get New
pressure and
York
fix the
ones before you
reactor's
even
cooling
have like
system.
the skills from New York. That's just the reality of it.
Reactor unstable.
That doesn't per se like
Lockdown protocols
get too much in the
activated.
way.
15 minutes lockdown.
That guy is
To avert catastrophic system failure, system purge required.
going the wrong way.
System malfunctioning.
Oh yeah, I have so much armor now. I forgot what this build is actually. It's 80% PFE with all that armor. I took that axe to the face and it just looked like 40% of my armor.
System reactivated.
I was like weirded out for a second of like, how is it that little? But that's how. Because normally I run this with 4 blues. That's like more than enough for this build. This is just a bonus armor build, effectively, for the team. So that's lab, so we want to go turbine containment. There's I can just do this, and everybody has all the blue bars.
Shade tech detected.
Although, yeah, what I want here is... I did put assault link, right? Yeah. Shouldn't do the other ones per se, but it's fine. And I should just trigger this quite often.
Hostile sniper turret detected. Hostile assault
Should be
turret
tracking
detected.
the...
Hostile striker drone detected. Hostile incinerator turret detected.
There's also, for instance, a place where, like, yeah, it's a pretty blue build. And also that's why I run the shield splinter here. Shield splinter actually, when we're like this blue,
Incoming. High High-risk hostile.
And still behind measured, but at least like makes a little bit more sense. But streamline would make sense, but I want to use my phone and my shoe. A lot.
Area secure.
Man, why can't you be what I want you to be? Although, I'll still take that. On to containment. And yeah, we already has a little edge of bonus armor there. It's kind of cool to see. It's category general rule pool now. It's from the Game Pass project, as you likely found it. And yeah, there's confirmation. Actually, it's 7, but most of us are reaching 8 exactly. Like when we reach anything, we're gonna reach 8 because you usually jump over 7, but yeah, it's 7. Somebody sent a screenshot of having like not having 8 and having the caretaker. So. But usually, if you're just getting double endorsed all the way, the automatic plus the player, you jump over 7. You go from 6 to 8.
Area secure.
You can head over to the cooling tower.
Unless there's even like more weirdness happening there. It's like maybe like skipping one or something. Yeah. Oh, you jump from 7 to 9 and you got that. Maybe there's even more weirdness happening there then. At the very least, you can, like, that's, yeah. It's possible to have it at 7. But then maybe, like, when you're skipping one, maybe it's just giving you 1 or something. Maybe it's even less then. We should try to... should try that on second account and not endorse and see what we exactly get. Because it might be if you're just jumping over 2, because I was kind of, that's the thing I was kind of considering why it might be different for others and stuff. Maybe if you skip over a full level at some point in some way.
Steam pressure increasing. System purge required to stabilize pressure.
We need to release the pressure in the system.
How many individual endorsements? That I think it was 5, or well, it was 5 joints and then double endorsement. Is I think what that turned out to be. Although that's just for this week, of course. That is just while we have the triple, so for Tuesday. So I wanna, if you haven't yet, try to get it done. It's well worth getting the caretaker, especially if you don't have the Lexington.
You've stabilized the pressure. Now we just need to cut off that steam. Vent the steam and you're good to go.
And this build is truly
High-risk target approaching.
all the blue bars.
Hostile restore hive detected.
Cooling system pressure limits exceeded. Purge to stabilize the pressure.
Well, we have just the season stuff, definitely. But at this point, yeah, they haven't really given a roadmap or anything like that for future, so it's basically for now. It's this. We're in the second. Oh, we're in the third. That's good. Going quick. But yeah, they haven't expanded on like what else they're gonna do. All we know is, yeah, season stuff is definitely on the table.
Well, that worked-ish. Now that the pressure is stabilized, we need to shut off that steam.
With the scouts and stuff like that.
You need to vent.
But likely towards the end of the season when they will start talking about next season.
High-risk target approaching.
I would expect them to maybe like put out a roadmap. Okay, is it right? I actually haven't opened the box yet. Let's actually open that so people see it too. And we literally have all the blue bars. Where's this one?
Those greedy fucks got him.
Got boss is being a bitch. Just gonna go get my loot. Alright, we jump down. Nate gives it away. Oh no, it's headshot.
Good work, Agent. You saved the plant.
Oh, that was well. That would
Move
have
to
been worse than
extraction
what I
point.
have.
When you're ready to come home, shoot off a flare.
Okay, it's on that end. Let's go get the big box. Hoover that up. And hoover this up. Okay, it's a close range extraction. I know. Teammates are already out there. One person is even out of range. I'm gonna go get all
Get on
those.
that helo. You've got hunters
Although,
incoming.
actually, I shouldn't have.
Torres is waiting for your signal. Shoot off a flare when you're ready to come home.
Can I? Thank you. It's next to that box. Just go in one by one. That is the best outcome you can have. Downside though is here, yeah, I'll be missing some of the hunter loot, which actually I should have gone for. Like, one piece of loot was not worth.
An agent needs assistance. Agent deceased.
Agent definitely deceased. Gonna go in from the other side.
Agent deceased.
Maybe I won't miss out on a hunter. Because also, yeah, half the team should have gone this way. Like, there's no reason to leave this side unassaulted. Only have 2 hunters on me. They'll have to deal with the other two.
Serious trauma detected.
Gotcha. Man down over
System
here.
restored.
I think eventually my team would make it.
I got you. Get this off of me. On the flank. Get them finished. Airburst deployed.
Yeah, yeah, teammates. Yeah. 2 people died because they were dumb. Price of stupidity.
What was?
Why are you shooting me?
Hold tight. Helo inbound to your location.
I'm running counter challenging, or gives you better loot or no? Yeah, but I'm not after good loot. I'm just after quantity. Also, on heroic, you have to actually like here. I'm kind of just messing around because I'm still also just trying to get that other thing done, which is the journey. So I want to be on a full blue build. This build I wouldn't like in a dedicated team. I would run this on heroic, but not on this. It's weekend matchmaking. People are very bad at the game in parts, and slide on him. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. Bye. They won't make it, sadly for them. Especially that guy at the end there. Yeah, no. He definitely won't.
If it wasn't for you, we would have lost
140.
the power plant.
Oh, that's right. We did get 3 out of 4 hunters at the start and 4 at the end. This is yeah, this is kind of a PFE for like regen PFE for countdown. It can actually do decently well, but yeah, it kind of needs a dedicated team if we're gonna really push it. Also, I would normally run it with 2 red cores at least, just so I can have a little bit of damage. But yeah, here my intent is more.
Thanks for the deal.
Getting that journey done. To do so that does it drop in countdown or only in the mission? The mission only, or well, the mission and seems world names, but yeah, not countdown. It's not in targeted loot at all. So it's basically tied to Brooklyn. Because yeah, if it could come from target loot, you could just share it with anybody that also doesn't own Brooklyn, because yeah, it's supposed to be, you know, Brooklyn tied. Also, yeah, that mask, the catalyst, because also yeah, that mask, because yeah, if you think Tinkerer is only from the climax mission, of course, that's like a whiles away. The catalyst is also just not working currently, so it's only like if you want to get it for collecting, sure, fine, but the weapon damage at least on it is not triggering correctly. And so one last challenging year.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
Let's actually track.
You are now in a group.
Let's track this. So if I have this on the side of my screen, I'll remember to hit T. Because we're 27 out of 50. We're getting there. Because once I have that done, well, first of all, Journey 7 is done, but also the other ones will just happen because I run plenty of red builds. Like, I'll just run red builds and get the other 2. World name buses can drop it, yeah, but only the Brooklyn ones. So again, you need to be in Brooklyn. It seems to be kind of working for those familiar with WONI back in the day, like the Lady Death. Lady Death used to be a specific drop from the world names until it got like changed to be, you know, a year later or something. It went into the general loot pool. And here on this one, it will work the same. Like it will be on that mission and on there for quite a while, and then eventually it'll go into general loot pool. I don't have any status effects.
Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes to lockdown.
Magnetic containment failure. Elevated threat of EMP discharge.
Don't do it. Don't do it. What you doing, buddy? Ow. My face, I needed that.
System
The thing I'm
malfunctioning.
doing.
System
I haven't
reactivated.
ran countdowns in so long that... Is this the middle one? No, the middle one is on the right, right? Let's forget. Is a for the name Boston's Brooklyn? Not that I've seen yet, but there's likely one. Like, people will. But the thing is, it likely works in the... I haven't per se tested it yet, but it likely works in the same way as the other names, which is half-hour cooldown. And effectively, once you just know one spot, that's enough. Like, make a note of where you saw them. Preferably, you would want it somewhere where you can, like, kind of fast travel quickly to, right? That's basically it. Like, outside of that, because you can just go to that spot when it's off cooldown, and then still don't have any status effects. That will not stop me from doing that. Also for sledge. Can I sledge now? No. I sledged all right, except I sledged myself. Although yeah, these guys now realizing that they can go through my fire. I'm just gonna go for this. No, permission has a spot right next to it. Ah, okay, for instance. I know, you basically just need to know a spot and then just, yeah, do that spot. Go there every half hour. Somebody will time it pretty quickly.
You're in. We need to locate the target.
But it'll likely be the same half. Which is the pier mission? Oh, the one with the turrets and stuff? Yeah. One right outside there. Yeah.
Come at me.
Let's give everybody some blue bars. Oh, I got spotted. I'll give him a smiley face, just. Oh yeah, gonna being a dick in. Oh, yeah. Oh no, wait, what? Why is this deactivated when we have that? It bugged that. An exotic over there. I'm like, yeah, why can't I? That's the whole point of this. I wanna get that. But, where did it turn off?
Target detected.
Because at the very least, likely the bot, like the team leader, doesn't have it off. It is. You know, we're seeing marks. So do we have the box yet?
Target neutralized. High risk target approaching.
Must be down here. Secure infrastructure in the legend map. Do you know what it's about? Yeah, somebody else was like, yeah, somebody made me aware yesterday of it, and that like some bounties drop it. But what it was doing?
10 minutes.
Or maybe it was someone else.
Evacuate the
I
facility.
remember. But yeah, no, I know nothing beyond that it exists. Remember that sometimes as well, some of the things are like remnants of other things. Some of the things are just, yeah, maybe for in the future. That one will drop infrastructure key card as a signal. It could be. It could be for an extra secret or something. But what it exactly is, I'm... One place you could go check, although I don't have a... There's the... I guess if you Google it, likely you'll find it. It'll likely be a Reddit link or something. There's a secrets... I haven't been in there for a while. Secrets Discord, which is also kind of the people that now are kind of frontline in the hunter hunt. Although I think also plenty of people were kind of going around it, man. They might know. They might like already have an idea or something. Because I can remind that for a large part I haven't, for instance, I still haven't looked really into the hunters or such. I'm firstly going after the number crunching. The secreting and such I'll get to later. Even more blue armor. Wahaha.
Critical systems exposed.
This thing is just more of a support build for when you don't really need the support, but you just want to make it easier for everybody. Which on challenging countdown works out.
Data transfer halted. High-risk target approaching. Area secure.
Agent, you should be able to access that experimental lab now.
Yeah, let's go experiment in the lab. The remove content upcoming. It is. Oh, it's not translated. Then definitely it's not going to be a secret currently. They do a decent job of like making sure those kind of stuff is there, because otherwise kind of shitty if you're in the wrong language. Visual stash bar, I tried logging out, but mine isn't coming back. Go back or fast travel basically to a different. If you're in Brooklyn, go to DC. If you're in DC, go to like New York or something like that. Basically force a completely new session, because logging out and in often will, especially when it's busy, often will give you a fresh new session, but isn't guaranteed. So, but going off-site or going from like DC map to New York map or from Brooklyn map to DC map or stuff like that, that will definitely give you a fresh session. And that seems to fix it. We'll ram past this one.
Magnetic containment failure. Elevated threat.
Evacuate the facility. 5 minutes to lockdown.
Nice work on the valve. Now, I need you to expose the reactor's core.
Oh, I forgot to activate. I'm stuck on this build and it doesn't even serve a purpose. Got to turn on the modifier. Because that is active. The leader has it active. must be, right? That's that. But
Now, you just need
it's
to
up to
destroy the
date.
magnetic
Yeah.
core.
There's
You
Umbra
should
or
be
Striker
fine.
with theirs. Striker is just a general go-to. But Umbra is definitely in a good state nowadays. And yeah, the DPS tables have been updated. They're all centered around, at least for the SMG, LMG, and ARs are all around strikers because just it is still the general use one. I'll put them both chats. But yeah, they have been updated.
High risk hostile. System restored.
God damn it, give me a crit chance, crit down. I'll still take this one. All I need is a glove. Well, I need a bunch more parts, but for now, all I need is a glove, especially with crit chance, crit damage. And the exclamation with pistols and headshot. What's the best way to make a headshot? So the build actual is in the hit box. I mean, right at the reset, but doesn't seem to be landing many. Well, they have a little bit of like parallaxing and such, if you kind of mean that, especially when you're close. But effectively, if your reticule is on the head and it's like red, it doesn't matter too much. Everything else, like basically, if you pull the trigger at that point, unless there is like a little red dot that you're like gonna hit the corner of a ledge or something, like this, like when you have the, I don't know, more like some of these places. Actually, with some of the other shoulders, easier to. But you have that, right? Where like I'm gonna hit that. Outside of that, if the red goes on that, it just goes. It's much more about just spending time with it and getting good at making it happen. Which I'm definitely, for instance, not somebody that is especially proficient at it either. You could go look at for instance, a Toasty or a Hutchler or such, where
experimental reactor offline.
They do things where I just go like, God damn you.
Great work, Agent. The power plant is stable.
Good job making us all feel worse about how good we are.
Flare so Torres knows you're ready to go.
Hello, that's not their intent. I don't know, what is this? Ridiculous again, indeed. He's not just ridiculous, he's ludicrous. Ludicrous speed. Ludicrous speedrunner. I feel the two people that will get that joke are, although we're just a bunch of old people here, right? So maybe we'll have more than two, but keep in mind as well with things like Regulus and stuff, you have the accuracy while moving. That's one of the things that I do wrong quite a bit, is I'll be kind of moving side to side or side strafing and stuff when taking a shot. When you're moving, the accuracy isn't perfect. And you know, it might go a little bit to the left or a little bit up or right and stuff. So just kind of plant your feet and shoot is kind of a thing that, especially with pistol builds, I do wrong quite often. And it's just one of those things that, yeah, you kind of have to Like you'll notice, especially for instance Tosi and stuff, like when they want to take a shot, they just stop. They stop, take the shot, and then move again. Unless it's like really in their face.
System reactivated.
There's stuff like that. Just to trigger the thing. Let's go do
Hilo is
PFE
ready when
things.
you are. Shoot a flare to signal Torres.
This is the place where kind of PFE has its moments. Just that I can keep the hunters busy. Hey, stop shooting my friends. I'll let you just stay there. I'll wait for my reinforcements to arrive. Because this guy also has blue, which is kind of it hurts. Yeah, nobody's ready for that wave. Somebody's trying to revive him. That's not. But somebody. I mean, wait, no, nobody got down. So. Or maybe that's someone's revive hyper earlier. Let's go back for that loot and then the other loot.
Dizzy.
Uh-oh. Hope somebody's watching the timer. I'm not going to be back in time.
We see you. Hilo inbound on your location.
We'll have one more. I'm just actually going to leave it to my allies. These guys have it. I'm going to add a sledge there. I'm going to go get my loot. Because I needs it. And hey there, Tammy.
Torres is in position.
Overall, Striker is just easier to use. But Umbra is in the best place it has been in forever, so... Because effectively, Striker is just easy to use and really powerful. Like, that's really the go-to for it. But you can, out of Negotiator, out of Umbra, out of those two especially, you can kind of get similar results. Especially the upfront damage from Umbra should not be like ignored, where you can kind of stack it up and just start a fight at full blast. But for a lot of content, just Striker is just that
And
easy.
we may actually keep...
And powerful. Because nowadays as well, for instance, if Heartbreaker stacked well, you could also go Heartbreaker, would be around the same damage as Obliterate Striker, not a Chest Striker, but Obliterate Striker, but yeah.
Agent, I need to debrief
It doesn't
with Schaefer.
stack well
Kelso
enough.
had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Oh, and that, and the other pieces, there's an extra lead, right? Actually, maybe I would hang on to that. Let's just donate it.
Business.
Yeah, weird that turned off. Because I was actually just in there trying to get more, while running a full blue build, getting a few red tier 5s. Which we can just do with the ult. I wonder actually, what happens if I go to the range here? And just trigger it there. Although, I mean, we can just go into the open world.
The biggest inventory in DC.
I just want to see. Because actually this as well, I could just have a macro that is pressing T. Go in and then just swap builds and then have this just finish on its own. Cheese it out that way. And yeah, let me catch up here as well. That's really good video on aim test like a year or so ago. Yeah, and that's for instance a good video for improving aim as well. Especially like the programs and stuff that he recommends. So because I've seen Spadeball. Well, I don't they might have seen like shorts and TikToks cut from Spaceballs, but yeah, no. What was it? There was an kid of, although well, kid is like 16 now, but it was a son of a colleague of mine, but we're kind of just chatting and kind of, I don't remember, I'm trying to also remember like why Star Wars came up, but Star Wars kind of came up. And that guy's like, yeah, no, like he started talking about like the new trilogy of it, effectively. I was just like, oh yeah, no, yeah, there's it's been a while, right? It's did I go up by one? No, it was 27. It's still 27. Okay, they might have actually disabled it at the range. That's funny. But yeah, the guy starts talking about like Ray and
Combat simulation.
trying to remember what the
active.
evil guy in that series is, or in like the new trilogy. Like those, and I'm just like, oh yeah, no, I have no. Oh yeah, Kylo Ren. And I'm just like, oh yeah, no, we're talking Luke and Leia and Han Solo, and they were in there, but yeah, they were something else. And I felt quite old suddenly. Not that I'm a contemporary of like Star Wars is kind of even like before my time, the original series, but at least like people catch up to it and stuff. Yeah. So good at the game. Yeah. Well, the thing is also with a lot of stuff, it's always like I'm confident as well if I like. Thing is, there is also a thing of hand-eye coordination and just reflexes become worse as you get older. Ah, interesting. It's I don't think it worked at the range. Let's actually, while we're waiting, let's see. Was it that one definitely counted? But this might be the thing that they did that nothing counts at the range. This might be part of that. They were like, we'll just disable everything. Because in a little bit, we'll round it out here. We'll continue on tomorrow. Plenty to do and plenty of time to do it. So. But yeah, I've been going for 11 hours. So. Actually, in the background, let me quickly already peek at who we're going to read in a bit. They've been going for a while. Yeah, let's just go with Little Huge. We haven't rated them in a bit. And he's likely to go for a bit as well still. Oh yeah, let's hit the button. So 28. Yeah. Doesn't work out here, but that's funny. Yeah. It does work out just out in the open world. So this one you could just macro like this. And I might actually just do that just to get it in. I would get it done over time anyway, but I wouldn't mind getting all of the journey and stuff done. Especially to talk about stuff. And then yeah, tomorrow as well. Descent is gonna rotate. We'll do a descent. Still also need to do that for the journey. So at least I need to do one loop, but we'll do a little bit more than one loop. And then tomorrow afternoon as well, I'm just gonna do the streamline video. I'll do it off stream just so I can edit it and stuff after, because I wouldn't be able to like edit it and actually especially encode it and stuff while streaming, so I would have to like turn off the stream and such anyway. But so I'll do it there and then just get it uploaded. It'll be tomorrow evening's video, at least my evening, 6 in the evening. But then also tomorrow I'll still just once I'm kind of done with that, I might just jump on again and go for a very long one. And then tomorrow already as well, I'll look into what the hunters and stuff are, and then we might go for some hunting the hunters. Get that in, get the huntsman. And then as well, maybe I might record actually a segment with opening up those build caches, giving my like first reaction. I kind of, well, now people have already kind of said what it's in them, but I haven't like fully seen them yet. I also want to see what the text and stuff is with them. We might open them on stream and then also afterwards like make some spreadsheets and stuff, kind of explaining like, hey, this is what this build does damage wise, and we might compare them to some things. And I think that would be fun. That would just be a good in the middle of it. Between some of the other stuff, just a little bit kind of a fun video instead of a ton of numbers. Although we'll still put numbers in there, but not like as in-depth or something. And as well, give people like ideas of like, hey, upgraded like this, you can take what they gave you here and do this and this and this with it, and you can get a decent build out of it or stuff like that. So, and the caretaker tree, nice. Actually, I should maybe try to. We should load up a second account and see about cheesing it up for a second. Is Streamline a good talent to use, or should I be looking for something else and see the DPS list? They are in the DPS list. The Streamline is just in there. The thing to remember with Streamline is it comes with a downside. So, oh, yeah. And also, yeah, tomorrow we'll look at the Streamline by itself, which is this spreadsheets. Kind of looking through it on different builds, but also on the AR list and stuff, or SMG list here that I have open. Streamline, you can do Control F, and then if you like do stream, like it highlights all the Streamline ones. So, but yeah, they're in there. Streamline, when it's active, it's actually pretty powerful. The downside of it is it comes at the cost of skills and such, of course. So. Because, yeah, for instance, even like this tag vector, the Streamline is in the middle of some of the sadists. Some of the lower sadists are below below it on burst, at least. You know, it's especially on SMG, the crit being a little higher is hurting a killer, of course. But yeah, on AR, it's kind of in between. It's kind of in between killer and measured, but closer to killer when it is active. So. It's kind of been going to be the conclusion of as well of that video. It's just like it's a really good talent, but skills are also really good. Because now as well, if you're using measured, which would be, you know, the other one that would be kind of, you could have a decent uptime on, consistency and such. You can, you know, with especially the new skill, you can get 10% detox from there, and now now the other one is ahead, but now you have to use that thing, right, and such. So what's a good effort to farm meta items? Countdown overall. But in a license, I'll say this is really the best talent. Think about making a bleed build. It is the most increase of a talent, but of course it requires its own build effectively, and that eats into it, right? Because you can't just run a striker with Sadist and get perfect uptime. You got to remember, that's also why we, eventually I'll go through another analysis of these, but it's best maybe to watch the analyses of these and not per se just look at the list, because yeah, you have to kind of consider things like uptime. Same, for instance, with the Huntsman. For instance, the Huntsman is quite a bit ahead of, let's say, a Lexington with Killer when it is active. But this doesn't have the same uptime, right? Plus, also, time-wise, it's kind of still shorter. And, what if an enemy is hiding for like 7 seconds? You would still have 3 seconds of Killer, but you wouldn't have, you would have 2 seconds of that, and then stuff like that. There's a lot of it depends. Kind of. So Ridgeway, Pride, and Sadist is an option, but now Ridgeway, you need to be within 15 meters. If you're not within 15 meters, you're not bleeding anything. and yeah, and now the things come into. And also, you're giving up a chess talent for Sadist. So now as well, if you have Obliterate with Killer, that will be ahead. Ridgeway plus Sadist. So yeah, it's kind of stuff like that. Powerful in PvP though, yes. The thing is though that you can activate it, you can prep it, and then trigger it when you need it. So especially in ambush things like PvP, you could like have it on empty. You know that guy is around the corner, instead of like just coming around the corner and just unloading, you just swap to the Huntsman as a secondary, and just you've already emptied it beforehand, you trigger it, and now you just unload with it. So because Huntsman, I can definitely, for instance, PvP and such, but so is already Sleipnir. Like I sometimes run Sleipnir secondary and then prep it at the start of a spawn, and then hit it if I get the chance. Was double, or was it always a new card? Actually, I'll be curious about that too as well. But likely, I'm gonna guess Xander did it on like one character so far, because I spread it actually over 2 characters so far, and I haven't had duplicates yet. Because likely it does the same listing. Was it also just one character, Xander? The whole way through? Because that should definitely happen. The thing of like the system underneath it should be the same. So, but now with it being shared, it might be that on a new character, I should try to get like 10 or so on this character, and then go to that other character and see if we see duplicates. So I might actually do that, because I have now 1 card on this one, 1 card on the other one, but they're shared, of course. Should try to get 10 on this one, and then see if we get a duplicate on that one. Because that would mean that their lists are separate. The tracking list of them is separate, because it will generally try to give you a new one that you haven't killed yet. But the thing is, it's one that hasn't died in your world, technically, is a better way to say it. Because then they drop the card, but you don't have to pick up the card. So that was the thing that bugged that other people, in the past already. Yeah, especially being able to trigger it on demand, kind of. Although you have to do some prep work for it and such, right? That is but having a time, because it competes, because there as well, it's not even competing with Killer, because you don't run Killer in PvP much. You run Measured or some such, right? So it's even competing with lower things. But yeah, let's round it out here. We're gonna send everybody off to Little Huge, who's in a loading screen. Likely, I'm in a second going to see Iron Horse start. Yeah. Oh, actually, yeah, it is actually. I was about to say, wait. I mean Dark Hours, but no, they're doing Iron Horse. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Definitely a little later than I started today. Likely more so towards 5, 6 in the evening, or maybe even later in the evening. But I'll be around, and we'll go for a decently long stream tomorrow as well. It's gonna be, but the recommendation is at 1 at 16. Let's collect cards. Yeah, I'm gonna guess maybe some bugginess is happening there. But I wouldn't expect it to be. I wouldn't expect it to be like multiple things. I guess it just bugged that at some point, and then that's some point is 1 out of 16 there. Yeah, let's send everybody off. yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. We'll start to read there. And yeah, tomorrow as well. That streamline video will go up. And we'll have that go out. And then likely the video after that, yeah, I might just do the builds one, kind of. I feel that might be a good just in between. And we can use that as like a teaching moment of, hey, these builds are set up this way. This is what right. This is what is right. This is what is wrong. And hey, maybe do this with it for actual new players. But yeah, let's go over to Little Huge. I'll be back tomorrow. And as always, have a good night.